And hello and good afternoon, everybody. We are back for the final part of the Duke of Dork's character design tier list critique. For those of you that were not here yesterday, we made it most of the way through Ultimate. We got to about halfway through Fire's Pass 2. We finished with Sephiroth. And we're going to be opening today with the next episode of Game of Thrones. And if you're wondering what I mean by that, I mean that literally this has been like sitting on my screen for a while. Oh, I forgot to take that off. Get out of here, Stevel. Yeah, we left off at Aegis, which is Pyra and Mithra. No, keep him. Game of Thrones crucified Steve. And they, yeah. Uh, but yes, we're going to be starting with Pyra and Mithra. That's basically, midway through Fire's Pass 2. The last characters to cover are Aegis, Kazuya, and Sora. Or I shouldn't say Kazuya, it's
Kazuya Mishima.
keep Cross Steve really small in like the right hand corner. You know what? Okay. Need to flip him around though. There. Now he'll always be here. But yes, the Aegis is interesting to me because I'd argue that next to a lot of the tag team characters, and especially, I mean, like the duo tag team characters that have been in Smash, I think that Pyra and Mithra arguably do it the best. Because instead of, splitting two movesets together, they're basically just splitting attributes. Pyra's the powerhouse, Mithra's the speedster, and even though, it's still like 95% of the time using Mithra and you use Pyra like sometimes, usually just to land kills, which ironically enough was the design they wanted for Zelda and it didn't work in Melee. I think that Pyra and Mithra as fighters are fine. Like, I think they're like a B, or I'll at least give them an A, maybe, because I think that they do the concept of the tag team character notably better than a decent chunk of the people that have come before them. I don't consider Pokemon Trainer in that pool because he's something different. He's a trio, not a duo. And I do not think that they're going to get cut in the next Smash. I'm more than certain that every Xenoblade character is going to stay, and they're probably just going to add Noah and Mio on top of it. When censorship made their designs better. Look, if it was up to me, it would have been Nia playable and not Pyra and Mithra, but they're the more popular ones, so it's not surprising that they were the ones that were chosen. I don't think it hurts that their normals are the same. I don't think so either. They are the same blade, that's correct. I think their foul smashes are, a little unremarkable, but other than that, like, they're fine. The animation on Photon Edge is a little weird, though. I think that one should have been put in the kiln a little bit more. But yes, on the next episode of Game of Thrones, we talk about the Aegis.
Okay, because Game of Thrones used to be my favorite television series. Wasn't even close. I loved the characters, writing, music, world building. It was perfect for so long. And then later seasons came out. They weren't as good, but I could still go back to those earlier seasons. I'm like, yeah, I love this. I'm going to stick with these characters because I want to see where things end off. Then Season 8 happens, and nothing has just completely tainted my love of something so astoundingly as Season 8 of Game of Thrones. Star Wars...
Sounds like a lot of people currently with The Witcher.
The sequel trilogy came close.
Myself included.
Then, just how much it just botched those characters, just it blew my mind. It blew my mind.
Best season ever.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because I've had this happen a couple of times, just where a finale will just completely ruin, or a sequel just tarnish what came before, and then I can't enjoy that thing anymore. It's never happened with a video game. Then I played Xenoblade Chronicles.
I've never watched Game of Thrones as bad as people say. Some people say that like the first few seasons are some of the best TV that's ever made, so no. And apparently, House of the Dragon is really good.
2. I was so excited for that game. Xenoblade Chronicles, to that point, was my favorite JRPG. I loved the characters of that game. It might be... It's a contender for, like, my favorite cast of characters, at least at the time. The voice direction is arguably some of the best I've ever heard, which is impressive for a Nintendo game.
Oh, yeah.
Then I got to 2, and just... I was shocked by how much I hated it. I hated every character's designs. The voice direction was terrible. I couldn't stand the main character. Pyra was fine, but and then I hit that. If anybody's seen Donkey's video on Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I had very similar moments of just like dismay at how that game was handled, and the Furby with this robot that was like joked is like, oh, he's got like maid outfits, that's a sex slave, but it also looks like a kid, and it was just like, I knew I wasn't finishing that game after that. I played a little bit longer, but that was just like, oh, this game's dead to me.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Zeke's cool. I like Zeke.
So you didn't even get to the big tinny bunny. That's the reason I didn't play the game.
Dahlia did nothing wrong. She was modeled that way.
No, I didn't. I'm glad. But here's what happens. I went back to the first one as a palate cleanser. Because like, okay, but at least I can come back to here. But
I think Moira's voice was fine. I think Moira and Zeke were fairly decent characters.
When I did, because see, without all those characters and just building up Xenoblade Chronicles for me, with 2 stripping that, I realized that, oh shit, I don't find this to be very fun. So I went back to the first one, was like, oh shit, these problems are still here.
Oh no.
There are still some stupid character designs here. There are still some stupid moments. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it didn't ruin the first one for me, but like, it was one of my top 10 games of all time, and it's like maybe top 50 now.
Oh,
so obviously I don't like Pyra. There is a similar corn level disdain of just as soon as I saw Xenoblade Chronicles 2 pop up in that direct, I was begging the screen like, please don't be Pyra, please don't be Pyra, please. God damn it. That's Final Destination. This is Smash Brothers.
Yep.
But see, I enjoy disliking Corrin. It is fun to pick on that character. I don't get that from Pyra. I just feel sad because like I know there are people who are fans of this character, and I can see there are mounds of reasons to enjoy that character. She's one of the best characters in that game. But
I see.
I'm pretty sure I made this joke yesterday, but you could say that her playstyle is very titillating. Because she is the titular character.
But I don't like Pyra. Sorry. I understand that people don't agree with this. That's fine. You do you with your preferences. But the fact that she shares her pain with Rex based on where they get injured, and they both wear such just easy to injure clothing. What is wrong with you two? There's literally a scene in Chronicles. It was actually the moment I stopped playing the game where a character just compares the injuries between the two, and you're just looking at bare skin on both of them where they've been fighting so much. And it's just, you two are so stupid. It just, like, world building snapped, and I was no longer invested. I know it's a weird thing, but, like, that's what I value in my games. I like my world building.
No, I can see that. I can see that. I'd be curious to explore it, because I'll freely admit, I pride myself.
At least the voice direction got better in Xenoblade 3.
On being able to be familiar with most of these characters. Like, I think up to this point, up to number 79, that I've been really good at being able to talk about the background of a majority of these characters. I know jack shit about Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Like, this is the one character I know nothing about. So go ahead, continue.
From what I remember, it's not much, but I know that the game functioned pretty similarly to the first Xenoblade Chronicles. So there's not there. I would want a similar, just well, now I'm second guessing myself. Maybe it wasn't as. Maybe I'm just overlapping. I don't know. This might need to be just a comments explaining where we should put these characters.
Cool. You tell me how good this represents.
I know the blade switch thing is a cool mechanic, just swapping between whatever character. It's the Chic Zelda thing, but done well.
Yes.
And I think it is done well. From like a purely gameplay standpoint, I think these are good characters.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with them.
Yes.
Mechanically, they are sound. Character-wise, their boobs are big. You got it. You got what people cared about.
I appreciate that they made the designs better.
No, but seriously, from what I've seen of a few cutscenes, I get the sense that Pyra is a likable character and Mithra is just a stereotypical son. It's an anime game. She's a tsundere.
Yeah.
Is that how you say it?
I think it's tsundere.
Tsundere?
Yeah, it's sun
Whatever.
and then the word dere. So.
All right, but like, yeah.
She's the cool one, you could say.
Oh yeah, get your bile out, get your hatred out.
No, it's not even hatred. That's the worst part. I can't bring myself to like use them as a punching bag in a video because I don't hate the character. I'm judging whoever designed them, but I don't hate them.
No,
they seem fine.
I'd be curious because like from my impression, it's a character that puts on a front to avoid internal personal trauma. Just from my impression of the character.
Pretty much.
Literally what I've seen in Smash trailers. And I kind of love that. I kind of love characters like that. And I was really interested to see that explored. But, I was wondering if that would get past my general distaste for the level of quote-unquote anime going on. And it sounds like...
If you want less...
If
you want less anime, play the Golden Country, the DLC for the game. It's way, more down to earth and feeling a lot more like Xenoblade 1. It's also very sad, and it won't really spoil very much of the game. It'll actually just give you insight on the characters. It doesn't really take away from the ending and how it all leads up to what happens at the end, but it's nice.
My tolerance.
I looked up a story summary just because I was curious. I think that is a insightful. I think you're right from what I remember. I know that it actually dodged spoilers for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which is such bullshit considering how they treated Shulk in his final Smash. Like, just come on, guys. That is... Yeah. That's one of the main narrative draws of that game.
Yep.
Pyramith, like, they are who they are. Like, that's their characters. I don't feel like, that's Pyra wouldn't be that aggressive. No, she's got a big flaming sword. She would obviously be the more damaging one. Mithra, I kind of thought that Mithra was the stronger one, actually, in the lore-wise.
I did too,
Well, it's not just lore-wise. Mithra is like one of the best characters in the game. Pyra's just there for the ride, as far as I'm concerned.
I found that interesting. Actually, I liked the feeling that the one that seemed like the more childhood friendish one was actually the one with the greater amount of power. Usually that dynamic is reversed, so I found like, oh, that's interesting. I like that you're an Ike, essentially.
It sucks because I feel like I would genuinely enjoy playing as Pyra, but I can't. She just makes me sad. I'm watching a friend destroy their life and I can't help them. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a little harsh. Like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I'm sure it's a fine game. It's not my preferences, but I'm judging you a little bit, but you shouldn't take it personally.
They put in Cosmos from freaking Xenogears. That enough is, or is it Xenosaga? Either or. They put in Cosmos. That's enough of a plus for me.
Personally.
Wow, that's a quote. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the Goro Akechi of video games.
Disrespect Goro Akechi like that.
I won't dare. He's like my third or fourth favorite Persona character.
I have them like in the center of B tier just because I think they're solid. I don't think they're fantastic in representing gameplay for a lot of the same reasons I think Shulk isn't. I think there are, especially when compared to the likes of, especially Hero, like there are elements of like the actual gameplay of Xenoblade that apart from the blade swapping, which I don't think that's how that works. It's not. But again, I don't know enough to really say one way or the other.
Like, on one hand, I feel like this is a compromise to not have Rex in the game. And on one hand, I appreciate that because, that would have been a disaster. But on the other hand, there's less that they can do to represent it because they're literally missing half of what makes the gameplay of Xenoblade 2 work, from my understanding. It's a drive system. It's a fusion ha, or like a gathering of power, or a stando. And I don't know, I'm snowballing.
It's weird.
The words here, but ultimately, I don't think that Pyrr and Mithra could properly represent the gameplay. Like, I don't think it's possible for those characters without Rex to be there. So for what they are and what they're doing, speaking as someone who can only experience them through gameplay and what they do, I think that they do a fun job differentiating themselves as characters. Like, I think that you could play as these characters, and I played these characters, and I went, oh, that's interesting. They seem fun. Maybe I'll check out the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 game. So I feel like they do the good marquee job of advertising their game in a similar way that someone like Ike does.
I think we also all knew that they were going to be in the game at some point. Like, Xenoblade 2 was specifically noted for coming out way too late in Smash Ultimate's development for there to be Xenoblade 2 in Smash Ultimate at the beginning. So that just told me, oh, they're gonna be DLC. Like, at some point, they're DLC characters. I don't know when, but it'll happen. And then it happened.
However, they also have the responsibility of hefting that game above their shoulders and trying to represent the mechanical integrity, whereas I feel that Ike only has to represent himself because Marth did that well. Pyrr and Mithra don't have the same luxury because Shulk is lagging in that department.
It's odd. I currently have them right beneath DDD because I couldn't put them any higher. That's my only reasoning. I can't place these characters. I don't know enough about them. I just don't.
Yeah, I don't either, is the issue. Like, I know less than you do, but your perception is filled with more hate that clouds your eyes. Or not hate, disdain? Discomfort? Anguish?
Yes, all the above. I can't get like frustrated or as soon as I realized it was them being as the game, it helped that Sephiroth came right before them.
Yeah, I can see that.
But it was just like, oh, okay, I'll wait for the next one. Like, it was just instant defeats.
Yes.
There was no outrage. It was just, oh, all right, I'll pick up Smash Brothers again around E3 time.
Yeah, I feel that.
Want to just leave them under DDD and then just figure it out?
Well, I don't want to be mean to Peach.
Well, if you're going to go down that route, we're going to have to start.
Well, let me be clear. I think that mechanically they're above Duck Hunt. Like, let me make a ceiling there. I think that as fighting game characters, they're fun. From what I've seen, they seem to represent the combat of the game well in their actual animations. I go, yeah, those are either good one-to-one translations or very clever repurposing of moves. I think that Prominence Revolt being this ridiculously powerful option is just stupid and fun. And I like that one of them just appeals to the Unga Bunga, whereas the other is cerebral and whatnot. I don't like Foresight just as a concept. I just don't enjoy it very much. I feel like it just being a dodge but better is not all that fun and intuitive. I think that it should be
Bayonetta has that.
Or some sort of buff to it rather than this passive, oh, you did the thing well, what if you did it extra well? Like, I'm just not a fan, especially compared to Bat Within and Witch Time sort of things.
Yeah. I'm trying to dance around the fact that based around what I know about Xenoblade, I don't think there's anything wrong with them, which would probably put them in A tier, and I don't want to put them there. I feel like as close as I can get to an objective placement, they're at least above Pikachu, and I don't want to do that. I just don't want to.
All right.
I'm happy to rag on Corrin because they've got problems outside of it, but I don't think they really do anything wrong. Like, Shulk's weird because his gimmick is just kind of made up on the fly. It kind of references Xenoblade, but that's just not how it works.
Yeah, but it's like the best mechanic in the game behind Revenge.
I don't remember enough about Chronicles 2 to properly say, or Maybe my brain's like intentionally just blocking me. Like, no, don't remember. You have to put them even higher.
Oh, that is possible. Let me think, because like, yeah, I will admit they do the Sheik Zelda dynamic very well.
Yeah, it's really well.
Yeah.
Like it's perfect. That is it. It took them 3 more games to do it, but they finally perfected that idea.
And then it's odd because I recognize that they are a concession of a character, because this is how to get them in the game without getting Rex, or minimizing Rex's impact as much as possible.
Hey, look, we have a grown-up Rex now, and he can use both swords at the same time. Be careful who you call ugly in high school. I think he'd be a fun character.
And there is a better version of that character that represents Xenoblade 2. We just don't want it. And more people don't want it. So do you begrudge a lack of gameplay design for the sole fact that personality-wise,
It would be a nice compromise. Do you know? Oh, you don't want to put Pyra and Mithra back? Oh, just put in Rex, grown-up Rex with both swords.
we go
Maybe he could swap between their special moves or something along those lines.
down the pooper?
I don't think so. No, I wouldn't begrudge that because yeah, no, I just wouldn't. I'll just straight up admit I'm just reaching for things to drag them down further. I don't think that's what they need to do here. If it was Rex, they would need to show off Xenoblade gameplay, but it's Pyra. She can just show off what the blades are, and they do that by swapping between them.
All right.
I don't know if they do that well because I cannot remember how that works. Just straight up.
Then let me give you a compromise. Underneath Cloud.
Well,
Because Cloud we have right there because he has every single tool he needs, but he's missing a kind of je ne sais quoi to him. Pyrr and Mithra, I have an actual objective issue with Foresight. I wish that wasn't a mechanic or was implemented onto a different move in a different way. Pyrrha, I think, is fine. I think she's fun and great, and from what you're saying, does a better job advertising Xenoblade Chronicles 2 than the actual game does.
Yep.
I can't speak as to the quality of it or if she is actually the damage dealer of the party and if that reflects it compared to Mithra.
It's fun. I think...
Yeah, technicality, Mithra does more damage, but she does fit the faster archetype because, you know, light.
Literally, Pyra was failing, so Mithra came in to give an extra power boost. I think she's literally the stronger version, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Because, like, with Mithra, I go, oh, your side B is one of the most fun anime bullshit moves I've ever seen in Smash, and your neutral B is nothing.
This is true. This is true. Also, just to clarify for people, I'm not going to rank them separately because they're a Pokemon trainer situation where they are the same character.
Yes.
Like they're in,
Which is fair.
Use both
Yeah.
of them, so they're not appearing separately.
Yes, I feel that having one without the other diminishes the entire package.
Yes. And then Pyra's sound design is so good. Like even with my ire, like just that's a good explosion on so many of those moves.
Well, look, I'm a pure gameplay guy, and as a pure gameplay guy, I could not justify them being higher than Mario because Mario is gameplay, but some caveats. Until I know if they have caveats or not with their character, with their identity, and with their potential, I cannot justify putting them higher than Mario. Look, man,
I wouldn't put them higher than Mario either.
I'm trying as well because
I'm trying to throw
I
you
don't
a bone
feel
here.
Good. Well, no, but I don't feel good about trying to drag her down. This isn't a case of just like, yeah, let's stomp on Corrin for a bit. This is fun. That is fun. I love bullying Corrin. Mithra and Pyra, I have stark preferential differences that I'm never going to like these characters. I think their designs are stupid.
Okay, so then let me just say, I think Mario
Visual designs.
I think that Mario is a more unique fighting game designed for a platform fighter than Pyra and Mithra are.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's the beginner-friendly everyman character. I'd argue he offers way more than Pyra and Mithra do. Because they're just taking a concept that's been done several times already and taking it in a different direction. Instead of, you know, having two separate movesets, they just have separate attributes.
I'll give you that. So, okay, here's the homework.
There's never been another Mario in Smash, and no Luigi does not count.
Nice. I'm going to put Pyra directly beneath Mario. If I can be convinced of just how should we put this? How should we phrase this? Convince us of how well Smash Brothers embodies Pyra and Mythra's character and their gameplay differences in Xenoblade. Because I don't know.
Say nice things about the booby ladies and
Yeah, don't.
use better words than I have at Audacity has this at 4 hours 41 minutes and 16 seconds.
Don't try to like salvage Pyra and Mythra for me. You're not going to. This is just stark preference. I have an anime tolerance level that they go far beyond. You're not gonna get forward to me. Don't bother. Just focus on the core of their characters, their personalities, and their gameplay, and just convince us.
Please. I do apologize, guys. Usually I'm more on top of it, but I think, like, you guys have been knowledgeable about, like, 80 characters. Give me one.
Yeah, if you're gonna go to that series, play 1. Just Xenoblade Chronicles, untarnished by 2, is phenomenal. Don't play the story expansion, though, that they added to the Switch version.
No, play Xenoblade Chronicles X. It's a great game. Elma would have been a cool character. We need to make sure they remember that Xenoblade X exists.
The voice direction is not as good.
Oh, okay.
It's 2's direction. It's heartbreaking to see.
Oh.
Might have been the pandemic that they were recording separately, but like it's bad. So, and after that nightmare, we come to a rest at.
Oh boy, it's him.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
Oh boy, we finally after so long, I get to talk about my current Smash Ultimate main. At the very, very end of this, I get to finally talk about Kazuya Mishima. Kazuya Mishima is such a freaking fantastically fun character in this game. I tried to design Tekken characters in the past, and I think I did a pretty decent job with Heihachi. But the way that just Kazuya is implemented into Smash feels so good. And let's be real, after Street Fighter got in, Tekken was the next best thing that they could have put in for fighting games. I know that we got Terry first, but I'm just glad that Kazuya's here. God bless that we have Tekken in Smash, finally. He is... I'd argue that Kazuya, next to Peach, has the highest skill ceiling and skill demandment out of any character in the game. Having to muscle memory EWGF is one thing. But just, having to also muscle memory all the other moves, considering he has technically more moves than any other character in the entire game, is not easy. And I have a story. To share about Kazuya that was very interesting. And I have somebody that can corroborate this. Back when E3 of 2021 was coming around, right before the Nintendo presentation, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I was basically saying, I hope that this next Smash character is just something for me, because I feel that while we got a lot of really cool characters, I haven't really found a character for me. I'm feeling a little lost right now. While a lot of these characters have been fun, none of them have really kept my interest for that long. The longest was Terry. And while I mained Terry for a little bit, I did go back to Ridley after a while. And I was just saying, oh man, I just hope that it's somebody cool, just give me Kazuya from Tekken, or just a Tekken character. And then the presentation happens, and my fucking stream bugs out and dies. So the unveilment of my gift of foresight was ruined, and my friend was freaking out like, oh my god, dude, you're never gonna fucking believe who it is. It's Kazuya. It's like, oh, you're fucking with me. No, it's not. And then I cut back in, and I get there in time to see Kazuya drop Gandorf off the cliff. And then this screen happens. And I'm so happy. And then it comes out that he has all these inputs. And he has, like, Tekken knockback and Tekken sound effects. And he's got all the devil stuff. And he's got wake-up moves and, like, rising moves. And it's like, oh my god, this character is fantastic. I need this character now. And I've been hooked ever since. But I will not lie to you. Out of every fighting game character in Smash, he is the worst designed, and it's not even close. Out of Ryu, Ken, Terry, and Kazuya is the worst one, and that's simply because of the fact that Tekken is such a much harder game to implement into a game like this than Street Fighter or KOF. Now, that doesn't make him bad in any means. If I were to tier Kazuya, he'd probably be like an A or a B, which is still below where I would put Terry, Ryu, and Ken. But he definitely feels like the mechanics of his home game do not mesh nearly as well as the mechanics of Street Fighter or KOF/Fatal Fury do with Smash. Is he going to come back? Yes, 100%. I am more certain of Kazuya coming back at this point than Pac-Man, honestly. Because I know for a fact that Harada is never going to let Sakurai cut this character now that he's in the game. How would you improve him? He doesn't need to be improved. I think the most you could give him is a sidestep attack, since I feel that works much better for him than it does for Terry. Considering, 3D environment. And there are a lot of moves in Tekken that are based around dodging and then attacking. If he had a low parry, I would laugh. Because, low parries are a thing in Tekken. And I would love to see him just, force an opponent into hard knockdown by countering them with a low, when they try to hit him with a low. I don't think Kazuya is badly designed. I don't think Kazuya is badly designed at all, but he is the worst designed of the fighting game characters. Simply because of how hard it is to translate Tekken to this. It was hard enough for them to translate Tekken to Street Fighter in Street Fighter Cross Tekken. You are now implementing Tekken into a game with 8-way movement. That's not an easy feat. For what they had and what they did, I think they did a pretty good job. What do you want from another Tekken rep? I want King. I think King would be really fun. I'd like to see King versus Incineroar. I think that'd be really cool. Smash players say the EWGF is unbeatable. Yeah, they also say that Steve is unbeatable, and Steve is very much beatable. It's very funny that people complain so much about Kazuya when I don't even think he's a top 20 character. Yes, I know he was in the official tier list that came out, he's 7th, but I don't think he's that high. I think he's 20, 21, 22. I think that he has, since he is the character with the worst jump squats and a lot of those types of stats. No, I think that Kazuya has notable weaknesses. How does one get around EWGF? Don't get hit. Space him. I'd say give us Yoshimitsu, hit 2 birds with 1 stone for franchise representation. Yoshimitsu would be cool, but Yoshimitsu in Tekken does not play very much like Yoshimitsu in Soul Calibur. There are similarities, but they are not the same character. Honestly, while I would love King, and I think that King would be a really cool character, we all know the next character is Jin. Jin Kazama will... Jin will probably be a newcomer in the next Smash. Maybe he's a DLC character. So that, you can have Jin versus Kazuya, and, you can relive the events of the upcoming Tekken 8, which looks fantastic. Jin Kazama is an Echo or newcomer? Probably newcomer. I think he's too different. If you really, really forced it, you could probably turn him into an Echo fighter, but I don't think that that's necessary. Just make him just his own character. His stage is terrible. You're terrible. No, his stage is fine. It's the Mishima Dojo. That is one of the most iconic spots in the entirety of Tekken. That's where freaking Heihachi and Kazuya fight off a wave of jacks in the opening to Tekken 5 that they remade in the story mode for Tekken 7. Yeah, Tekken 8 probably will mean Jin will get in. I think that one of the main reasons I want King is that I think he'd be just as much of a well-designed grappler as Incineroar is, and I think that they could do a lot of interesting things with, his extra inputs, because in Tekken you could break out of those. I don't think you'd be able to do that in Smash. Which is my favorite Tekken game. I like them all. They're fine. I don't have a favorite Tekken game. I guess I'll just say Tekken 7 currently. What could he bring that Incineroar doesn't have? He's a face. He's the face to Incineroar's heel. Probably have Incineroar fighting him in his trailer, like in his silver color to represent Armor King. Do you think they'd be bros? Yeah, probably. I'd love for characters in Smash to have more interactions when they win in doubles matches. Although there is something poetic about, winning a doubles match with Sephiroth as your partner, and all you just see is flames in Sephiroth when you win. But yeah, Kazuya, I'd put him in the A. He's a good boy. Love him.
Kazuya Mishima.
Yes, and I have not played Tekken, but from somebody just approaching Kazuya from the perspective of, who's this new character to play as? I really like playing this character.
So this is hard for me because as someone who has...
Also, can I just say, I freaking love... One of my favorite things about this character is in 1v1s, the camera shifts around when you throw somebody. I wish more characters had stuff like that, because it adds so much more impact to his throws.
Played Tekken, I'm looking at Kazuya, and I'm going, God, you are the least interesting member of your family. Your dad is better than you.
Oh no, he killed his dad, twice.
Your son is better than you. Your ex is better than you. Your niece is better than you. Your dad's pet is better than you. And just right at the buzzer, your mom comes in and dunks on you and is like, I have a literal tiger uppercut.
Yeah, I definitely believe that he's a bland character. Just he doesn't really emote at all.
No, he very revenge.
But just from, we were talking about, Ganondorf's Ungabunganness.
Mm-hmm.
I get that from Kazuya, but it feels better. I love the armor on his insane damage moves. I
wouldn't call Kazuya an Unga character, but he definitely hits harder than Ganondorf does, at least overall.
One of the most satisfying command grabs in the entire game. I love just that slow drift up and then slamming them into the ground. It feels so good.
Absolutely.
I enjoy the weight of the lasers while very clearly being way too slow to spam. That feels like a perfect, okay, you need to close the distance. You need to force a fight with this character because he will just keep throwing these really powerful lasers at you. I like that a lot about him.
Imagine if they were unblockable like they are in Tekken.
But yeah, it's a brilliant
I feel
pressure
like
tool.
they could be better. Like they're good. They're good.
I think they're great.
Where Ryu and Ken have problems of like moving around platformers, I love that he has like this devil form that like gives him like insanely high jumps to kind of compensate for that. Because I get a similar stiffness with Kazuya that do Ryu and Ken, but he's got those little things that circumvent that. I love that his up B just kills you if you're next to it for no reason whatsoever.
Yes.
And when I can get the inputs right, I love using them. It's weird. Like, Kazuya makes me want a real Nintendo fighting
Yeah, neat, Ivory. Guess what? Kazuya has more moves than Ganondorf to kill with. And he has more moves in general, which means that in general he has more options to kill with, therefore he has more moves that kill than Ganondorf does.
I know people are going to get mad at me for saying that, but like the amount of love and attention to detail in so many of these moves, I want to see a Mario in a real fighting game.
Have you forgotten our first character discussed today, Mr. Sukapon Joy Mech Fight?
Okay, aside from Sukapon,
Killer Instinct before it was sold.
we need a crossover.
Pokken.
Like I want the Guilty Gear developers to make a Nintendo crossover fighting game.
I don't think I want Modern Arxis anywhere near Nintendo.
Agree, but then you could say, I want Arc System Works to make blank franchise. And the answer is yes, that's good. Like,
Yes.
if Arc System Works
The most I want from them is Soul in Smash.
made
Preferably with his X-Art design.
a Breaking Bad fighting game, it would be incredible.
Indeed. But that just goes to show, like, Kazuya he's got so much in his kits. It's just like, okay, this game has a lot of moves. How many can we cram in here? And they did a really good job of just like, okay, let's actually get like I don't know what it's called, but like when you're rising from a crouch, let's make that a mechanic, because why not? All 8 directions of the circle pad, and they changed based on if you're crouching or not. Wow, you did not need to do that, but you did anyway. Timing different hits for different moves. It's just, I can't believe they put this much heavy lifting into this character. Like, it's genuinely impressive.
Oh, I can after they did Steve. I'll believe anything after they did
that's
Steve.
True. That's true. I like the sound design. It like straight from Tekken. Nailed it. Good job.
Tekken
Oh, yeah,
sound
it's
design is
fantastic.
Immaculate.
It's not just the sound effects. I think Kazuya is the only character in the game that has different knockback properties on his moves than everybody else. I don't remember the specifics of how Sakurai described it, but something about the way Kazuya's knockback works is, I think it's something along the lines of there's like no hit stun. Like there's no hit stun in his moves. Or hit stop, correction. Something along those lines. And it adds something that feels like nothing else in Smash.
It's one of the best.
I don't like his character, but
I was sick
love,
as fuck.
Kazuya's voice. Just his grunt when he uses his inputs man grab when he's got his own go sauce.
Yes. Yes, when he's got the rage powder.
That feels really good. I don't know. I heavily enjoyed this
Okay, there's no hit lag. That's the word I'm looking for. Yes, thank you.
character, but I have no idea how he represents Tekken. And I know you have a few problems with him, so I'm curious to hear what those are.
It's difficult because I do agree with you. At an inherent level, Kazuya is fun. There is so much attention to detail put into him. I like just how much love went into every individual move. And do I think that every single one that they gave him has a practical use? No, not really. But a lot of them are fun, and it's fun to essentially pick a combo.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what Tekken is.
With that said, the goal for Kazuya was to create an environment in which you were playing Tekken, in which you were playing a game where, or to get the feel of Tekken out of the fighter. And Tekken is a lot of anticipating your opponent's move, dodging out of the way, and then hitting with a very, very specific combination. Does Kazuya have that?
Well, actually, no. What Tekken is, at its core, above everything else, is movement. What's the first thing that anybody tells you to learn when you're learning how to play Tekken? learn the movement before you learn any kind of combo. If you know, even if you know how to do 10 strings, doesn't matter. Learn the movement. And I think that Kazuya's movement, being so unique and separate from like every character in the game, especially thanks to his crouch dash, I think that sells Tekken fairly well on a 2D plane.
To an extent, yes, he does. Does he have that in a way where his Unga Bunga would not be preferred? I don't think so.
Yes, I know this is probably before people started learning how to do EWGF consistently, but yes, I can tell you from the future, you do. And there is better stuff for Kazuya than Unga.
Outside of Wind God Fist inputs, like, I feel like as a necessity of his design so he doesn't feel bad as a Smash Brothers character, Kazuya is a lot dumber than he should be, in a sense, because Sakurai does make an excellent point of how Smash is a game of positional distancing and Tekken is one of moving with a steady environment and basically reading your opponent. And I feel like that read-centric moveset would have been to Kazuya's benefit a lot more than the pick-a-combo options that we have. I feel like it's good, but I think...
well... These are early impressions, but I can definitely say that we have become more of the latter than the former in our current time.
Thing more like his...
Instead of just pick a combo, it's pick a way to kill them as soon as you touch them.
His 7A, I think it is, where he takes a backstep and then kick. I would have liked more moves like that. Like Terry has a move where if you do the spot dodge and hit A, he'll attack, and that's to represent the multiple planes in the Fatal Fury series where you can jump into the background and dodge. And I feel like Kazuya needs something like that.
I agree. I think that's like one of the only things he's missing.
Dodge to attack that he doesn't really have. He has ways of closing that distance with crouch dashing. He does that really, really well. But, I don't know, I feel like they have the offensive nature of Tekken right. They have the sudden explosive damage where you hit them with one combo and, oh, you're dead. But they don't have his defensive play quite right, and I feel like they try to compensate for that with his devil moves. But I feel like those don't quite work out all that well.
The thing is that when it comes to defensive play in Tekken, it's just the neutral. The neutral is the defensive play. And I think that Kazuya's neutral for what it is exactly what it should be. There aren't really characters in Tekken that play on the defensive. It's very much you're both in the middle, looking for that one opening to start the combo that can drag somebody to the wall for big damage payoffs. There's not really keep away or anything along those lines in Tekken because, nobody has those kind of moves aside from like Akuma and Geese and Eliza. It's very much just you're both like 4 or 5 feet away from each other, moving back, forth, sideways, looking for that one move that can get you in, and usually it's waiting for the opponent to make the mistake first. And I think that since Kazuya is such an excellent whiff punisher in Smash, I'd argue he's the best whiff punisher in Smash. I think that he sells that defensive, offensive aspect of Tekken very well.
In the same sense. Am I making sense of this? Because I've been trying to parse my feelings on this character.
You are.
Like about a month now. And I still don't know quite how I feel because I do like him. I love the amount of work that's put into him. He's boring, but he's cool. I just don't... I feel like there's something missing.
Also, I know this probably isn't going to be mentioned, but Kazuya's alt costumes are fantastic, and I love the suits so much.
That's in Tekken that I don't get from him. And articulating that has been the damnedest thing.
Well, using that the jumping back kick as like the example, I'm kind of getting a sense of like kind of like what I wanted from Marth that I had a hard time articulating last time.
I think all the suits are
Kinda
S
being like
tier. Purple, black, white. I personally use white because it reminds me of Kiryu. And gold. Yeah, they're all like S tier in my opinion. They're all freaking fantastic.
It's in and out of range, like integrated into the moveset instead of just like short hops. I do feel like the it's the crouch dash right that actually makes you completely invincible, so you can like move through projectiles.
Yes.
I feel like they tried to compensate this by having a lot of armor, a lot of ways like, okay, you can't really dodge attacks because if we put all this power on a character that can easily avoid you, I feel like that would have been too much. So I feel like maybe the armor was like their concession for.
Well, the thing is that in a lot of moves in Tekken, there is a lot of intangibility on parts that aren't the active like part of the body. Like, I think armor is basically their substitute for how Tekken moves are usually coded and or, built. Most Tekken moves have parts of the character's body that are intangible, and you can't hit them. And I think a lot of the armor on Kazuya is basically just their way of making up for that. I know I'm just repeating myself at this point, but basically, it's a substitute for the way the Tekken moves are usually implemented into Tekken.
That of like, okay, you get that same read gameplay. It's just that instead of avoiding the hit, you're ignoring the hit.
I can see that, and this is clearly a character that they balance tested the hell out of. So what do I know? Maybe they've implemented the idea and this is the best version, no trust me.
Yeah.
But I can't help but feel there's something missing. I don't get that click that I do with Terry. And I do earnestly feel
I just personally think it's the type of game that Tekken is compared to KOF. SNK games are, way more snappy, and Tekken is a way more methodical game.
Kazuya translates the worst out of all the fighting game characters into free-for-alls.
I agree.
I think that depends on the skill level, because you can like grab characters and like slam them into other characters, Bowser side B style.
I can see that. I feel like,
and like the beam hits multiple people, but like he definitely seems like a character that was designed with the one-on-ones.
Definitely the 1v1.
First and foremost. Whereas Terry still works in those other outlets.
But like Ryu and Ken, I can still mash Shoryu, and they have jumps that feel like they work. Whereas Kazuya feels like he has the weakest attempt at liftoff in the world.
Well, that also comes from the fact that Tekken is a game where you basically never jump. There are jumps, and there are jump attacks, but the time that characters actually jump in Tekken is like next to non-existent.
And then, oh right, let me Mewtwo jump for a second. And I'm not a big fan of either of those. I do like his up B as a kill move. I like that as a quick shield option and a way to translate that for platforms. The up B I have no problem with, but it's the way that Kazuya otherwise interacts with platforms on stages that would not be tournament legal that I have my issues with.
I started using his...
When does one jump in Tekken? Usually against lows. But even then, it's much better to just low parry.
That's his jump.
Yeah,
I don't even bother with like his jump unless I'm specifically trying to do an aerial on somebody right in front of me. You just up B. I think that might be why it doesn't send you into freefall, because his other jump is just pathetic.
That could very well be the case. But like, I don't know, I feel like this is a character that suffers at the party game element of Smash more than anyone else. And like, we have other fighting game characters to compare it to, and I still feel that limitation with Kazuya the most, even considering Ryu, Ken, and Terry. And I guess Min.
I can see what you're saying. How far does that nuke him down for you?
I mean, that doesn't ever get him in sniffing distance of C tier. Definitely not. He's too good and too explosive for that.
I had him near the bottom of A tier, just from how he feels.
Either spot works, in my honest opinion.
So I can't really comment on that.
That's fair. Like, if he's appealing at a base level, then that's fine. Then he's doing a job. And Tekken is very much a game where you discover one string and you stick with it for a very long time until you realize you need another one, and then you learn another one. So, in that sense, he is reflective of the learning process of Tekken.
Yeah, I really like that you don't need to use that many moves to be effective with him. Like he
Yes.
allows you to like have,
Which is very fitting for Tekken because, characters in Tekken have, I'd argue, bigger move pools than like 90% of fighting games out there. And arguably, you could learn a quarter of it and you could be a top tier player. While it's important to know how a lot of stuff works, for most characters, you can only learn a quarter of their moveset and you'll be completely and totally fine. You'll have nothing really to worry about.
learning process. Sakurai even called this out in like his presentation of that. Like, just use the moves you feel like.
Yeah. Like, he's well done, but I still feel like something is inherently wrong with him. Where I feel like his design is... Sakurai really had this idea of delineating the devil moves as the specials and the A moves as all of his amazing options. And I feel like that was kind of stuck to.
So you're saying you should have like more
that,
devil moves like just throughout then?
I'd saying that like came at the cost of potentially exploring other moves for specials to give him either more movement or more options, or I don't know. I feel like he has all the tools he needs to close a distance and apply pressure when he does. But at the same time, I don't feel that he doesn't feel complete to me. He feels like he went for this idea, he has this idea, and everything else that makes up a Smash Brothers character was kind of thrown to the wayside for it. Like, I feel like he is the most hyper-fixated character in the cast.
I think I'd still give that to Min Min, but I can definitely see where you're coming from.
Well, even with Min Min, I can still play Smash Brothers as a fighting or as a party game. I can still move to items. I can still collect items. I can still retreat. I can still adjust. Kazuya, I gotta go in, or else what am I doing? Crouch dashing forward so I can pick up the Pokeball.
This is fascinating because we've talked a lot about characters that don't embody themselves at like a competitive level. Like Sonic was the one example that come to mind. I almost feel like this is the reverse.
Yes.
Where this guy is the Tekken character, but only in this very railroaded experience that competitive Smash Brothers has become.
Yes. And
whereas
oddly,
when you look at what Smash Brothers actually is, he falls a little flat.
Mm-hmm. Like if you were
Maybe
looking
his
to have
side be like caught items or picked them up automatically when you went by them.
We're saying like, oh, we wish you could see the
semantics.
statistics of individual DLC sales. Like, I would say that even if you don't like fighting games, Terry is very much worth it. Like, even if you're a casual. Kazuya, I don't know if I could universally recommend him.
I think I still could, because even with all those problems, he hits at Ganondorf levels. And for a lot of people, that's literally all you need. If you can just spam smash attacks and kill everybody, you win.
Yeah, I can see that.
I do still feel like he's playable at a casual level. I just don't think he's built around a casual level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the ability to like really go toe-to-toe with those things. I kind of almost feel that way about Byleth too, now that I'm thinking about it. They're just too slow to really...
No,
Byleth, I think, is fine for casual. Kazuya you can make the argument for.
You still
Competes in
have
that way.
Amir, you still have Failnaught being a huge screen clearer. Like, they have full screen, fun, casual move pressure. Kazuya has laser.
And those lasers, you can just keep spamming them, though.
Oh, you can just keep
A lot easier
spamming
than
them,
Failnaught,
but
for that
it's a lot less than other options that would do the same thing in casual.
True. Where do you have Kazuya right now?
I don't. My tier list doesn't have him, so I'm realizing, I
in that
forgot.
case, where were you? I think we used the same tier list, and he's not actually, like, this was made before he was a character.
Yes. Let's see.
I think I'd place him in low A from, like, my own experiences. Maybe high B.
Yeah,
Because, like, what he does so well. Like, it's amazing what they've done with the character, and it doesn't work in every facet of Smash Brothers, damn does it work in the ones that it's meant for.
So let me.
I wouldn't put him very high. Oh,
Let me ask, how would you compare him to the other Mishima of the cast, Pikachu? Because Pikachu is a character that everything that they do works and works well and works within the context of Smash, but they don't wow. Kazuya has a
Look, that Pikachu is trained by Heihachi. He knows what he's doing.
big wow, but a lot of his accessories and etceteras do not work.
From what you've told me about the character, I think I would rank Pikachu higher. Because Pikachu does feel like a complete moveset that fulfills the goal that it set out to do, and works in every aspect of Smash Brothers. Kazuya, it's so hard to say this without playing Tekken, but I know I wouldn't be good at playing Tekken, so I don't know if I'd be able to.
Bro, I
say
played
so one way or
Tekken
the
3
other
when I was
anyway.
like 6. You got this.
Yeah, but online fighting games are scary now.
Won't play online, just play arcade ladders. You'll get it.
Fair enough.
Tekken 7's also really good, y'all. Everyone should play it.
Yes, I agree.
Pikachu's also just a freaking Pikachu. He's just there.
Well, yeah.
That's what you expect.
I feel
Kazuya
that-
does so much.
I feel the same way about Kazuya as a character that I do Pikachu as a character. Your
Straight
dad is
cuteness for
cooler and
grumpiness.
your son is cooler.
Yeah, I don't think that's really a knock against how he appears in Smash Brothers. It just means there's a better character.
No.
It's an
I
similar
agree. but-
Situation. Just like it could be better, but like what's here is good.
God,
Do
feels
you
like
have
we
any
talked
idea
about
how you could
Incineroar
fix
so long
him?
ago.
Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes. Am I in any mental state now that we have passed the 5-hour mark before I do editing on this to possibly tell you if Kazuya Mishima can be improved better than Mr. Sakurai could after weeks of work? Nah, I don't think so, Chief.
Maybe his side B only stuns at the start, but it goes further. Maybe it.
I honestly wouldn't
imagine
change
doing that with,
Kazuya.
like,
I love him just the way he is.
God, I don't know. 'cause,
Actually, no. I want that now. I want that.
Like, Tekken has so much goofy bullshit in it. Like, do you know it has a bowling mode?
It has a bowling mode?
Yeah, there's
How?
just bowling.
Yes.
They just
It's the only time Akuma has ever smiled. Is when he gets a strike in Tekken Bowling.
added bowling to the game.
Just like a Wii Sports bowling?
Yeah, it's just bowling. They just add bowling, and they're all
And the more strikes you get, like the place lights up and the music changes, and it's really fun.
pins. There are golden statues.
And then you have characters have different stats in Tekken Bowling like they do in actual Tekken. And then you just got freaking Gigas who can literally hit the ball, like throw the ball so hard that it like breaks the entire thing. Gigas in Tekken Bowling is such a fun character. He's way more fun there than he is in the actual game.
Of Heihachi's head.
Okay, with that context, like I'm also just remembering like King exists. There's two bears on the roster that
Yep.
they're just bears.
They're just bears.
If he's being a representative of the series, he is not showing off the. I expect like Mortal Kombat levels of just serious, and even Mortal Kombat gets goofy at times, but like he's a.
Like
What's the
yodeling and
Tekken
Metal
7
Hill
bowling
makes
tier list look
sense
like?
in context?
I imagine Gigas is near the. Actually, no. Gigas is actually kind of hard to use in Tekken Bowling. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But Akuma smiles, so he's top tier.
I can
This
see
is
why
a
you want other
goofy-
characters now and why it's bad that it's him.
Yeah, like even if you have to do the Mishima fighting style, like the most personality we got from him, the most personality he's ever had was when he kept throwing people off of a cliff.
I did like that. That
That was really funny, but that's ignoring the fact that Heihachi caught a tomahawk with his teeth and then broke it.
He needs his smile. He needs the Tekken 1 arcade ending smile as a victory animation in the next Smash. That's all he needs.
Okay, now he needs to have a move where he just if an item is thrown at him, he catches it in his mouth. That's where he holds items.
And then, like, all of Kazuya's story beats are pretty serious. And then Heihachi, who has some serious stories, has an ending where he straps Kazuya, Jin, and his father Jinpachi to a rocket ship and sends them into space.
That's where his level 3 and PlayStation All-Stars comes from.
While he looks on with binoculars and laughs.
And in the next game, he takes them to space, locks them in spacesuits, and tries to throw them out into space. And then, but I think Kazuya accidentally kicks them and they all just float off and then re-enter the atmosphere.
Yeah, no, I'm getting you.
Yeah, no, Tekken is a silly franchise. And it's so weird that Kazuya, they picked the most serious character possible for this goofy fighting game where he can fight.
I think my favorite one is from Tekken Tag Tournament 2. It's Lars's ending, because, for spoilers, Lars is technically Jin's half-brother. Because, where's it Kazuya's half-brother? I don't remember. But the point is that he's technically a member of the Mishima family. And, like, there's just a segment where it's just Heihachi, Kazuya, Jin, and Jun, who is Kazuya's former wife and the mother of Jin, just eating dinner at a table, and they're all like just fighting over food, and Lars never gets a chance to eat anything.
Dog and Crocodile King.
Yes, Lars Alexanderson is technically a Mishima.
With that knowledge, I definitely put him beneath Pikachu. Maybe Falco too. I feel like Hero has to be at the bottom of A tier.
I agree.
Just because of how damning that UI thing is.
Mm-hmm.
I still wouldn't want to put him in B though, because I feel like his character's bad, but he is representing his character.
Yes,
and he does so much to show off Tekken mechanically, if not thematically.
Yes. No, he works as a representation of the Mishima saga, so to speak. But past that, God, I wish there were more. Like the happiest thing for me is the spirit battle where it's Kuma and Panda and Yodeling on Meadow Hill is playing, and I'm like, yeah, this is Tekken. And when I'm playing,
I fucking love Yodeling in the Hills. It's such a shitpost song. I'm so glad I made it into this game.
This is Tekken.
It's weird to have Yodeling playing on just the super dark, ominous stage that is Heihachi's dojo. Above or below Falco? Just kind of move down the line.
I personally would go below, but I know I'm lower on him than you, so.
Yeah, because I still feel like, I don't, like, if you just, like, place him exactly where you want to, where would you put him?
If I were right where I wanted him?
Yeah.
Let's see. Around Sheik. I don't know above or below, but.
Okay.
Because I feel like big thing missing, but also does things super good.
Yeah.
I also remember thinking Kazuya got in over Heihachi. I mean, yeah, that's right. I was about to say, Sakurai actually said that. To which I say, you now have an opportunity to put a Tekken character in the next game that doesn't use the Devil Gene. And you could put Heihachi. And, let's not beat around the bush. Heihachi's gonna be a DLC character for Tekken 8.
I get.
He'll have a new voice actor.
And I don't know enough about Tekken that I want to favor your word more than mine. I have Unga Bunga fun with him, but
I think that Unga Bunga fun matters because it's allowing you to see it through a lens that I don't have.
Yeah, but I feel like optimally you want both. I feel like the perfect Smash designs get characters in every regard. Like, for what they're trying to appeal to, they nail it. If you want a power fantasy, you pick Sephiroth. If you want, like, just like a fun rushdown character, Captain Falcon's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Cerebral character, Snake is that's what Snake is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they may not appeal to everyone.
I would argue that Kazuya is way more cerebral than Snake is.
Everybody, but they appeal to who you would expect them to.
Yes.
You want a stupid troll character? Piranha Plant and Jigglypuff.
And Steve. God.
Yeah.
Well, no, Steve is like the high IQ, the Rick and Morty troll character.
That's totally the character that Rick would play. Okay. I would want to put him above Sheik, I think, because what's missing from Sheik annoys me so much more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, from what you've described, like.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I just think that they're two characters that
just love how they
functions incredible.
They just let Kazuya just casually kill all these characters. No, then again, Nintendo has done more than that to Captain Falcon and F-Zero as it is.
Incredibly well through their gameplay.
That would put him below Simon. Do you want him to stay below Simon?
Do I? Yes.
Okay, because I feel good. I still want him to be like on the higher end of things, but like I also love Simon for a lot of the same reasons.
Yeah.
So I can, that feels like a good place for him.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot Simon was there.
No worries. And with that was 5 hours of talking.
Yep.
Maybe it'll be shorter after.
A little shorter than that.
Probably about 4:30 because we.
The stream would have been 10 hours if I didn't do this. If I did this yesterday. Holy shit.
We had a lot of parts where we, and I'm glad to edit that out.
But yeah, I'm glad we didn't wait until the 11th character.
Yeah.
Because maybe we should have split this apart. But like, I'm glad to have everything on the
No,
table
we're not
now.
done. We have to talk about Sora, and we have the comments video.
I'm glad we have the exact top 5 that I wanted. So like I'm golden there.
The only difference of top 5 was that Snake was beneath Rob for me, and I'm perfectly fine moving him around.
Mm-hmm.
I just like my Rob.
I get you, but no.
Yeah, fair. Part of me wants.
But
to
we
just
are going to
reflect,
take a
like,
small
oh,
break
look how far
before we
we've
get
come,
to
but that
Sora
is
in the
so
next
long.
video.
We'll do that like
but God-
beginning of the comments
No,
video.
look at how far we've come. Like, compare our talks even on Villager to our talk on Isabelle, like from an analysis standpoint. Like, what a journey we have been on.
Yeah, and the worst part of this is now that I'm looking back at some of those Smash 4 characters and like, oh, okay, like maybe with this newfound perspective, like maybe I could make a case for Robin. Maybe Shulk has some good comments that we just put. We'll get into those for the comments because if we start talking about,
I'm at least glad my comments on Ryu and Ken would have
That's
gotten
fine.
them higher.
Let's talk about Luigi again.
No, not right now. Okay, thank you to everybody that has joined us on this very, very long journey. That technically isn't even over just yet.
Yep, but no, it's been fun, guys.
But,
thank
yes.
you all. We thank you all for all.
Before
your
we get to the
comments.
next
We do
video-
read every single one of them. I think.
I do want to.
Before we get to the next video, we are going to take a small break. About like, I think 10-15 minutes. It could be nice. Allow me to, finish the lunch that I never had a chance to finish. Go pet my cat, see how he's doing. And yeah. All I can say about this section was...
Kazuya Mishima wins.
I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello. So, I just, I got the video up and ready to go in the background. Just had to, you know, change some stuff around. And, yes, this will be the final part. Now, let me explain how this is gonna go. No, you're not looking through the entire 7 hours. You're not. I think that a lot of these characters are explained well enough to be where they are, and I think that at least 60 to 65, maybe 70% of them, I do not think are going to change spots. I think for the most part that the reasoning is sound enough for them to be where they are, and I do not see them changing from where they are. So the plan is that we're going to listen to Sora, and then when we're done with Sora, we're going to look at the final roster, and then from there, we're going to go back and look through both characters that I found the most, you know, that I think could have changed around the most. I'm very curious to hear opinions about, and I'll also take requests from the chat to see, like, what you guys want to see. I know somebody said something about Kirby, so I will be looking at Kirby at least, in terms of, you know, fan requests for what needs to be shown. And then that's how we'll end it. Yeah. As I said, this stream was not going to be as long as the others. Would have been even shorter if had we done, you know, Kazuya and the other and Aegis yesterday. But yeah, let's go.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to another episode of Design Dorks. Where
I'm just gonna skip the intro and go right to Sora.
We first have to talk about Sora. The final... did you say Fighter Pass 6? Did we get 6 of them?
He's number 11.
Yeah, I fucking wish.
I don't know. He's number 11.
We should be on Fire's Pass 6. Or, no, at least before the end of the Switch's lifespan.
Pass 2, number 6.
Yeah, there we go.
What the hell do I even say about Sora? That's right, I have to talk about this character. Sora is a character that, much like Joker and Persona as a whole, the majority of the stuff I know about Kingdom Hearts is basically through osmosis. And by that I mean I've never played Kingdom Hearts, but I've watched people play Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I've watched, like, story synopsises and explanations on how, like, the story of this game, of this series works. Like, I've seen all this, but I've never actually played the games. They never really have appealed to me as actual games. They just seem more like spectacles to look at from a distance. But in terms of Sora as a character in Smash, Sora as a character in Smash is a better Bayonetta than Bayonetta. If I were to, you know, just boil it down to the bottom line, that's how I would describe Sora. Oh, what is he? Oh, he's a character with a ton of target combos, and he's got really good, like, he's really good at, you know, aerial combos and stuff like that, and he's got all these unique, like, inputs and, like, all these unique strings. It's like, oh, you know, Bayonetta could use, like, half of that. Oh, and wait, Sora doesn't take more landing leg when he uses a lot of moves in the air. Fuck you. I think that it's a miracle that this character is even here at all for what, you know, this character is a part of and what this character is attached to. The fact that he's here is incredible, and I'll definitely say this. When I first saw the trailer start for Sora, I thought it was a Dark Souls reference. I thought that I thought it was going to be Dark Souls. I thought that Mario was going to reignite the first flame, and then, like, the Smash symbol would turn into the Dark Soul in the sky, and then, like, the Chosen Undead would be summoned. I fucking wish. I legitimately thought that that's where that trailer was going, because it had, like, the theming of a Dark Souls trailer, of, like, the opening of Dark Souls 1. I felt a lot of that in just, like, the way it was shot, but then looking back at it, I'm like, oh, there's Cloud and Sephiroth are in this trailer, but no other third party is. How did I not notice this at the beginning? Of course, it's somebody from Square. But I'm not upset that Sora's here. He's not particularly my cup of tea. I like his standards. I like 1/3 of his standard special. I like the lightning. Fire is underwhelming, and freeze is freeze. I like that he has wolf cannon. Like that. That's cool. Sora is got elements of characters I would have liked a lot more, but for what he is, he's fine. I don't think I know enough about Kingdom Hearts, like gameplay wise, to judge him too harshly in any direction. I think that the best thing to do is just put him in like A or B because of that. Because I don't know a lot about this character and how he plays in his. Well, I know how he plays in the games, but I don't know how the combat evolved from the simplicity of Kingdom Hearts 1 to what it is now in Kingdom Hearts 3. What'd you do to fix them? I don't fucking know. I don't play Kingdom Hearts. Ask somebody that plays Kingdom Hearts. They'll probably tell you how to fix them. I'm just upset that he's a better Bayonetta than Bayonetta. But yeah, like A or B, either or, it's fine.
The final man.
Yeah. Which, first off, that was such a great way to end things off. Like, he wasn't my personal hyped character, but like getting the number one character that was like most requested is that is the choice to make.
Exactly. No, I'm really, really happy that he is in the game. It was the right call to make.
It was the right call. I agree.
And being realizable and not Goku.
Yeah, for sure. But in terms of a design, I feel like Sora's an interesting case because there's a lot of ways that you can approach him. Because for one, you have to take into account the entirety of the Kingdom Hearts franchise, which I do feel like he's a little lacking in that regard, because Kingdom Hearts has become so crazy, a visual fireworks show with all sorts of VFX, like tons of crazy transforming moves and summons. But then you also have the simpler Kingdom Hearts 1 just kind of embodying this Disney magic, for lack of a better way of putting it, of just a very happy, floaty guy of friendship, and he's pretty much the character that embodies the superpower of friendship.
Yeah, no, he's a good boy, and that's basically it, but he doesn't have to be much more.
Exactly. And I do feel like when approaching it from that perspective, from like the classic Kingdom Hearts 1 design, I think he's all right. He's got that very nice, I don't know if I'd say a very nice. Kingdom Hearts combat is a little clunky, but they translate that clunkiness pretty well with like the 3-hit combo. Whenever you hit somebody with like an aerial or a jab attack, you're going to hit them again with something else.
Oh yeah, no, his feel when compared to Kingdom Hearts is absolutely fantastic. Like, it makes sense. You get the rhythm of it down, and it works.
For sure. I really like how ridiculously floaty he is. He beats out Jigglypuff in that regard for just how long he can stay in the air. He can chase characters off the stage like no other character.
Yeah, Jigglypuff's gonna sue.
But at the same time, I feel like there are things missing from him.
Well, I know that there are things missing from him, and they relate to 3 overlaid circles that happen at the edge of his keychain. And you know, I don't want to be the guy that says, well, Sora doesn't work without his Disney connection. There's no way that it could work. I mean, he does. He's in this game, and he works. He's charming. He has some great moves. I love his down air. It's not all that practical, but just the motion of it, the flow of it, it feels so unique, and it feels like it fits him so well. And he has a ton of little flourishes like that. The way that he moves is very much how a child would envision themselves fighting. And that's very, very fun. It's like this great middle ground of Japanese McSword Boy and Peter Pan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I actually kind of decided before this, we started this recording, just because I was trying to figure out how much I valued that Disney connection, having Donald Goofy around. The thing that I came up with just in my head is that whatever I end up placing Sora at, I'd move him down half a tier because of that lack of Disney. Because that kind of feels like how much that affects him. Because it doesn't hurt him that badly, but it's kind of like if Shulk didn't have other characters in his Final Smash chain attack.
Exactly.
He doesn't need that, but it feels weird not to have it.
Exactly. And for a character who is so, catchphrase is "my friends are my power." To have no friends is awkward. They do a great job of solidifying his gameplay. They do a great job with his animations and getting that personality in, but we don't get that interplay that we get with other characters. Like, Sora is on a Destiny Island all alone by himself.
And obviously Donald and Goofy were probably never going to show up, but even in that case, like, would it really have been so hard to have Riku and Kairi with him firing off that beam for his final smash? I don't feel like
think that would have been nice.
Too much to ask.
Well, yeah, it's too much to ask to put Kairi in anything, as we're all well aware.
Okay, fair point.
That's just too hard. Maybe next game.
Maybe next game. Hasn't that been the saying for like
Yes.
8 games?
Yes.
But even with that curse, you could have had Roxas.
Yeah,
God.
Roxas and Xion and Ventus and the other Sora.
Data Sora and I don't know. I'm not very caught up with Kingdom Hearts.
I don't know.
But,
Anti-Sora, Majin
even
Sora.
with that, I kind of just feel like, okay, wherever we kind of fit him, just nuke him down half a tier, just from wherever that is, just for the lack of friendship.
I do, in general, like him. Like, I feel like his design is a more successful Meta Knight.
That's a good way to put it, yeah. Because he has a lot more of that flair. There's a lot more oomph. I love certain things like
I
his
don't
up smash is
see
fantastic.
Meta Knighted him,
His
but
down smash is
that's an interesting
fantastic.
comparison.
I love those new flourishes. I've been saying for so long that characters need like shockwave kind of down smashes, and they finally gave one.
Yeah, no, they do a great job with a ton of Sora's moves. And like, as much as I am being negative, I'm saying this from a place of I like Sora. I like what they did. I think they did a good job with him. But I think that extends mainly to his combat. He has the issue that a lot of the anime sword fighters have, where their moves make sense, but their personality is a lot more muted. Like, Sora's a bit more cartoony than the other ones, but even then, like, he's not as animated as, say, Captain Falcon, who's in a very similar...
I mean, that's a very, very high comparison. I don't think that's a fair comparison for poor Sora. You can't say that, he's not like Captain Falcon, when how many characters in Smash are like Captain Falcon in that regard?
position.
Yeah, well, most characters aren't as animated as Captain Falcon.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying the Captain Falcon should be the level that you're going for.
No, Captain Falcon is very much a thing that I think should just not... I think what you're looking for more is Incineroar than Captain Falcon.
A lot of that, because, like, I love that personality.
And even that he doesn't like compare to things like, I don't think he even compares to like Peach or
Yeah.
or like Yoshi even. And Yoshi's kind of a...
And I say Incineroar because I think that a character like Sora would be better showing his personality through animation than through, being Captain Falcon.
to design in the first place. I do think he's impeccably animated. Like the spell effects on his taunts, especially, just like they've nailed the visual design of the magic effects of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, totally.
Sound design's fantastic. That really helps to like define him from the other sword fighters. Like they got the Kingdom Hearts sound and visual design on his hits to a T.
Absolutely. It's just... I feel like he is as good as he could be given his limitations.
Yeah,
But
That's
those
fair.
limitations are still on him. He's good, but he still has his training weights on.
exactly. Like to compare it to something where those limitations don't exist. I think his design in Smash Flash 2 is just better. Like, you got the Disney connections, you got a few more character connections. Like, I think Riku's an assist trophy in that game as well. Even though it's obviously a more cheaply designed game, I like that design more.
Yeah.
And having that as a point of comparison just does hurt him a little bit for me here.
That's fair. Also, just a side note, the worst classic mode in the game.
Yes.
Like, some are less inspired, I'll give you, but to actually play it? Like, it's not going to damage him much, but still, I hate the Mr. Game & Watch fight so much.
I don't even know what it's supposed to be. I've never played it.
So, it has no business being that hard.
Thank you for ruining this for your gimmick. It's a very pretty gimmick. I will give you that.
Where are you kind of feeling for Sora? He kind of feels in a B tier kind of
He is.
zone for me.
I feel more akin to him than I do Cloud, basically. That whole Cloud and Simon Belmont, where, like, there's a lot there, but there's something missing. And with Sora, it's a lot more obvious than those two, for me.
Yes. I agree. I can actually pull from a few comments for Sora, actually, because I did get a few.
Oh, let's hear them.
First off from Jamester, who's going to be appearing a lot.
Hey, Jamester cameo.
Comment just ranking every single character, and he had some really good insight on this.
Oh, nice.
Jamester feels like he's a bit of an overhyped inclusion because nothing about Sora feels unique to him. He kind of feels like a mishmash, a hodgepodge of a lot of the most annoying attacks of other characters. Like even the floatiness is very comparable to Jigglypuff and Ness, and like he's got a down B counter as well.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing really impresses Jamester about them, but he also ranked him B tier as well. So.
Well, I can feel that. I feel like we're at the point where we're almost at 90 characters. There's going to be a lot of overlap because you're a man who hits things with a stick. With that said, I do feel that his rhythm is very unique. Like, even if I call him a more successful Meta Knight, he has a much different feel than Meta Knight does. A more complete feel, mind you. One that's like a middle ground between Meta Knight and Mewtwo. But, like, it's still successful. I would still call Sora his own unique entity in this game.
Yes. I onto that. The interactions between his side B and his up B, just the amount of verticality that gives him, like, he beats out Jigglypuff for how high he can go.
Right.
And he's
Pretty
doing
much
damage while he's doing it, and that really gives him a different feel from most other characters that carry you off the screen.
Right.
So I don't necessarily agree with the whole sentiments, but I can see where that's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
No, as a character, Sora is not mid-tier. I think Sora is like a high tier. I think like the tier list had him at like 30 or 30, like between 30 and 33 on the tier list. So at least as a competitive character, he's not a mid-tier.
Ditto Master, I'm not going to read the whole thing of this because it's very, very large, but he put up a fantastic write-up of just how much he loved this just Sora being added.
Holy shit, that's a wall of text.
They announced Sora 13 days from his release date. He's the 13th DLC character, counting Piranha Plant and Mithra as separate. He was added in 13.0 of the updates. He has 13 spirits. It was very funny just like seeing those connections.
I'm glad the people can count better than...
Reading back over this without the impending doom of, oh god, we've got 80 plus more characters to go through. I should have highlighted more aspects of the second paragraph. Wouldn't have changed our file placement, but there's a lot of good insight there. Please read it. And it's not even getting into how lovingly crafted the moveset looks. It would have been so easy for them to have like 97 gimmick to Sora because of just how much stuff he has in this series, but I'm so glad they went with the fundamentals. The most important thing of adding Sora is the ebb and flow of Kingdom Hearts' combat rather than all the fancier and over-the-top stuff. And they nailed that so hard. Combine that with all the little touches sprinkled into the entire moveset, and it feels just like such a love letter to the series. The sound effects for switching between the magic, the added touch of being able to spam especially fire, how fucking cool Sonic Blade is translated, and the fact that they implemented the lock-on mechanic onto that one move. Again, it's Wolf Cannon. It's John Talbane's Wolf Cannon, but I'm at least glad that kind of move got into Smash. How his final smash is basically the ending to Kingdom Hearts 1, but it goes boom because of course it does. And how they did the effect where you defeat a boss in Kingdom Hearts when you win a match in stamina mode. How the projectile deflection of his down B lends itself so well to doubles, making it feel like potentially the most powerful friendshipy move in the game. How his animations are so stylish and flashy, while still feeling so optimistic and cheerful and happy, utterly nailing his personality and the tone and style of the series to a T. The sound design, the stars that come out when you hit an opponent, You can just tell how much of a fan of the series Sakurai is from every angle. Combine this with how he looks, so much more cerebral and flexible than, say, Bayonetta. Don't make me sad, and it's just a treat. Yeah, I mean, that sounds all accurate to me.
Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, but he also just kind of points out the caveats as well. As much as he loves this character, it was like one of his most hyped inclusions. Adding on a down B as a counter reflector, like as much as it makes sense for him with how flashy Kingdom Hearts is, like there's so much that could have been done.
What Darkstalker's character would you want in Smash? Any of them. Literally any of them.
That doesn't really nuke him down at all.
I feel like it's necessary to get something that represents the reaction command because it's such an integral part of Kingdom Hearts' gameplay, but...
Well, even that, I feel like you could have done something else. Like, maybe tie that into the side B functionality. Like, you counter and then you start doing that chain attack thing.
I could see that. I could see, like, it having a mechanic where if you do essentially a perfect shield, but with the move, it's a reaction-based move, and you just get that instant hit there. I mean, I'd like that more for Little Mac, but that's good, too.
Yeah. Ditto Master describes the counter kick from Kingdom Hearts 3, where he kind of, like, flies over them and attacks with a multi-hitting kick upon a guard. So maybe, like, a gap close or something. I don't know. But again, Ditto Master just, like, is impeccably happy about them. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm singling out a nitpick on it just because most of the rest of the comment is just full out praise, and I wanted to call it out because it's impeccably written.
Alrighty.
Super Speed Raven just really wants to call out just the Disney vibe of whimsy, just of Sora's character, because like as much as his full-on character isn't represented through like voice lines and animations, you still get that from just how, again, the Peter Pan vibe of how floaty he is.
Yes.
How well his sound effects are superb. They still got Haley Joel Osment for the role.
Yes, no, they did a good job with all the surface level details, and again, it does feel very Peter Pan-y, and it is very magical and whimsical in it's magical.
It definitely sells whimsical. I will not knock the design for that.
It's kind of everything else that is not missing but lacking.
And then there was one more comment from Jared Hebert, I think, that actually has Sora in F tier.
Ooh, okay.
What?
For reasons that I don't necessarily agree with, but I wanted to bring it up because I think it is an interesting opinion to have. Jared doesn't like Sora's inclusion because he feels it kind of embodies all that's wrong in the entertainment industry right now. Just praising Nomura's bad habits as a director and writer and Disney just being in the game in the first place. He's not really fond of. I can see where that's coming from. And he also just complains that putting so much effort into Sora.
That is why Sora is the worst character to join Super Smash Bros. Thus far, at least to me, changed my mind. Okay, turn your attention to example 1 on the stand. Ganondorf exists.
That wouldn't have...
The argument is now done. That's all I need to say. Ganondorf exists.
But Sora's inclusion is that he's here because he was the character that people wanted most. And I don't think it's Sora's fault that there are problems with the company he is representing.
Right. Like,
so I respect the opinion, but I don't think it matters in this context.
No, I agree. Just looking at like that's true, but then also Snake and the Belmonts also moved to F tier instantly.
Exactly.
And then all Capcom characters moved to C as their cap because they're getting better, but they were shit for like a period of 10 years. And then all Pokemon characters moved down.
Nintendo itself has some problems. Like, once you start trying to judge a work of art based on the company it comes from, like, I'm always going to love StarCraft's Warcraft, Diablo. Like, that's never going away.
Yeah, same.
Right? Because
I still play WoW on occasion. I mean, current expansion's fun. Been looking for a chance to go back to it.
As they may have been made by people that were awful, they were also made by people that were wonderful.
Yeah, separate the art from the artist.
At the same time. And I don't feel like you have to separate the company and the character.
Yes.
Because once you start going down that rabbit hole, you realize that, oh, wait, none of these people are great. Like you can't appreciate anything under these.
I am literally trying to look for a character that stays where they are, And I think it's just Falcon because don't say bad about the dead.
I maybe Banjo, because Rare is also in that category, kind of.
Oh, yeah, but Rare's been on the upswing. Like, I think Sea of Thieves is their most popular anything ever.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the company ever.
Yeah, okay.
Like, they made some bad things, but there was nothing really wrong with the company itself.
Yeah, you got it. So we've got Falcon and we've got Banjo.
Yeah, and then I don't even know enough.
And then we look at Terry and you're like, hey, aren't you with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? That's complicated.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, so again, like, I don't want to disrespect the opinion. I think it's a valid opinion to have, but, like, I think that once you start going down that road, like, you can't judge off of that. And even then, I don't think Sora's to fault. Because Sora isn't here because of Disney. Sora's here because people wanted him to be here.
Yes. And trust me, Disney has tried to get into video games and failed repeatedly.
I will never forgive Disney for what they did to Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
This
Not ever.
is
Insanely fun game, but fuck you, that game should still be alive.
a very organic love that is not propped up by the Disney media machine. This kind of happened in spite of that. Like, Kingdom Hearts happened because Nomura met with an executive in Disney on an elevator and was like, hey, I make video games. You're Disney. You want to do a thing together? And they were like, yeah, and friendship.
Exactly. So where does Sora end up for you? Like, is it still kind of in that Cloud side? I think I'd put him below Cloud, just off of that comparison.
I think I would put him below Simon Belmont.
Okay, and is that before or after the...
No, Infinite was hampered because of Marvel and Disney. You know, enforcing a lot of really dumb rules about how the characters interacted, and basically how Marvel characters basically just can't be beaten by Capcom characters. There was a lot of really stupid shit behind the scenes of Marvel Infinite, and it is so utterly obnoxious how bad that game was handled.
Disney nuke.
That is... I'd still say that's after the lack of Disney nuke. Like, I'm willing to go probably around Byleth, where we have him, but I wouldn't put him even with the Disney factor below Byleth.
Okay. Because, like, just hypothetically, if he did have that, I'd be definitely looking maybe even low A tier.
I would be comparing him to Pikachu then. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, around the Byleth area. Sorry, did you say above or below Byleth?
I would say above Byleth.
Okay. I think looking at, I think I'd put him directly between Kazuya and Sheik, based off of where things are placed right now.
That sounds right.
Okay.
Good.
And would you
Final
look at that?
tier list.
Final tier list. We're done. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yep. Good job. Let's ruin it.
Yeah, because now we have a lot of things to cover. Now that we're getting into like the main comments, I want to go over like a few.
It's time for the meat and
disclaimers
potatoes.
about
It's
how we're
time
gonna
for
go
the
through this.
It's time for the finale, ladies and gentlemen.
First off, I think I was pretty thorough, but there's no way I got everything. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just there's so much. I'm sure I missed something. I generally skipped over comments that agreed with us, just because there's a lot to get to, and I didn't want to repeat things we've already said.
Thank you. Trust me, I have read them, and I agree.
Yes. We're only going to go over comments that were centered around moving a character's placements. I saw a ton of fantastic comments brainstorming about how characters could be better, but that's not really relevant to what we're talking about today. And in the interest of just time and getting to everything that does pertain to this topic, I've skipped over most comments like that, but I do want to shout out just how cool some of those ideas were.
Absolutely, and thank you for them. It's great.
I'm just very thankful that my ideas for Ryu and Ken and my defense of them, at least I know, would have gotten them up at least a tier, and that is enough for me.
Greatly appreciated.
And we can't really consider comments that didn't explain themselves. Nothing personal. I want to pull one up real quick just because I remember off the top of my head. There's one for Pac-Man. Just saying that my mind is boggling at Pac-Man in A, but Mega Man in F. Which, nothing personal against you. I'm sure you had good reasons to think that, but I can't read between the lines of that comment, so I'm not going to consider it.
Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, yeah, I like Mega Man more than Pac-Man as a character in general. Like, that's true, but not as a Smash Brothers character.
And then there was a major sentiment
This is
in
going
the
to be an
comments
interesting
that
section just by that
maybe we'll
statement
talk about, I
alone.
just wanted to kind of discuss with you.
Okay.
Something that's basically boiled down to a character is poorly designed because they are not fun to play against. I don't think that's a valid argument because
No, I don't think it's valid
is
either.
simply subjective. There are
Quick, off the top of your head, name 5 characters in Smash that are fun to fight against. You're never gonna get it because they don't exist.
just people will find some things fun that others will not. Like, I do not like playing against Snake or Rob, but I would never move them out of the S tier. Like, it's just, I think there are ways to design characters that are more enjoyable for a wider audience, but I don't think that's a knock against people like I hate fighting against Ness. Ness is never fun to play against. But
No, he's
some
not.
people do.
Yeah, some people like playing as him. People have a different connection with him. What matters, I think, is the fact of, is the core of their character relatively fun for what they are going for? Not if you click with it or not, but for what they're trying to do, is it fun? And if so...
I like how you see, I proved my point. The most I see is the highest one I saw is somebody getting 3 people. Let's be completely honest. Some characters, most characters, from the perspective of you being the one in control of the opposite character, they're not fun to fight. You can know how to fight them, but knowing how to fight them doesn't inherently make them fun to fight. While there are some stuff that is, fun to exploit, like it is very fun to steal Ness and Lucas's PK Thunder when they're trying to recover, as someone like Villager or Rosalina. I wouldn't inherently call Ness or Lucas fun to fight because of that.
Is it not like the most oppressive thing? Like, can you work around it from a base level? Because, like, I understand. I play Donkey Kong. I have multiple matchups where I just go, well, guess I'll die.
Yeah. I play DD, I understand, but
Yeah.
You know what? That's a good way to put it, Duke. Players are fun to fight, not characters. Exactly.
that's just the reality of these sorts of games.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a game that's just Captain Falcons, because then all the people that enjoy playing as zoners they just don't have anything to play as.
Exactly. I think it's more if you get a unique feel out of it, and if that feel feels right for the people who enjoy it. And
Exactly.
And also if that represents the character perfectly.
All right. With that said, that's all the heads up I wanted to give. Shall we begin properly?
Yeah, let's go in.
Okay. Do we listen to Mega Man first before we look at the final product? I think we should listen, and I think we should wait and listen to Mega Man first before we look at the final product, and then go from there. Okay, well, we're just going to let it roll because it looks like the villager section is very small and the Mega Man one is enormous.
Do it.
All right. It's nice because I feel like these first 2 characters are like the perfect just extremes of like these discussions. Because first off, we just have Villager. Villager's a lovely character. Nobody really had anything to say about it. I just had one comment from the noteworthy Danny that just wanted to shout out the brilliance of using balloon fights as its as Villager's recovery. Just because that gets over their obvious platforming difficulty, and it brings in a great reference in the first place.
I totally forgot while saying it that Balloon Fight was the gift that you get for your birthday in the first Animal Crossing, and that's so cool. I totally forgot that, so thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, it doesn't really move to the character's placement on the tier list for me, but it was a nice thing of like, oh yeah, that is a nice design touch. Good for you.
It makes me happy.
Yes. And then after that,
Oh boy.
Mega Man.
So everyone agreed with me, and we had a great time.
Yes, we don't have to talk about Mega Man. Let's move on to Wii Fit Trainer.
Yeah, we had just so many comments expressing how right we were. How many people who went, I never thought about that, But you know what? You're right. As
You can't
are
see
in
it, but I'm smiling
everything.
right now.
Yeah.
Damn, Pierre. How are you so smart and handsome at the same time?
I mean, you did get a few people that were agreeing with you, but you also got a lot that had other things to say.
I've already said my 2 cents, and I think I did a very good job of explaining why Mega Man's at least an A.
I do want to shout out that a lot of people had some really good, discussions about it, but I want to get through a few smaller things first. For one, there was one comment of a sentiment that was expressed a lot that we were talking about how Mega Man isn't accessible when people were thinking oh, Mega Man isn't accessible, his games are super difficult. And I talked about this in a previous episode, but just in case people were only watching this after seeing
We don't gotta talk about Mega Man? Yes, we do. We absolutely do. All the Capcom characters in Smash are wonderful and deserve to be talked about to the highest extent.
Accessibility and difficulty are two completely different things. If I took someone that was new to video games and put them in front of StarCraft 2's campaign on easy difficulty, that game is just a complete cakewalk, but an RTS is a very inaccessible genre. There's a lot of things you have to know just how things work to get into it. Whereas if I was to give them Mega Man, you have a button to walk. Well, not button. You can walk, you can jump, you can shoot. They're going to be able to understand that instantly and jump straight into the first death trap.
Exactly. Mega Man is the most video gamey video game. If you mixed every NES game together in genre and style, you would probably end up with Mega Man.
Yeah. And then there was another small comment. Just so people know, I have 14 Mega Man comments here that I'm kind of skimming through. We got a lot of. From Smeared. This was one that actually agreed with you. And something that kind of struck a chord with me. Because I've also, I've actually played a few Mega Man games in the time between that recording and now, so I actually have some things to say too. But this comment here, Smeared takes issue with his aesthetic representation as a mute, living NES sprite, because Mega Man isn't supposed to be a soulless robot. He's meant to be cute and lively,
But he's not, he doesn't have a voice, and I agree, that's a little weird, but he emotes a lot. A lot, and he emotes more in Smash Ultimate than he did in Smash 4. He gets surprised, he gets angry, he gets happy, he gets... His eyes, fizzle out when he's, stunned. And when he's, taking damage. Mega Man emotes a lot in Smash. You don't see it very much.
Astro Boy, Smearg is so heartbroken that he didn't use his actual design from the official art of these games and the comments and everything. Even despite everything that we might discuss here today, I
think people just want his 11 design, but the 11 design has the same proportions as Mega Man and Smash. Their proportions are nearly identical to each other.
One comment, immediately locks Mega Man out of the higher tiers for me. No matter what happens here.
I completely agree.
How soulless he is, the more I think about it, the more it hurts. Because
but he's not soulless.
All the other characters can have became so expressive, and what that could have been for Mega Man, that makes me sad.
Okay, I will tell you this because I worked with the model before when I was doing thumbnails for these streams. Mega Man has more facial animations than a majority of the models that I have on hand for Smash Ultimate characters, with how his eyes and his mouth and everything moves. Mega Man is not soulless. Mega Man emotes a lot. The only thing is that you don't really realize it because he doesn't have a voice.
Yeah, the thing that keeps Sonic out of F tier at the moment is that he's still Sonic. You look at him and he's muted compared to what he is. But if you were a person who plays Sonic, that's still the character and the identity of Sonic. When you play Mega Man, he is faithful to his gameplay animations to the expense of everything else.
For sure. And then the last small thing.
Even just look when he shoots here. Like, look, he emotes. Look at this.
Is that he's
Like, I'll even
still
pause to
Sonic.
just show you what I mean. Like, just watch when he just shoots
he's
his
muted
basic
compared to
buster.
what he is. But like, if you were a person who plays Sonic, that's still the character and the identity of Sonic. When you play Mega Man, he is faithful to his gameplay animation.
Oh, look at that face. Look at that facial recognition of being punched really hard.
To the
Look at that surprise because he missed.
expense of
Look at that determination as he shoots his Mega Buster.
everything else.
For sure. And then the last small thing, it was a sentiment I saw up. I'm looking at a comment from Zapblaze right now. Is that Zapblaze
And he, like, when he's charging his charge shot, he grits his teeth.
thinks that him having different loadouts in Smash 4 is what really made him work there, and that when we lost the custom moves, we actually lost like a good chunk of what Mega Man was. I think we actually just...
I don't inherently agree, but they could have just put in an Echo Fighter. They could have just made Proto Man Echo Fighter and just put in some of them and make it work with a bigger focus on games after Mega Man 2.
That's that a little bit, but that was having those different loadouts and like Mega Man really being able to customize his playset really helped capture that feel of just what Mega Man games are.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And like, you know, if he was introduced in Ultimate, he would have some way to swap between moves.
For sure.
It's the fact that he's locked to his Smash 4 design that keeps him limited.
And then at this point, everything is disagreed.
Oh, perfect. Alrighty.
But before we get to like the specifics, I've seen you talking with a lot of the people about Mega Man in...
Ivory, I've just explained that I work with the model. I literally know what the character looks, how the character looks when they're animating with the stuff that the character has been given. He has fucking eyebrows. He emotes. Like, what are you talking about?
Comments themselves, like, do you have any like specific conversations you remember, and like how has your viewpoint of Mega Man shifted off of those conversations?
Something that I remember being spoken about very much specifically is that, of course, Mega Man doesn't reflect his level design, because my big argument is that Mega Man does not feel like he does going through...
Dude, he's just opening his mouth. I'm glad that you're not looking at his eyes, which are, the most expressive part of the face.
...through a Mega Man level. It's very hyper specialized, so to speak. And an argument that I saw a lot is like, well, yeah, of course. That's how he fights against bosses. Like, when you're in a one-on-one arena with a boss, you don't have those movement options. You're locked in, you're going to charge in and then hit with the weakness. That's what Mega Man does, and that's how he plays in Smash. And, to an extent, fair point on that. That's
He emotes more than Smash 4 and Ultimate Sonic, I'll tell you that much at least.
Completely fair. So considering that, I also think that we should make Mario jump less, and that every single time that he does an attack, it counts up to 3. And every third attack will do extra damage, because that's how it works in his boss fights.
I don't know if I'd necessarily agree with that comparison.
Exactly.
Because, no, by comparing Mario to Mega Man there, because from what I played of Mega Man games, the boss fights are where the actual combat shines a lot more.
Yes, Mega Man combat in both just like the platforming and just the boss fights, they feel decently disconnected from each other.
In my eyes. Like, when I'm platforming through the Mega Man games, I'm also very bad at Mega Man games, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But I'm usually saving my ammunition for the whatever boss I'm going up against. So I'm often just running, jumping, gunning, and in that way, I remember something you said in the in that original episode of just like Mega Man doesn't go pew pew, he goes bang bang. Mega Man is the most pew pew character I have ever played as.
Yes, holy shit! I'm so thankful that was retconned.
I hate playing this Mega Man.
He is very... there is no bang bang in Mega Man.
Very satisfying for me.
Oh, lemons are really satisfying when you rush right into someone's bum and you go pew 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 pew.
Yeah. And maybe this is just me not getting it. It's a weird case that's Mega Man kind of feels accurate to me just because I don't enjoy playing as Mega Man in Smash for the same reasons I don't enjoy playing Mega Man games.
All right.
But it was kind of...
While I can see that, I do still strongly feel that the core of Mega Man is his levels. Like, the boss encounters exist, but they're very much, okay, what is the boss weakness? Hit them with it twice and exploit an easy pattern.
Well, not if you don't have the weakness.
That's not the core of where people's memories lie. And if it is, it's because of an exploitable cheese factor, like the Yellow Devil. Like, the most memorable Mega Man boss is because you mash pause and you kill it real fast. So, I think...
That's... I'm trying to think of there being, like... The most memorable parts of Mega Man levels for some people is clipping through the levels and skipping them all together. I remember the Something Salt's video on Mega Man 2 World Records and how did people beat those games? Oh, they literally, some sections you literally just clip through the wall and skip the entire thing. So I don't know if I inherently agree with that.
That the core of Mega Man's design needs to stick to feeling like how he flows in levels. Because you have so many characters who are based on these...
Okay, let Mega Man clip through the floor. Let Mega Man use Rush Coil to clip through the bottom of the stage to the top of it. There you go, perfect.
Platforming appearances. Just looking at the Mario cast in general and contrasting them to Mega Man is disheartening. And there are characters who focus more on their boss encounters. Snake in specific focuses a lot on how he operates in boss fights. But Metal Gear bosses are some of the most acclaimed in all the video games. Like,
not the ones that use explosives. The ones that use hand-to-hand combat, yes. You know, the most iconic example is the fight against Ocelot on the top of Outer Haven in Metal Gear Solid 4. The boss fights against the Metal Gears, most people think they're okay. The boss fight against Metal Gear Rex was pretty cool. Too many Metal Gear Rays for people to care after like the 5th or 6th one. And Sahelanthropus was terrifying, but I wouldn't inherently call it a great boss fight.
If you hear about Metal Gear, your introduction is probably Psycho Mantis. If you hear about Mega Man, it's probably because he's Mega Man.
No, well, if you hear Metal Gear Solid, you think Ocelot and the boss and Liquid Snake, those iconic final hand-to-hand fights. The boss and Ocelot especially.
Run through the level and you jump and shoot.
This is true. This is true. It's hard for me to say for certain because I haven't gotten very I've played through I've gotten like halfway through Mega Man X, halfway through Mega Man 7, and I tried to play
Psycho Mantis transcends the series' reputation with all the fourth wall breaks. I don't inherently agree. There are fourth wall breaks in the Ocelot fight too. Literally at the very end, he does the "you're pretty good." You know, Metal Gear's fourth wall breaks are fun, but I would never. I don't think I've ever met somebody that's a huge fan of Metal Gear and would say that the Psycho Mantis fight is a better fight than either the boss or Ocelot in MGS4.
And immediately stopped.
Oh no, you don't play Mega Man 1. That's okay.
But from
They remember the novelty of having to switch controllers, but like the fight itself is kind of unremarkable after you switch controllers.
I played, I do feel like there is a kind of similar flow to how he runs and jumps. Like, his actual physics are pretty close to how he works. I do kind of wish he fell a lot faster, just to kind of mimic how just quickly he drops after walking off of a ledge.
You know what? Yeah, Christian has it. If we're going purely off of memeage, it's not Psycho Mantis. It's literally the entirety of Revengeance, especially Senator Armstrong.
just to kind of give him more mobility in
And that fight's freaking incredible.
that regard. But
So are like all the other boss fights in the game, to be honest.
with how Rush works, correct me if I'm wrong, but Rush is one of those up Bs that doesn't put Mega Man in special fall.
Correct. He can act out of it.
Yeah, that gives him a lot of platforming utility that a lot of other characters simply don't have, which allows for a lot of really fun. It took me a while of just going back.
It's a
to
tad
my
disconnected
memory
from the
banks,
rest of
but
Metal Gear. So is Psycho Mantis.
I do remember actually really enjoying Mega Man right when Smash for 3DS came out. Because of being able to combo people off the top with the air cutter and be able
Yes.
to rush and keep firing up air cutters.
Yes.
But I do feel like he has. I don't think he's as good as he could be. Like, to be clear, but I do feel like he does have those platforming elements with how Rush functions.
All right.
I want to shout out CGS0 because I know you and him had a good conversation, but I can't read out the full conversation.
No
Oh,
problem.
I used to watch this
Is
guy a
that-
lot
that
back
would
in the day.
be-
Jesus Christ, I didn't know
Yeah,
he's
no,
still
that's
going.
fair.
Jelly. This is the one I'm looking for.
Alrighty.
So Jelly feels that Mega Man really does encapsulates how he plays against the Robot Masters, as you said, more than he does against the normal enemies when fighting in Smash. The whole game plan in Mega Man is to fight around the Robot Masters and jump around their attacks while still being able to get chip damage off of them, and you usually have to sometimes get close to them while maintaining a distance to do so.
Yes.
And the Mega Buster in Smash gets that concept pretty well, in my opinion.
Yeah,
You gotta
yeah.
get
From the competitive clips that I've shown, I think that it does that fairly well.
close while trying to maintain a distance to get some damage off your opponent, and when you want to kill move, you run in with a smash attack. While not being
And Mega Upper.
a one-to-one in his games, the forward smash also makes sense as the Mega Buster because in his games, that is the most common kill move as it is in Smash. For balancing reasons, it makes total sense why we weren't able to jump in the air while with the charge move. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that part, but for the most part, that does ring true.
Because that would be so overpowered. You just need to, nerf it down substantially. But I feel like just giving him that Marvel vs. Capcom charge shots would fix a lot of my problems with Mega Man.
I completely agree.
But I do agree with the sentiment that Mega Man is designed more for the Robot Masters tier. Like, whether that's good or not is up for debate. And looking back
I would
at-
argue that since this is a combat-based game, and there have been Mega Man games that are literally just fight the bosses like Power Fighters, yeah, I think that translating that to a fighting game like Smash, I think that that's definitely the best choice.
how I played Mega Man, I do remember the levels and being more impressed by the level design more than I was by the bosses. Because Mega Man levels are great at like teaching you a mechanic and then building off of that mechanic. Whereas,
Maybe the early ones, I don't know about some of the later games.
as you said, that Mega Man bosses are usually just figure out which ability to spam and murder them.
Yes.
Jelly feels like the reason more people don't play Mega Man is due to how different his character is to the norm, which I think is just true.
Yeah.
That's
But
fair.
that very fact is what makes Mega Man stand out to the rest. He also has a high difficulty curve, which if you're saying that hurts the image of the I don't agree with that, but he concludes that to say out of all the characters to get that special treatment, Mega Man makes sense because his games are vastly different from other regular platformers. He almost perfectly portrays the run and gun genre, which was partially popularized by him, and has made a pseudo return in the mainstream with games like Cuphead, which I
Yeah.
could kind of see if you're trying to presenting it more as like the run and gun side over the individual platforming. Because like he's the only character that can move and shoot at the same time.
I do feel that. My issue is I disagree with the fact that this is how Mega Man plays. Because Mega Man is a lot of charge in, charge out. It's a very steady dance.
Which he is in Ultimate.
And Mega Man in Smash is a lot more pepper from the same distance and then walk in with Leaf Shield.
On certain situations, no, but I think I've already proven that that is objectively not correct.
It's
You know what's funny? I think that's where our disconnect lies because
If need be, I will go get the video again just to beat the point home. But I'm more than certain that just that is not accurate for what Mega Man's playstyle is in Smash at all.
that kind of playstyle is how you play Mega Man at first, because that's how I'm at. Because I'm terrified of getting close to enemies, just because I'm still bad at the game. So I'm kind of just like, oh, I gotta stay away, just kind of pepper, kind of jump up, shoot over the ledge, come down, pepper, shoot up the ledge, go down.
There you go. We've got it. Mega Man in Smash is what Mega Man is like if you play Mega Man badly. That is canon now.
Oh, for Christ's sake,
What I
Pyrr.
would like to see from Mega Man is a lot more drop down, hit him with your moves that are necessary, and hit them with very specific options, because you'll notice that all of Mega Man's Robot Master moves are very, very specialized. And he gets a few good ones. He gets Air Shooter there.
You mean like they are in Mega Man themselves? You know, outside of the broken overbalancing that was Metal Blade?
And actually just Air Shooter. I only like Air Shooter.
I'd give some credit to Crash Bomb. Like, it's a worse version of Sephiroth, but it's so quick,
They're not used for the same purpose.
and it gives
And I'd argue that Crash Bomb is one of the best tech chasing options in the entire game.
so much utility that there's really not a reason not to use it.
It's so
And then
hard for me
Metal
because
Blade is so broken, but it is useful in so many utility ways.
see, my issue is that in Smash 4 he had much better options with the Danger Wrap and the Shadow Blade, and those are just better tools than what he has
I do not think so.
now.
Bill,
You can't you can't bomb a ledge with Danger Wrap.
building off something you just said from I'm sorry, Daixo, I've never known how to pronounce your full name, but Daixo Zinoro, I think.
It's fine.
Is that-
Pronunciation's going to be a fun game today.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna mispronounce all of these. But they said that a bit about Mega Man's Lemons reminds them of something that they realized in early in Ultimate's life cycle. If you play Simon Belmont like NES Castlevania, he's a super obnoxious character to deal with, and it works. But if you play Mega Man like NES Mega Man, you die.
Yeah.
So
Okay, then you just play Mega Man badly. If that is your take on that, then you just are not very good at the character. Because I have already shown through how fantastic Peepnut is with this character that is objectively not the case.
I definitely agree with Mega Man does not play like Mega Man in Smash Brothers. Like I agree with that sentiment because he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's that whole footstool with the metal blades kind of gimmick that I really wish
That is not the centerpiece of his playstyle anymore. It was maybe in Smash 4, but in Ultimate he's way more robust.
didn't exist.
Right. Just like, I'm not saying this and saying you should normalize Mega Man for Smash Brother. No, of course not. He has to be a hyper specialized character. That's what Mega Man is. I'm saying that his way of implementation and his lack of personality are both incredibly flawed. They're a good sentiment taken completely the wrong way.
I agree with that. Yes, especially on the personality front.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have no attachment to Mega Man the character. I didn't even know he had a character when I was first playing the games because I went from back when in Smash for 3DS, I went from Smash for 3DS to Mega Man 2, which doesn't show a character for Mega Man either. And for the
Right.
longest time, I just assumed he was just this mute, soulless robot that you see in Smash Brothers.
Nah, he learns. Oh god, you didn't get to the end of Mega Man 7. You didn't get the best part of Mega Man's characterization.
Nope.
Oh, it's great. Wily is begging for his life, and Mega Man's like, no, you've done this too many times. And then Wily goes, you forget, Mega Man. You are a robot. You can't hurt humans. And then Mega Man goes, I am more than a robot. Die, Wily. And then he realizes he can't overcome his programming, and Wily runs away.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny because they just kind of stand. He goes, "Die, Wily," and then they just kind of stand there for a little
It's never brought up again. It's kind of wasted potential.
bit. It's very funny.
There was one more from Bailey Palmer that I think is just worth bringing up.
Oh yeah, hit me.
That Mega Man's abilities and tools serve as a means of exploiting your opponent's weaknesses in not only their character, but their playstyle. He has a potential answer to just about every problem, and it comes down to the player to find the right option for the player he is fighting. I do actually agree with
Pick their brain, take advantage of their parents, just like playing an actual Mega Man game. Sakurai even made one of Mega Man's best kill moves, literally jumping and shooting Buster's shot at point blank range. He fucking gets it.
that. Because he's got a few weird, just gimmicks about how he plays that lets him Like Metal Blade in its entirety, like just allows for so many different, like cutting off different kinds of recoveries and stuff like that. He's got one of those dash attacks that lasts forever for people that don't shield very often. Deceptively strong grabs. Crash Bomb again punishes people that don't shield very often. Leaf Shield, while lame, gets that same gimmick as well. Like I do think that Mega Man has stuff going for him in that regard. It just feels like an incomplete picture for his gameplay and a complete disservice to his character.
Oh no, I'm sorry, but that's just not correct.
It's
Like, that's not even an opinion, that's just wrong.
not enough, in my opinion. If that were true, then Mega Man should have a lot more, in general, even matchups, and he doesn't. And I'm not just talking about, oh, if reflectors do damage to him, because they do, but it's understandable. He's a projectile-focused guy. But Mega Man is a character who should be able to hit you at every single angle. And he has
Which I'd argue he can.
Metal Blade for that, kind of, but it's impractical to use Metal Blade in that way. And therefore, Mega Man...
I don't think I agree with that either. I think we've already been shown that that's not the case.
is a character who excels horizontally and directly above him, and if you're bad, beneath him with Hard Knuckle.
Yes.
And that's kind of it.
Wild Slash is one of his strongest kill confirms. I'd say he's also very good behind him as well.
So I've taken these into account, and I've given not something I want to do with every character, but just a basis of what my idea would be for a sort of fixed Mega Man, so to speak.
Not to mention, a majority of moves in Mega Man only like hit in front of you. So the fact that he even covers all of these ranges, like, Metal Blade was like the exception that could be thrown in all these directions. A majority of Mega Man's powers are locked to one direction.
Just to make him more unique, if I were designing him with Smash Ultimate as the base, I would give him the Mega Buster charge, obviously.
Yeah.
Hold A down to charge it, and release to do a charge shot. Now, the issue that many have pointed out is, oh, but that leaves him vulnerable to attacks, because you're taking away your A button, you're taking away more than half your moveset. You only have 4 moves. So to compensate for that, we are giving Mega Man 9 special moves. And I think that each one representing a direction that he should go, and considering that Kazuya exists, is
Yeah, but Kazuya also has universal turnaround and Mega Man doesn't.
far from a stretch. I think that Mega Man having everything, and you can tie an ammo system into this all you want, or not, your choice, but I think that Mega Man having options for every situation is very, very important. And just to throw out an example, you could have his down sideways, his, I think it's numpad 3 special, be Search Snake, which travels along the ground and, you know, doesn't do very much damage, if anything. But if it hits a shield, it burrows into the shield, and then they can't use the shield.
Ooh.
And that way, they can't just hold shield against Mega Man's projectiles.
If you want a character with a super diverse amount of special moves, just go make a moveset for X and give him the ability to charge every single one of his moves to create unique specials like I did. The idea of super diverse like special moves and what they can do for the character definitely feels more like an X thing than a classic Mega Man thing.
And just
If only because of the fact that X is capable of charging those specials, where Mega Man is only capable of charging his Buster.
have answers to play styles in that sort of way. And in exchange for that, I would remove his run. Instead, if you dash with him, you do the slide. And that slide gives him an instant burst movement option.
I mean, he already, down tilt still does that for him.
That way, you can perfectly weave in and out of enemies' firing ranges in small bursts, just as you would in Mega Man. That, I feel,
like that,
emulates
yeah.
the style and feel of Mega Man better. And from there, you can move on. But I feel that in this way, you're giving Mega Man a sort of balance and not forcing him into Smash, but making him work into Smash and smartly using its mechanics to better represent him.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Again, I think that they do that just fine.
If he had that as well,
If only because of the fact that competitive players, the ones that have, pushed these characters to their limits, they've already proven that most of what he's asking for is already in the game.
as well as like a personality, I'd be looking at like high B tier, low A tier. Minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just the fact that we are missing this, and not only that we are missing this, but it's weighing Mega Man down to the point where I would say his stock is pretty low insofar as impact after release goes. Like, he feels like a Ridley to me, where he had his 5 seconds of fame. Would you say that's fair?
No.
I don't know.
I would not say
I
that.
think part of that is because Capcom just hasn't done anything with Mega Man.
Well, they made Mega Man 11
well,
in
yeah,
between.
11.
They made a full new game.
This is true, but I do still see people that love Mega Man, and I do still see
Nobody is going to look at Mega Man and Smash and ever be turned off from Mega Man because of Mega Man and Smash.
like
I've already explained what a triumphant thing this character was when he was put in, at the time that he was put in.
this is a problem of just like so many more hype characters, hype third-party characters have come out since then. That side of the hype around him is completely faded away, and now you're only left with people that really love Mega Man's playstyle. But I do remember
Well, it's more than Sonic.
for the sheer hype around his inclusion, and like he did get me to try out his series. They're just not my cup of tea.
I don't know, because like when you look at a long requested character like even Sora, for instance, you still get people saying, yeah, this feels like Kingdom Hearts. And I remember when Smash 4 was coming out, Mega Man was in the demo pre-released, and people were like, Mega Man's weird.
Oh yeah, he is for sure.
I mean,
weird.
he is weird. But what were the hypest moments of Smash 4's speculation period from the beginning of when the game was announced to when the game released? They were Mega Man being announced and Mega Man using his final Smash in the Invitational Tournament at E3 2014. Those were the hypest moments for pretty much a majority of the people that were speculating and waiting for this game. Super Fighting Robot Mega Man still lives on in the minds of so many people to this day because of how legendary it was.
And like I'm saying that as the perspective of people who were Mega Man fans. And like you don't get that from, say, X's inclusion in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. They're like, yeah, that's X.
It's a decent interpretation of X, but Zero is still a much better designed character. And then Sigma just came out and stole the fucking show.
True. This is true.
That's where the disconnect is for me.
To kind of wrap this up, have your discussions about Mega Man moved his placement for you at all?
He is not at the bottom.
I don't think he's
Oh,
an
thank
F tier.
fuck.
I would still waver. I would never put him higher than E. F.
Oh my Christ, Pierre. Pierre, you're tearing me apart.
Well, my thought process with him is that what his design has now, like even just talking about what we've discussed, just like I really love your idea of just like giving him the chargeable shots as he's moving, like bake that into his jab, giving him the directional specials. That is building off the design he has now, and
You're
that would make
correct.
him great.
You're correct. I am building, so that proves that there's a base.
And I do feel like he does capture the Robot Master side of...
The only thing, in my opinion, you need to do to Mega Man is just give him a voice. I think that so many of these problems would be alleviated if he just had a voice. Because he already emotes very much. He emotes a lot. But the lack of a voice is pretty much the only thing I would give him. His weapons already represent majority of the most iconic weapons. He has some nice, moves that people wouldn't expect, like Flame Sword and Wild Slash. He has All of his special moves feel very cohesive and work very well with each other. I love his grab where he just casually picks someone up with one hand. It feels that feels very funny and just fits Mega Man to a T. Slash Claw. Why do I think it's Wild? Wild Slash is probably an ability from Mega Man X. And I'm more familiar with X. But yeah, Slash Claw. Like Slash Claw and Flame Sword are like weird ones, but they fit for what they're supposed to be. Oh, and for the love of God, change his victory theme to the Mega Man, to the Robot Master Defeated jingle, please. I don't know why it's the opening to Mega Man 2. It shouldn't be. Just make it the jingle when you beat a Robot Master.
His games.
I feel
and
that doesn't matter, but okay.
I
That is like saying to me, Mario jumped on Boom Boom's head 3 times and you captured that well.
I feel like the Robot Masters are a bigger part of Mega Man than
Pyrr, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think you really know what you're looking for in Mega Man.
Mario bosses are of Mario. I feel confident making that because the Robot Masters give you your power-ups, and there's a huge part of those games that revolve around like taking the power up, the counters, whatever. I don't think it's the best part of those games, but it is definitely a large part of them. I think it is a failure not to have both. I think you could have had both. Like, you just described a way to have both.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there is value towards representing...
Like, I think a lot of points for a lot of our characters make a lot of sense, but this one I just feel like this one is just lost. I do not think you know what you are looking for in Mega Man. I legitimately do not think you do.
that side of him.
All right.
But now I'm looking at Little Mac, and I kind of have that same feeling of just like, yeah, he's representing the boss side of things, but the character's gone.
Mm-hmm. I think Mega Man's better off than Lil Mac at this point, because Lil Mac fundamentally does not work from a fighting game perspective, and Mega Man, you can make it work.
Yeah, I think I would bump him up to E tier at the minimum. Because I was looking at D.
Day of Mega Man is based around fighting Robot Masters. You can't say that that's not a good choice for him, because literally he's the only platforming character in this game that has games that are just the boss fights. What is at the end of every Mega Man game? A fucking boss gauntlet. Fighting the Robot Masters is such an integral part of Mega Man that the fact that Mega Man is based around the combat in those combat sections makes complete and total sense. Like, it is very difficult for me to figure out what it is you're trying to find in Mega Man. Because there are some ideas there, and while and for the most part, most of them are either already in the game, and a majority of them would take too much away from what Mega Man's playstyle is. At most, he could charge his charge shot by holding the A button. And, what about, not taking away the moveset? Roll between the A and B button to keep the charge. Just like, Zero introduced in the Versus series, when he took Mega Man's mechanic and made it work better for him. I think that this one needs some elbow grease. There definitely needs to be more thought put into this.
For a bit, kind of looking at that Donkey Kong, yeah, he kind of gets parts of the playstyle, but the personality is gone. But thinking about it more...
I don't think Mega Man is better than Diddy.
Yeah, I can see that. Just the complete lack of character and the lack of important parts of it. I think he's worse than Sonic in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Well, which puts him next to Palutena, which... Well, they have the exact same problem.
Yeah, they have the I do think that Mega Man is better than Palutena. Part of that is due to comments that we'll get to later about Palutena, but I feel like Mega Man at least has an identity in this game. Palutena has a nair.
Yeah, but she's hot, though.
See, that's funny, because we'll get to that comment later. It actually ties into that.
Hell yeah! See, that's it. That's branding. but that's
like,
fine.
Even comparing to ones underneath Palutena, like Daisy, Mii Sword Fighter, Mewtwo, I think he's better than all three of those. Because those three are nothing.
Okay. All right, fine. You wore me down. But any of you who say he's higher have been bamboozled.
I think I've cemented my opinions enough for that to be a factually incorrect statement, Pierre.
Yeah, the lack of character is what really gets it to me. Like, I hadn't thought about it much, but as soon as I read that comment, I was like, oh yeah, you're not going above C tier no matter where this conversation goes.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, come on, imagine, like, an Astro Boy version of Mega Man in this game. It would have been adorable.
I would have liked it. I would have liked a lot of things.
I don't think I would have put him any higher or lower if he had a voice, to be honest. And even if he had the proportions of his artwork, like his artwork between 5 and 8, I think he'd still play the same. And I think that for the most part, he'd still feel around the same as where I would put him.
Done with Mega Man.
Sure. Now, that took a while.
That
but
did.
Thankfully, that was the longest. Oh, I do want to read.
I'm not hanging up here either, but this section hurts to listen to a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
One more comment, just because it made me laugh.
Oh, please hit me.
I'm gonna read this to you.
Personally, I think I'd rank him a low B-ish these days. But I respect Pierre's breadth of design knowledge and expertise too much to want to counter him. I'd be curious if any of this moves him. I'd like to sit down with Pierre and talk to him about Mega Man, and maybe I could explain better than, an unformulated, I don't have anything ready thing, because I'm very bad at explaining things and I don't have, a script ready. I feel if I just had the chance to write down some points and talk to him about said points, I'm pretty sure we could come to a better conclusion than me reviewing this with and ad-libbing it as I go.
All right.
Just how is Mega Man's presence in Smash hurting his character? Just because you want his moves stronger? What a joke. Now, I'm sure you are completely just overwhelmed by that comment.
No,
but
he's right.
Once you get past the harsh rudeness, does that sway your opinion in favor of it? Or
I think that is a legitimate question, though. I would like to know how it is hurting. Besides the rude end at the end, I'd like to know how it is hurting his character. Because that's the part that's always baffled me the most. It's just that what aspect of Mega Man is hurting his public perception?
against it.
Oh, dude, no, he was right. This was actually a huge joke. I love Mega Man. And like, yeah, dude, now that I'm open to it, holy shit, nah. Mega Man is better than Sukapon from Joy Mech Fight, and he should be treated with respect and love. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna go move to a foreign country now because I've disgraced everyone I know and love. Thank you, comment. No, it does nothing for me.
Yeah, I only saw a few comments.
But I legitimately would like to hear his explanation on how it hurts his character. Like, there were bits and pieces of it from the original video, but since we're further along now and the opinions are becoming way more cohesive and they're taken way more seriously and there's way more debate between, you know, how this character cannot work, I would like to genuinely hear how Mega Man's presence in Smash is hurting his character.
Like that, but like, guys, I can respect not having the time to write out a full comment, but because if you have a life that doesn't let you do that, you're already living a far better life than I am.
Thank you.
But if you're not going to put any work into a comment and be rude about it, like, have some respect for your own opinions, guys.
Okay, I'll be nice. Pierre, I would like to respectfully ask how Mega Man's character in Smash is harming his public perception. I do not believe that is the case due to how much of an impact Mega Man had at the time of his release during a very dark time in the Mega Man series' lifespan. I do not feel that Mega Man's inclusion has harmed him in any way. I feel that it has only led to positivity, and while not a lot of people play him, I do believe that he does a very good job of representing his character, and that the most I would give him is a voice. I would like to respectfully ask, how does Mega Man's inclusion hurt his character? That is me formulating my question, and you get what I'm doing here.
You're actively driving people away from your own opinions with that kind of attitude. Just respect yourselves. Come on.
Yeah, you're better than you.
Exactly. Now, moving on from Mega Man.
Okay. Now this is going to be different because we are now going to go all the way to the end and look and see what happened. And then from there we're going to look and see who changed the most, and we're going to go and look and see what got them where they are. I figured that considering Mega Man was the biggest point of contention going into this entire critique, that I would look at that first before I look at anything else. So yeah, let's go and see the final thing. Sukapon S tier.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at this tier list. A lot of the S doesn't look like it's changed. Oh, Kazuya went up a tier. Nice. Kazuya went up a tier. Incineroar didn't move. Marth didn't move. Pikachu, Falco didn't move. I already know Villager didn't move because we already went over Villager before we talked about Mega Man. Mario didn't move. Surprise Cloud. Oh, look! Oh, look! I called it! I called it from the beginning. Look, he's a real boy. He's a real boy. Wait, did Donkey Kong go up a tier? I think Donkey Kong went up a tier. Zeus, Samus, Joker, Ness. Luigi! Luigi, you made it to mid-tier. Good job, buddy. Oh, poor Robin. He didn't go up, though. Sorry, poor Roy. He didn't go up. You deserve to be where you are. I think you're a little too low. We've already talked about you. You deserve to be where you are. You deserve to be where you are. And, I will have to listen to the ones where it does not work, at least. Because I think Palutena went down a tier. Wait, I just realized something. What the hell are you doing all the way up here? Weren't you like 2 tiers lower? I think Olimar was always the worst character. But looking at the entirety of this, I agree with this way more than what the end product was before the comments that I'm going to go listen to. Like, this overall is much better. I think that Mewtwo should be, like, at least, like, mixed. I think Lucario should be in Does Not Work. Ganon should be in Does Not Work. I'm very curious to see how Donkey Kong got to mixed, because I think that's where I feel much better about that placement. I'm at least glad to know these two would have been up here somewhere. You know what? Okay, we're gonna start with Little Mac. I'm curious to hear the comments on Little Mac.
Yeah, no, we nailed it.
Right. After Rosalina, we have Little Mac.
Sweet baby boy, you didn't deserve this.
I did have a few comments from BC Omics, Fork 3. Saying
Hey,
that,
BC
Little Mac
cameo!
sucks,
The thing about Lil Mac is because he's terrible, it's still an underdog story like in Punch-Out. I mean, I think also just the fact that because he's so easy to kill, that also really works for his underdog status.
why they love him. It's still an underdog story to use him, which is funny, but I don't feel like that works in this context.
If that's working, then that's like saying, oh yeah, Dan Hibiki, like, I get it, but like Little Mac isn't a joke character. Like, you're getting the same
he's not
through
supposed to
line.
be.
You're getting the same through line that you are with Dan, with Mac, and that's not Mac.
Yeah, running with sisters.
I mean,
kind of,
what is Mac? He's a 17-year-old boxer from the Bronx whose entire thing in his games is avoid getting hit and then hit him at a specific time and you'll get stars, and then you can knock him out, and if you knock him out 3 times, you win. Like, there's not much to his character. At least Dan evolved.
running with scissors, sorry, I'll say that a little bit better, kind of expanded on that. That in Punch-Out NES, Mac is way out of his league, so his goal is to avoid the opponent as much as you can, find an opening, lay on the pressure. But in Smash, characters don't have health bars, so Little Mac being outclassed is represented by his poor recovery. If one of your opponents even touches you, it may result in your death, so your job is to bob and weave until your opponent is open, then strike back as hard as you can. Which I do think is a, like, good translation. The problem is I don't think that translation in of itself works here, because it's a platforming game. Mm-hmm. There are so many things in Smash Brothers that Little Mac flat out can't do. Have you ever tried to fight Marks with Little Mac? It is impossible.
No.
No, I don't think I have. I like used Ganon for a majority of World of Light the moment I got him.
Oh wow. No, that's not a fun time.
If this was Rivals of Aether, maybe a game like that was much more controlled, I might agree with this.
Right. Even at that time, Lil Mac doesn't have the tools to make that work. Okay, what's he gonna do against Game & Watch Up B?
Yeah.
Counter and or use his incredibly fast dash to get out of there before he gets out of his shield. Because of how quickly down tilt cancels.
There's just nothing.
Like, if he had options, if he was able to punish that, that's fine. But he just doesn't have the ability to capitalize on that. He doesn't have the tools necessary to put him...
Oh, hang on a second. But yeah, I think that I'm trying to think, what would you even give him? He already has the 3rd fast run speed in the game. He has incredibly fast dash speed. The improvements of dashing in Ultimate helps Mac, I'd argue, more than a majority of characters in the game. He could armor through it. Like, I'm not sure what you could give him.
In that perfect bobbing and weaving range. And there are ways around it. There's ways to redo the character to make it work, but that's just it. You have to redo the character completely.
Yeah, exactly. I got another comment from Jamester. Just
Oh,
trying to
Jamester
defend him.
cameo again.
Played Punch-Out on Nintendo Switch Online recently and observed that Mac relies on avoiding attacks above all else, like that same kind of deal.
Right.
You can foolishly rush down, but you'll probably end up getting punished, and a few good hits is all Mac needs to fall. So the game is reading your enemy and punishing accordingly. Is that how Lil Mac plays in Smash? Is that not how Lil Mac plays in Smash? He has moves that are meant to avoid or move around enemy attacks, side B, down B, super armor. Yes, the super armor thing is not about him being strong, it's used to avoid getting hit. If he trades without armor, he's getting wrecked every time, and he needs that because of how weak he is in the air. A few good hits is all you need to KO Mac. Why is he so weak in the air? Mac has always been categorized as an underdog. Why do you make an underdog in Smash Bros? How do you make an underdog in Smash Bros, a platform fighting game? You make him bad at platforming, but you give him all the tools needed to be an excellent fighter. If that is a good fighting game design, it's up to the individual to decide. I mean, I think it would have been better to make the moves leggier instead of just flat out bad, but for what it is, it's fine. This is unfortunately where the nice things stop. Mac is an honest boxer with no bells or whistles, and that's the kind of thing that makes him really basic. I agree with Duke and that Mac should be way more expressive considering how cartoony Punch-Out Wii was, or just replace all of Mac's battlegrounds with Dark Lewis commentary. No, he should keep the battlegrounds because that's actually characteristics of a boxer. You know, expelling air while exerting yourself and punching outwards. That is just a boxing thing. Should Doc Lewis appear more and actually appear in the background to cheer Mac on? Yes, absolutely. But Lil Mac, as I've already said, you could make him emote more, but there's a very good chance you would not see it very much because his gloves are always up to his face. And that hides visibility from the player, and he's a humanoid character, and compared to a lot of other characters in Smash, it's much harder for the humanoid characters to emote unless the emotion is actually baked into the animations of their attacks. Giving Kazuya camera angles and more characters would fix that. Well, that's a Tekken thing, but yes, I agree, that would help a lot. I also don't like the KO meter. I would have rather if he was able to collect stars during the fight and give him access to star uppercuts that aren't as strong as KO punch, but they were something you got to keep. I agree. And above all else, dude's just fun but stressful. But as I would find out, so is Punch-Out. If there's one thing I observed, you're kind of a badass if you play a good Mac. Mac is that much of an underdog that even the game itself is against him, so there's nothing more hype than a Mac that triumphs. I know Peanut is a wonderful example of that, despite everything going against him, so I don't think his reputation is being harmed in any way. I agree with that point too. I don't think his reputation is harmed at all.
A few good hits is all that he needs to fail, so the game is reading your enemy and punishing accordingly. And that is how Little Mac plays in Smash. His moves are meant to avoid or move around enemy attacks. Bringing it in that the super armor of his moves kind of embodies that as well. Like, he's not dodging his attacks, but it's another,
Also, I liked it. He has a lot of moves that leave him open because he is, again, an unexperienced boxer. Like, he's capable, but he's not a master of his craft.
Way of representing that by armoring through them.
I would agree if, you didn't just spam them.
Yeah. They're too quick to really, have that kind of just, here's the opportunity.
That basically just boils down to the player. I'm more than certain that people that really know how to play the character don't do that.
There's a difference between his armor and a Street Fighter parry.
Yeah.
Mac should be able to do Evo Moment number 37 or something, and he's not.
I don't agree because there's nothing like that in Punch-Out whatsoever.
Yeah.
I will say, out of everybody in F tier, Lil Mac is by far the one I enjoy playing as the most.
Oh, totally.
He is so fun to play as. If it was just in personal enjoyment, he'd be A tier for me.
Oh yeah, same.
He melts people. Of all the characters, I feel like his design fundamentally does not mesh with Smash Brothers. If it was another platform fighting game, maybe, but this isn't that. and Little Mac flat out cannot function on half of these stages.
Agreed.
More than half.
I think
Like,
that he was
doesn't
designed
work
that way intentionally.
competitively, He doesn't work casually. And you can still have fun with him. Like this tier list is in no way indicative of personal enjoyment. I hate playing as Steve,
Yeah. Yes.
but it's just at a fundamental level, he struggles to find really a purpose in this game.
Yeah. I do like him as a character to pick. He's kind of the Pichu of this game. When you kind of want to insult someone, he's like, yeah, I'm going to play Little Mac. I'm not going to fall off the stage. I'm not going to murder you instantly.
Yeah, but like
Yet he's not the worst character in the game.
also Ganondorf is in the game.
Yeah, exactly. But Ganondorf's not a handicapped character either.
Yeah. Like, if you're wanting that just unga bunga playstyle, there's better characters for that too. I do like his niche that
I don't think that Mac's supposed to be Unga. You're supposed to be methodical when you're playing as this character.
he has, but it's a niche that doesn't fit in Smash Brothers itself.
It's a niche, but it's one that is disappointing.
Yeah. And that's on top of, like, the complete lack of character.
Yeah. Shouts to Doc though. I wish
Yeah,
you
shout-
weren't random, but
Even if you just had him in the background, Pokemon trainer style,
exactly.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
that might be
At
enough to
least
bump him
during
up
taunts.
out of this, like, disregarding his problems, but
Oh yeah, Doc Lewis is in C tier on his own, and he's a taunt.
so yeah, like, I totally agree with people. He is so fun to play as, but, like, he needs more things to be able to deal with the various aspects of Smash Brothers and other characters that he just can't right now. Mm-hmm. He's the most counterable character in the game.
Well, in my opinion, the way you do that is you just let the KO punch work on his other special moves. Like the power meter work on his other special moves.
He is an idea, and it's not even half baked. It's still the raw ingredients just on the counter, and we
Yeah.
served it anyway because like you wanted it.
All right, so still the top of F tier, though?
Yeah, still the top of F tier.
All right.
I think he at least deserves the bottom of E. You know, could be, needs an overhaul. I think that for what he is, I think he works better than the characters that are in does not work, maybe other than Samus.
Continuing forward.
I will be right back. I have to quickly just go do something. I will just be like 5 minutes. But yeah, I just need to quickly BRB for something. So yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry that took a little longer than expected. But, yeah, I want to hear Greninja. I want to hear the points on Greninja. I'm interested. I think that they undersold Greninja a little bit and how well he was designed, so I'm interested to see where this one goes.
Greninja continues to be Greninja.
Yeah.
There were no strong opinions in any direction.
Yeah.
We can
Greninja's
just move
cool.
on
What
from
can you
Greninja.
say? He's just cool.
Similar thing to the Mii's.
Oh.
Like just complete lackluster.
Why is...
A lot of-
Oh, I thought this section was Greninja. I looked at this, it's like, oh, look at this section for Greninja. Oh no, never mind, Greninja's nothing. It's all Palutena. Oops.
people just wanting more from them. Like, I saw a lot of people like asking for different like kinds of Mii's. Mii's Mage I saw multiple times, but where they are now, they're just kind of again a half-baked idea that doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
They had the coolest trailer though. Let's not be around the bush.
Some of them are fine.
Yeah, Mii Brawler has some funny things.
I love watching how Mii Brawler has evolved.
I think that I still believe that they could put in like a Tamagotchi Life or Miitopia type Mii that you could customize like the Mii fighters and it would still fit as a character. I think that that's something they could easily do in another game.
As people have gone, well, I didn't care about this character.
And you actually give them the Mii logo to separate them from the Mii fighters.
But they got some stuff.
Exactly. Then we get to Palutena.
Oh,
I have a
Palutena.
few comments on this.
I'm curious. As I
First
said, I
off,
want to hear
again
the
from
bottom
Gamester.
tiers since I know she
One
went
of the
down a
biggest
tier.
disappointments of Smash characters. Doesn't
Yeah.
know why amongst all her custom specials they went from the most boring options in Ultimates, and the rest of her attacks are just been there, done that.
Yeah.
I wish she had rocket jump. That would have been fun.
James,
Granted, they kind of did bring back her moves as alternative specials for the Mii fighters, which is funny enough considering her focus on custom moves. The Mii Gunner essentially got rocket jump, even though I would have preferred it on Palutena. Like, I think for what it is, I mean, she's technically a character with 5 specials. She has Auto Reticle, Explosive Flame, the Teleport, and she has 2 different types. She has the Reflector and the Counter in one move.
Gamester thinks this is the character that has a damaged reputation because of Smash. Palutena is supposed to be the funny waifu of the roster, and you would never know that with how she is in Smash.
But she has funny pole dance spin taunt.
She's the prim, proper goddess of light, and even the rare bits of dialogue she has is also sterile. Jamester still has her in E tier because she's still a competent fighting game design. But where are you?
See, I would disagree with that because, like, I feel like, oh no, she does a pole dance. That's fine. And like,
See
Exactly, Pierre,
Palutena
thank
being
you.
kind of a flirt against people she hated.
yeah, I can feel like she doesn't have no personality. It's just limited, except in
I still would have liked if she used the wolf claws in at least some regard as a reference to her appearance in the animated shorts.
like Palutena's guidance, which like that's there. Like it's not much. It's completely optional, but like it's there. People who want to dig further will get her personality.
The thing with that is that I think out of all of the characters on Smash Brothers the Smash Brothers roster, Palutena is one of the best ones in terms of her personality.
I want Palutena to have the bike and walk. You know what? I never thought of that. And now that you've brought it to my attention, I want it too.
The Kid Icarus Uprising. And
No,
that
yeah,
is
I
not
agree.
That'd be hilarious.
carried over nearly as much as I'd want it to in Smash. Which brings me to a comment from Foolish Tunes. I took a short bullet point summary from it because it was a very, very long comment. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to read these out real quick. Despite being someone who loves Palutena as a character, they think she should be an F tier. Her moveset has awful sound design, fully agree with that, and a terrible feeling of weight that would be expected for a powerful Greek goddess.
I mean, she is shooting you with light. Light doesn't really have much weight.
Her animations are shallow and often unexpressive. Her core
I
moveset,
agree.
as a result of customs now being removed, is now a generic, cliche wannabe Zelda clone with an annoying stick that can't really be applied to any other character who isn't a boring piece of cardboard.
At least she plays better than Zelda. At least she plays better than Zelda.
Going off of that,
I've heard plenty of games with great light sound design. You referenced StarCraft 2, but I think that's plasma and not light.
Shirubu uses too many kinds of moves from other characters that are done significantly better and more interesting 90% of the time. Counters, reflects, teleports, a move that pushes you around, arm moves, big space covering moves, etc., and just doesn't flow with her moveset at all. She is competitively dislikable for not being just
It's the feeling of power I want her to be giving off. I think that she should be a little bit more like carefree in that regard, but I think that it's weird. Because on one hand I agree with you, but on the other hand she's nowhere near the most powerful character in the game. Like, there are characters in Smash that are just way more powerful. Well, I'd like it if my first thought is, oh, a god playable in the fighting game. Oh, make her like Beerus from Dragon Ball FighterZ, where she could have an attack where she literally just freaking flicks you. But, I don't know. She could be a lot better.
fight, but lame and predictable to watch and play. I do agree with that in this instance, just for how much her playset revolves around Nair. I feel like Palutena is absolutely not a character that should revolve around one singular move.
Agreed.
Palutena does not have a personality or Smash design. Debatable, but
I agree.
compared to her
I think it's just the way her face is animated that looks way too simple.
amazing
She is not as nearly expressive as even Pit is, and I don't even think Pit's very expressive either.
personality in Uprising, I can definitely see where this person's coming from with that.
It's a bigger drop off than most Smash characters get from, I guess it's there to nothing. Whereas it's kind of there from, oh God, no, you're great.
This is where what you said came through earlier. The exact 1 or 3 times she does show character, it's barely in the game, too vague, or overshadowed by her doing out-of-character, accidentally provocative moves. I don't agree that it's necessarily out of character. Again, I
don't think that's out of character either.
But it does turn her into a character that only really appeals to...
Give her a taunt where she puts on a pair of glasses. If you played Kid Icarus Uprising, you know what I'm referencing.
They say simps. I think that's a little harsh, but I do kind of feel like
Okay,
Palutena should have a more widespread appeal.
So
if that makes sense.
I'm going to level with you. There's a mechanic in Kid Icarus Uprising where you just give hearts to Palutena and she comes close to you. Her flirting with you is 100% intentional,
Yeah,
bro.
I
That's
don't agree
always
with
been
that.
there.
Yeah.
But it does hurt that the only way that her personality is being shown is through that. Like, of all the things to pull from her personality, that would not be my priority.
Oh, I
So
agree.
I can see where this person's coming from, but they say that Kid Icarus isn't nearly relevant enough or big enough for Palutena's character to be carried through Kid Icarus Uprising, which means that too many people believe Palutena should be this generic or basic because this is their only way of being expressed to her.
I don't agree, because she has a boss fight in Kid Icarus Uprising. you get an example, even if she's being mind controlled, and the second fight is against Pseudo Palutena. You get a good idea of how she could fight.
I don't entirely agree with that.
Neither do I.
Partially do. I can see where the worry comes from.
I can see it, but like
Do you think the custom moves chosen reflect Palutena? I think that the simultaneous counter reflector does. I mean, Heavenly Light. I think she could have used Heavenly Light instead of Auto Reticle. Jump Glide would have been fun. Like I'm just trying to remember all the custom moves from the trailer off the top of my head. I don't think I would give her Lightweight. We already have a character that can do stuff like that in Smash. She doesn't need that. I think that works better on Shulk than it does on her. If Sakurai made Palutena's personality, how did he fuck it up in Smash? I think it. I don't know. I can't answer that. Heavenly Light sucks as a move, though. Give it hit stun. Like, give it to her as like just like a general area control move. Because Auto Reticle also sucks as a move. And they gave it to her. They could have turned some of the custom moves into just basic moves in her moveset. Like, her dash attack could have been super speed.
Every, like, Smash fan fiction material or, like, little comic, I have always seen Palutena as sarcastic, if not just for sex appeal. But
or how about Celestial Fireworks? I mean, that's probably also better than Auto Reticle.
That's any female character in any
I would keep Explosive Flame, though.
Smash fan work.
No, I definitely agree with that. And like, there are little bits of the sarcasm in Ultimates, like the "too bad for you" victory screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you do get that. But what really gets me about Foolish Toon's comment here is that her current design gives them a bad feeling about the potential future for her character. Maybe even Kid Icarus in general, if it ever got a new game, where she would be used more for fan service bits than...
All this talk about Palutena is just making me wish they put Magnus as a playable character instead. Magnus would have been fun as hell.
The Smash community assumes she is, in the same way that people think Wario is nothing more than fart jokes. I think that's hard to quantify without a new Kid Icarus game, but I can kind of see the worry.
I can see the worry, but...
If it was made by somebody other than Sakurai, and the...
Most Kid Icarus Uprising characters would be fun as hell. That is true. That is very true. I think that I would prefer the two assist trophy characters we got in Phosphora and Magnus more than Palutena, to be honest. Or hell, even just Medusa.
This developer didn't really do the research. Mm-hmm. I could kind of see that.
If Kid Icarus were like a once every 3-year franchise, I could see that. But it's like a once every decade, if you're lucky, franchise.
Yeah.
So I think more attention is going to be paid to Uprising. It's not like Wario, where it's every game after Brawl he became the farty man.
Yeah.
And Wario appears in a lot of games.
Hades is a playable character. Here's the thing. Hades has a wonderful personality, but have you actually ever seen what Hades' model actually looks like? Hades' model is literally like eye pain, the model. And with a game that already gives me so much eye pain, I do not think I would inherently want Hades playable. I would prefer him if he was just, like, if he could, like, interject in Palutena's guidance.
That fan service isn't necessarily bad if it makes sense for the character. And I think with the amount of personality that Palutena has, it does make sense.
Yeah, agreed.
Like, she has charisma to spare. But I do kind of feel like
I know that I mentioned Medusa could have been an echo for Palutena, and I think that there are aspects that could have worked. But I do think that it's mainly from the fact that they should have prioritized echo fighters for characters with moves that would be lost in the translation to games. That's why I think that, like, Mega Man should have had an echo fighter. And it could have been Base or Proto Man. Probably Proto Man fits better because, again, they're around the same size. And Base is arguably known to be taller than Mega Man by a decent amount. Like, put in Proto Man, give him, like, Shadow Blade, Danger Rap, Beat, and Skull Barrier. And I think that you give him a couple of other moves from, like, Mega Man 3 and onward, and you have a perfect Echo Fighter, like, right there, and I'm very surprised that was never taken. Medusa should not be an Echo Fighter for Palutena. I mean, I don't see why not. Medusa needs unique moves? Give her some unique moves. Ken has unique moves. Chrom has unique moves. Give her some unique moves. But just let her use the special moves that were lost, that would fit her more.
Smash Brothers is a terrible introduction to her character in a way that does hurt me, especially when considering that, like take Palutena's personality and imagine a moveset based off of that. That should be one of the funniest movesets in the entire game. She should have so many ways to troll her opponents.
Yeah, the monster pheromone joke alone is just... There's so much that can be done with that. And that's like 1/100th of her potential.
Yeah. I'm just picturing... Like, take that reflect barrier and just let it move. So she could just casually push people off the stage. Something like that. Or just... I liked the Slayer comparison you made when we talked about her. Of just being this character that is not trying, like, clearly should be able to just do whatever she wants to. I feel like that really fits this kind of playful attitude that Palutena should have.
I agree with that.
She could win, but she doesn't really want to do it in just like sheer full out just disintegrating you. So she kind of tries to do more fun
I don't
options.
think that she should, have the. I don't believe that she should have the Slayer or the Nago. Like, I am so much, like, my power level is so much more powerful than you. I don't even care. I think it'd be interesting, and I came up with this for a different character, but I think it would work just as well here. Instead of just, like lying on her back and just, like, casually being there, I think it'd be a hell of a lot funnier if she just pretended to be, like, hurt. Like, she has, like, her hand up to her head, like, oh, I'm so hurt, but like, every now and again, she'll, like, open her eyes and look around and be like, are they buying this? Are they buying that I am currently, are they buying the act? I think something like that would work a lot better in the sense of Smash, because, again, Palutena is not the most powerful character in the game at all. Yeah, playing possum, exactly. For what I did for Cinderace, yeah, that's the character I gave it to. I think it worked for Cinderace as well, because hamming up your injuries is like one of the most iconic things about soccer players.
I'm remembering Dragon Ball Fighters and how Beerus's jab is just he pokes you and it does as much damage as a punch.
And I'm kind of like, I definitely want to drop her right next to Mewtwo because I get that kind of same feeling of just, well, I'm kind of feeling the F tier in that regard because it does kind of feel like a full-on disservice to like how hilarious and wonderful of a character Palutena is.
I would say Palutena's guidance saves her, but it's a lot more muted in its writing than Uprising is. Outside of Viridi.
I don't think that saves her at all.
You know,
Like,
and the guest appearances from Alucard,
Foolish Tunes actually had
which is sadly not the same voice actor he has in Symphony of the Night.
that in the
And that
comics.
guy's still around. I hope that whenever they put Alucard into the game, if the Belmonts come back, he probably will be in the next Smash. Bring back his voice actor from Symphony, please. I love that guy.
Well, just that Palutena's guidance shouldn't be used as an excuse for Pit and Palutena's lack of character, because that's only on those stages, and those stages aren't good.
Oh yeah,
Like-
but like I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Snake Codex didn't endear me to Snake, because they did.
But even I'd give Snake that S tier treatment even without the Codex.
I would too, but like I can't intrinsically separate that from my experience.
His Symphony voice actor is voicing another character? Who the hell is he voicing?
Snake. Like,
Well, in that case, Palutena's moveset doesn't embody who she is in the same way that Snake does.
Robin.
no, you're
No, Kyle, what is his name? No, that's not, his voice in Palutena's Guidance is not his voice actor from Symphony. That is somebody else doing his voice. I think you're thinking of Richter. Robin and Richter have the same voice actor.
correct. Like we're treating a top tier and a bottom tier with the same lens here, but I'm just
I like to imagine Palutena's Star KO to be you pressed the wrong button. First off, wonderful reference. Thank you. That warms my Marvel playing heart. Secondly, yeah, that would be hilarious. And it would be a very nice parallel to Pit's I Never Learned How to Read.
one commonality. Like I'm not arguing, oh yeah, she does it as well as Snake, because she doesn't. Like
I don't think Palutena's guidance is
can't
as good as
name
Codex either.
one.
I think it's also harmed. I think her also performance is harmed by the fact that it's not the same Palutena voice actress from Uprising. I think it's her sister. Like, the voice actress for Palutena in Smash is not the voice actress of Palutena in Uprising. It is a different person.
Palutena's guidance, where I can remember a Palutena line.
Yeah.
Whereas I can remember Mei Ling, Samus took her clothes off by farting. Are you kidding me? So easily. That's a low blow, Colonel. You're kidding, right? It's Mario.
Yeah, she's kind of just a dictionary in Palutena's guidance.
Alucard is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, who voiced him in the Dracula X Chronicles versions in Symphony of the Night. Those versions suck. Play the originals on an emulator instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more I talk about this, I kind of...
The charm of Symphony of the Night's bad writing is lost when the voice acting and the voice direction is good. That is how we got the die monster, you don't belong in this world, and what is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. I'm sorry. Play the originals in any way possible. Forget the Dracula X Chronicles versions.
want to drop her down.
Okay.
Would she...
I am legally not allowed to do that, Camp. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to look that up yourself.
I don't think I'd put her below, like, the Samuses, but would she be above or below Little Mac?
I think that she still functions as a character, and as weak as her design is, it's still
Okay. It wasn't 4, but Ultimate was a new actress. That's right.
distinctive.
But don't worry, Camp. There are good ones out there. It's not hard to find one that works.
Like, if you showed me sparkles and effects,
Yeah, I
of
want
her,
Robert
would go, "Oh, yeah, that's
Belgrade."
Palutena in Smash. I'm not happy.
I think
about
he's not
it,
even
but,
doing
like,
voice acting
it's
anymore.
still
But
a
people still
complete
come to him.
identity.
Like, he goes to conventions all the time, and people talk to him about his role in Symphony, and people they still have him like sign Alucard merch and stuff like that. The guy's still active. Love him. You can tell that Palutena's not a very interesting character because we're more interested in talking about Alucard.
And it still does function. It's just that it's harmful.
Yeah. With her being, like, if she was at the top of F tier, she'd be bordering with Mewtwo.
Mm-hmm.
And really the big difference there is that Mewtwo has a reputation outside of Smash Brothers that completely carries it despite its design in Smash.
Yes.
Whereas Palutena really doesn't.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Okay.
top of F tier?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay.
Congratulations, Mega Man. You're even better than you thought.
Good job.
Mega Man.
Good job, Mega Man. The small victories are what we're going to take in this.
Yeah.
Palutena
Okay.
is a mess.
Yeah.
Pac-Man.
You know, I don't think we need to talk about Pac. Oh, actually, no, we're not gonna talk about Pac-Man. We're gonna get to the one. I need to hear this because I'm looking at that Robin section. That Robin section is long.
Apart from that one comment I just read, like, again, no disrespect, but I don't know why somebody would think that he's not great. I still think he's amazing.
I think he's good. I just wish he had more stuff based on like Pac-Man and not Namco Arcade. I get he has a nice little references, but there was stuff they could have put in.
Yeah. He's literally just missing a je ne sais quoi and the easiest alt in the world.
Even in Echo, like, how is Miss Pac-Man just change her fruits?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ooh, next up.
She could just be a skin. I mean, Pac-Man doesn't talk. Just make her a skin.
Okay. I scripted something for this.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. So, there is a common sentiment in the comments of these tier lists, especially at the beginning, that a lot of our discussions boiled down to me saying I liked a character and that you said no. Most people took it
This was actually a joke that a lot of people made in various discords that I mentioned I was making this critique in.
humorously, as it was funny.
Yes.
But I saw a few people berating me for just following whatever you said without a question, and I want to stomp out that absurdity. In my eyes, there is nothing better than learning that I am wrong. Humans are inherently limited by our own perspectives. It's impossible to come up with a solid opinion just on our own. We need other people to grow, otherwise we will always be wrong about so many things in life. And I was delighted to be wrong about so many characters. I had my eyes open to how cool Bayonetta could be. I learned things about Princess Peach that I probably never would have otherwise. Every time I get a comment on the 64 episode, I go back to rewatch and remember my shock at hearing Jigglypuff in S tier.
I don't need to be reminded of my shock, because I had shock too.
Oh, that's my proudest moment.
I love that memory so much. Thanks to those discussions, my viewpoints on so many characters have expanded, and I don't regret conceding my views on any of them except for one. At the beginning, in our first episode, I wasn't taking this very seriously. I just thought we'd sit down, have a good time, haphazardly placed our characters on this list, but I got invested in this thing very quickly.
Yeah.
Welcome to the vicious cycle of talking about anything regarding design in video games.
But before that happened, one character slipped through my grasp. One that I knew I loved, but hadn't put much thought into why. And when challenged, I couldn't put those feelings to words, so I chalked it up to me just being biased and not wanting to admit that I'm wrong, because I do that frequently. But we kept bringing up the character and the feeling persisted, and yet I still couldn't figure out what I was coming from. It was driving me mad for months. Then I found my answer. A new expansion to one of my favorite games was released, Age of Empires 2: The Dawn of the Dukes. That is actually what it was called. I was so happy. And as I was playing the
This is
game,
a weird cut.
charged my Polish winged hussars into the heavily armored Teutonic Order, I had an epiphany. Because I'm always hesitant at first in RTSs. I have an RPG mindset of preservation.
I thought that was an ad. Yeah, me too a little bit.
Use my potions in a fight, because what if I need them later? It's only the final boss. I get that with my units. I over-micro them, and I try to preserve every single one. But that doesn't work. That kind of game revolves around macro. You have to keep track of creating more workers, gathering resources, researching technologies. It's all a balancing act that some of your units have to die for. And right when I crossed that threshold, I realized that feeling, that mental power fantasy of working every aspect of a military machine, that is the feeling that Robin captures perfectly. And I know there's a lot of things we talked about with this character. Playing as him makes you feel like you're always losing. He's slow, his weapons are always breaking, and he has to work so hard just to keep up with other characters. We talked about ways to change him, make it so he revolves more around choosing the right weapon for a situation, sending characters at different angles, stuff like that, which is a great idea for a tactical power fantasy and one that I would want to give Zelda. but not Robin.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
That doesn't fit
The
Robin.
way Robin is designed doesn't harken to the power fantasy of a masterful tactician. Robin, as he is now, is designed to embody the reality of a tactician. A good tactician is rarely in a favorable position with all the tools they could ask for. That's Fire Emblem in a nutshell. A small group of fighters faced with impossible odds as they go up against entire armies, and somehow have to find a way to win the day. Even when the Lord in charge decides the best course of action, things still go horribly wrong. One of your units could miss a 95% chance to hit, an enemy could land a 5% chance to hit, chance to crit, sorry. Plans fail constantly, often narratively, as they should, because the best tacticians are not the ones that have the best plans. They are the ones that can quickly jump from one good plan to the next. And Robin does that so well. He has just enough tools to deal with the things that Smash Brothers throws at him and win the day. Elwind, it's a reliable tool in his arsenal that gets.
I'm very glad
it's an obvious priority to keep.
That this is where this is going, because I feel all of this, and I knew in my heart of hearts that this was going to be the character that got the biggest glow up in this series.
Track of, but as a critical mistake can
Not you, Crom. You can stay on the floor with your broken wrist.
end the game. The move recharges so quickly and has so many uses that the only time it will result in a game over is if Robin stupidly rapid jabs, misses his opponent, and gets punished for it as the tone breaks. You can't do that. You gotta pull back your Lord when they get injured and heal them up. Otherwise, you lose. Throw your opponent off stage, toss out a rapid jab, and reset that cooldown. Arcfire and the Thunders. Incredibly versatile projectiles with so many utility options. Thunder can poke, jab reset, zone, combo, and kill everyone in an 8-player Smash game in one move. Whereas Arcfire outright traps people off stage is enough and is a fantastic enabler for other moves in his kits. They both take exactly 10 seconds to recharge, so it can be detrimental to lose both, but that's why Robin takes that in stride and keeps one available when deciding to use the other, only losing access to projectiles if he isn't conscious of the battlefield. He's gotta cycle injured units out for fresh ones. Make sure they have backup weapons. If he spreads himself too thin, he'll have to retreat or his units will die. Then there's Nosferatu. It's a weird move. That's that one Fire Emblem unit that sucks but is amusing to try and make it work, which is difficult, but if it lands, it's lifesteal, which is insanely strong in this game. One of the best things we mentioned about Marth is how great he is at embodying Fire Emblem gameplay via his positioning. Properly spacing attacks, avoiding getting too close, it's a great way of showcasing that side of Fire Emblem, which I agree with. Robin does that too, and I might even argue he does it better. Because instead of just trying to keep a yardstick of space between his opponents, Robin has a much wider range of influence. He has so many different scenarios that they can turn into his advantage if he spaces them properly. Arcfire always bursts into flames when it hits the ground. So if fired just at the right distance to the ledge, most characters cannot get back onto the stage until Robin runs out of the fire. It's free chip damage. If they're on the stage and they shield the fire, he can grab Nosferatu. If they don't and he's close, they'll eat 11 sword. If he's far, he can thunder, which, while requiring position, can outright kill without counterplay if it's charged to Thormon. Arcfire spawns above Robin, making it easy to catch short-hopping opponents with it. It's a literal shield across Robin's entire approaching options for any Naring characters. And if it does sorry, I'm talking a lot, I'm losing my voice.
Oh, you're doing good, dude. Keep going.
If it does connect, he can jump and combo it into itself. If there's platforms, he can keep comboing, which can then combo into Robin's stupidly powerful aerial smash inputs, which will easily kill most fighters. And that's just Arcfire. So many of his tools are built around proper positioning. Elwind spikes when directly above an opponent. Nosferatu is stronger from behind. Arc Thunder can follow up into so many different attacks depending on how far Robin is from his targets. Some attacks give him positional defensive options. Arcfire again is a shield from aerial opponents, both down and up smash hit on both sides of him thanks to the 11 Swords electric effects. There is so much this character does right by Fire Emblem. Swapping between the bronze and 11 sword is a wonderful translation of swapping between the strong weapon for important moments and the weak weapon for cannon fodder experience grinding. Both are still useful, but using one in place of the other can lead to problems down the line. But even if that or Robin's tomes break, they turn into powerful items, replacing one tool for another, allowing him to toss a tanky general onto the front line so he can easily use to buy a little more breathing room, heal up, and get equipped. He has a beautiful array of spells from across the Fire Emblem series, and with some casting animations harkening to the GBA pixel animations. And as if this character wasn't a complete enough Fire Emblem package, he is the only one in Smash Bros. Who uses supports, showcasing that ultimate power of units working together by calling in Chrom for his final smash. There's a reason that Robin's trailer is the only one that treats a Fire Emblem newcomer like it's cool, that it deserves a budget and build.
Because it has Captain Falcon in it. Sorry to break up the entire situation, but I Captain Falcon.
Up. Because this design is brilliant. There's more I could cover. How cool some of the animations are with levitating weapons. How he shares the same weakness as Byleth with how slow they both, forcing them to plan ahead and punching them when they are rushed down, just like in Fire Emblem. But above all,
he also does a very good job. I think I mentioned this back when I talked about Robin. But Robin does a very good job of also just selling the way that, like, you work with your items and item management in Fire Emblem Awakening. Because Fire Emblem Awakening is a notably step up in, like, how easy it is compared to previous games, you get items so quickly that there is next to no reason why you should save various, like, items unless it's very specific things you only get one of. And everything that Robin gets in Smash is stuff that he constantly gets access to, like, that his character, your characters can get access to while playing through Awakening. Like, there is so much just... There is no need to worry about holding on to things unless it's, like, very specific, like, spell books that you only get one of. Like, that's it. And I think in that regard, he does a very good job. I do think there could be changes to the durability system to make it better, but for what it is, Robin is about as good as he's gonna get, and yeah, he's fine. I think he's like an A. I wonder if he'll get to... Well, no, we saw he can get to B. But I'm curious to see how he went from D to B.
I admire this
I'm curious as to Pyrr's rebuttal.
design because it encapsulates the feeling of playing a strategy game before you master it. Just like it would have done for so many who experienced the series for the first time by picking up Awakening. Properly placing every unit of the army, making sure their weapons won't break, covering every choke point, and keeping an eye on any problematic flyers that could break through your ranks. It's the exact same feeling. It's insane to me how spot on it is. It does always feel like he's losing, but that's the reality of the games he comes from. Your units are always going to take damage. Some will die and you might need to reset. Weapons will always break. There's always going to be those random crits that completely upend your entire plan. And people can't get hung up on those things. You can't save that silver
Imagine if Robin could crit.
sword forever. If a player views losing their tomes in Smash like it's a bad thing, they'll stall the thought process and lead to another mistake. Robin has to keep his cool and make those losses part of his plan. And I don't think I would have it any other way, because those moments of losing are an integral part of why it feels so good to win. That's the true joy of a master tactician, to expect those losses, keep those backup plans ready, and bounce back harder with a counterattack. I don't know exactly where I would place him, but like as I was like realizing these things, I was like, you know what? I might try to fight for an S tier rank and just see how far I can get. Because I really, really love this design.
Okay, he can go under Donkey Kong.
You know what? That's the perfect way to respond.
I was hoping you'd say something like that.
But no,
I need
that's
water.
yeah, no, drink, I'll talk. That is very, very nicely thought out, and that is illuminating. The points about Arcfire, especially, and using it as a multifaceted tool is really, really strong. To recap my previous issues with Robin, it was that I felt that he was punished for just playing the video game, and that led to just
I'm pretty sure I already answered that question, Sim. I said that he should be able to do it.
unsatisfying design in general. But as you put it, no, playing the video game is an uphill struggle for him. He's not the fastest. He's not the smartest. He's supposed to be, but that's his general personality that's been portrayed, and I think that automatically precludes him from S tier because it's just like he's supposed to be the smart one, and he's not. He's the best at improvisation. He's the best at making the best of a bad situation, which isn't true. That's Snake even in character, but I'll let that slide. But I do greatly appreciate this design a lot more due to your words. I still do have my problems with it because you do make the point of you should always eventually have to use his silver sword. I don't think Robin has a silver sword in his kit. I think it's all situational. I mean, I agree that the Levin sword is powerful, obviously, but it's also there as a matter of necessity to keep up with the rest of the game. I still feel that there should be a trump card to him. There should be your siege tome. There should be that one tome that you only get one drop of in the entire game that you really don't want to waste. And I feel like he's still missing that. Like, I feel like the joy of tactics is still to go, aha, gotcha. And in that sense, I still feel that there's nothing Robin does that is a conversation, that's a dance with his opponent in the same way that Marth has it. Because Marth has obviously weaving in and out in silent moments. It's the dance of a sword fighter, and it's done in a beautiful, brilliant way because Marth desperately wants that distance.
Yeah, but Robin's a battle mage. He's not a sword fighter.
With Robin, it's significantly more clumsy. It's not, he doesn't really have so much of a plan as he does a flowchart. That's disheartening to the idea of a tactician for me. Do I think it's really, really good now?
I mean, that's completely true. He is 100% a flowchart character, but I don't see how that it can be held against him. I mean, the Belmonts are also arguably flowchart characters. I wouldn't say that they're a bad design.
What he does have, yes. Yes, I do. I am willing to go to B because you have convinced me that he is better at representing Fire Emblem than Byleth.
Oh, 100%.
Oh yeah, of course.
If I could throw this out real quick, I don't know if Robin's supposed to embody his character in of itself. I think he is the best self-insert character that Fire Emblem has created. Because he's vanilla enough that most people can kind of insert themselves.
I mean, that's fine, Duke, but I think that arguably flowchart on a tactician makes a lot of sense. Like, design-wise. I think that in that regard, a flowchart game plan works very well for a character that is supposed to be a tactician. Robin flowchart still requires a deft hand to micromanage. That's true. That is true. I'm just trying to think of what you could give him to make him a better character, like competitive-wise. Because Robin's always been somewhat decent, but he's always felt lacking in at least some regard in terms of just his game plan.
Like, okay, this is the,
I wouldn't say Robin has the Wonder Ring problem, because Robin gets things back.
the avatar for myself to go through. And with that, mindset, I think what he's supposed to represent in Smash is that learning tactician, that player that has been introduced to Fire Emblem. Because, yeah, he doesn't have his trump card because...
As a Robin player, let me charge side B? You know what? That wouldn't be bad.
Like, what the trump cards are yet. They have all these tools, and it's their job to kind of put them together.
I would agree if his catchphrase wasn't time to tip the scales.
No, that's Carol's now.
Like,
Fair enough.
he is sold as a tactician. Like, you're doing a good sell job of him and an idea of his personality, but unfortunately he does have one. And it is that, you know, sell pointing to his brain, look at how big it is, ha ha ha. And if that's how he's being sold, and that's how a majority of fans view him, and that's how a majority of fans have a disconnect
Yeah, best way to describe it is between Chrom and Robin, Chrom's the jock and Robin's the nerd. And they're friends, and they get along. And sometimes they're husband and wife.
playing as him, that's a flaw.
I don't necessarily agree, because I feel like being the smartest character, you don't necessarily need the trump card. Does that make sense?
I feel
like Robin's all about being a toolbox and using the player's intellect to keep track of it and figure out what they need to use in specific situations. I feel like if there was a trump card and aha got you, that would kind of devalue the rest of it.
There is kind of a ha got you, but the player has to make the ha got you. It's not just, handed to you.
don't entirely agree with that assessment either. To bring it back to another fighting game character, Naoto in Persona 4 Arena is a very tactical character, but she's very underpowered in a lot of senses. But she has the unique mechanic where every time you hit with a specific move with her persona and specific kinds of moves, she adds a death counter to the opponent. And once they have a specific amount of counters, all of her supers become instant kills if they hit. And
Yes.
that's the kind of tactical character.
The character was a fucking nightmare. Character was a nightmare.
That I feel that I would like to see. That's the idea of using all of the pieces of your toolbox to work toward a specific goal. And that goal is kind of non-standard, but it's really, really fast.
Robin shouldn't TOD you. I agree. He should not. I do not think that he should TOD at all. I think that he should get burst damage, but that's pretty much as far as I would go.
Fascinating, and it works, and you still are playing the fighting game while doing it. Gogeta in Dragon Ball Fighter Z has a move where every time you punch with it, he gets a Dragon Ball. And it's an incredibly neglected mechanic in the game that every time that you get all 7 Dragon Balls and then hit a Dragon Ball hit, you summon the Eternal Dragon Shenron. And that's never used in competitive because games are too...
I think the first thing I would do to make Robin feel better is let him have Levin Sword at the beginning of a fight. I don't know why he doesn't have that in Ultimate. I don't know why it's on recharge literally from the beginning of the fight, but just give it back to him at the beginning of the fight.
fast to hit all the Dragon Balls, except if you use Gogeta for that specific purpose. And I feel like Robin is fulfilling a similar goal to that, and his reward is that he gets to play the video game. And I get the idea of it being on the back foot. I do understand it, but I feel that there's a level of fighting game satisfaction that isn't met with Robin's current design.
I would disagree when considering the aerial smash attacks, because those hit hard, and it's something that only Robin has access to. Like, he has some of the strongest aerials in the game because of that. Like, if you catch somebody with an arc fire, that will kill at around 50% on most characters if you back air into that. Like,
So I'm just going to, since we're talking so much about character with thunder, I should just give a warning right now. There is a storm moving in, so if I magically disappear, Robin did it, and it's his fault.
he does have a few of those super powerful tools. Like, if you somehow catch someone from behind with Nosferatu, like, lifesteal again is such a powerful tool in these
The storm is approaching. Yes, it's Virgil.
games.
Right, and that's good, but they're a
I
bit
definitely agree that
niche
he could
compared
be
to a
better.
full idea. Like as
Thoron
much as as much as I like that, I'm sitting here and I look at Donkey Kong's back air and go, "That's a really good move." I would sure like it less if it were slightly longer, and then after a while his foot got cut off.
Well, you can't get hung up on the foot getting cut off.
I know, but like it's competing with Donkey Kong back air still. Like the payoff is that you get little better Donkey Kong back air.
Yeah, and it's your job to figure out where to use it. I don't feel like this moveset works without the breaking. Like, that's such an integral part of why this moveset captures the feeling that it does.
I can agree with that.
You need to lose the powerful tools, otherwise it's just not what this tactician is supposed to be. That's just the tactician power fantasy.
At this point, I agree with it. My issue is that I don't think they give enough of a reward. I think the 11-inch sword should be a glass sword.
So just instantly deletes.
There should be a deletion, but if you whiff it, oh god.
I would like that as like a shield special. You just like sneakily equip the glass sword and it breaks on the first use.
I like that more. I would not replace the Levin sword. Levin sword just feels so iconic with Robin's design that I would not remove it at this point. I even remember using the Levin sword a ton when playing through Fire Emblem Awakening. It also just goes very well with Robin's overall visual design. Let him keep the Levin. I think I like the Levin sword a lot.
Exactly. Or just have, I don't know, something that like hitting a certain move gives you a buff similar to Hero. Like I'm looking at Hero a lot for this because to me he's one of the strongest avatar characters in this game because he gives the feel of Dragon Quest really, really well and doesn't have much 100%. Personality past that. Robin has one, and it kind of holds him back from the kind of things that Hero manages to embody.
I do agree with that. Yeah, like for what Robin's personality is, I would expect something more along lines of the Zelda idea I'm having, rather than what he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, you're getting in a middle ground with me.
Yeah.
Because like, while Thoron is like one of the best screen clearing moves in the game, Hero has like 5 of those.
Yes. It's not that Robin isn't good, it's that he's unimpressive when compared to the other options that exist right now.
Okay. My major goal was to get him at least above Byleth, and I feel like I've done that.
Oh yeah, you've convinced me he's above Byleth.
Okay, cool. I'm looking at Bowser Jr.
I'm also looking at Bowser Jr.
Because that kind of same like
I think that Robin is a better designed character than Bowser Jr.
How do you feel about between Cloud and Bowser Jr.?
Yeah, that's fine by me.
I feel like Robin gets Fire Emblem gameplay more than Bowser Jr. does Mario bosses.
Okay,
I think that's much better.
Fine, you've seduced me. He's up 3 tiers from where I had him initially.
Okay, I'll take that as a happy win.
Which, to be fair, is the exact same distance that Jigglypuff runs.
I also kind of think I would like to replace Bronze Sword with a Silver Sword, if only because I think it would look better. The Bronze Sword is just such an ugly thing to look at. It doesn't even look like a sword. It doesn't even have like a proper handle. It looks like you're holding an oversized Monopoly piece.
Fantastic. There were a few comments on Robin as well, but it was kind of just mirroring the same things I just said. Shout out to Jamester again.
Oh, good.
As well.
The storm is approaching.
To David Turmo and Caleb Wilden, who I kind of just built that argument off of. I'll put their comments on the screen as well.
All right. Thank you to everyone who said I was right, though.
There wasn't anybody. I had to search for Robin comments. Those are the only 3 ones.
Dash attack looks bad.
Like, haha, Pyrr is
I
very
agree,
handsome.
but I think that more just comes from the fact that Robin's not a refined swordsman. I feel that the dinky ass just stab he does is very fitting for somebody that doesn't know how to use a sword that well. Because the way he uses a sword feels like an extension of his magic, and you know, I'm gonna stab him.
Duke's mind a lot. Good, like.
Oh yeah, if we're talking about those ones, like there are plenty of those. Just like,
no,
poor Duke.
No, thank you.
All right. Next up is Shulk.
Okay.
Oh, I want to hear Shulk.
I want to say something real quick about Shulk before I get to the comments. Like, this will take like 30 seconds.
All right.
I did a bad job explaining Xenoblade gameplay in that first episode, which I kind of regret.
All right.
not to a point I want to like re-explain it now, but like I was getting arts mixed up for which ones. It's been a while since I played the game. Just like a soft apology to the Xenoblade fans, and also it's something we've talked about outside of the podcast, but I want to put here.
Okay.
Where a lot of RPG characters kind of don't capture the feel of the actual character. They're more about embodying the game they come from. Shulk is not one of them, and I should have given him more credit for that. Because this kind of super complicated, like, switching between all sorts of different, like, Monado arts to fit your exact situation, Shulk's a scientist. This fits his kind of mental intelligence just perfectly for, like, having to have the flexibility to, like, plan out where he needs to use what, when. And I do feel like he deserves a little bit more credit than what I gave him in that regard.
Yes.
Just wanted to throw that out.
All right.
Some of the comments threw out some interesting tidbits about him. For 3XHS, in Ultimate, Shulk can change arts in hit stun, which lets him use shield in a way that completely nullifies combos. So like mid-combo, he can just switch to shield and immediately drop out of it.
It's a very nice touch. I agree, yes.
Monado shield works in Xenoblade perfectly. It's a one and done, cancel out that move, which
that's nice.
Is pretty spot on, and I really like it.
Yeah.
Rob Hillen feels like while Shulk could be better designed to represent Xenoblade 1, putting him in mixed does a bit of a disservice to what it does well. Argues that's trying to make him...
And let's be honest, so many people started to play Xenoblade because of Smash. Literally the memes of now I'm really feeling it was enough to make people just fall in love with this series. I think out of every newcomer in Smash 4, I think that Shulk is absolutely the one that got the most people to play his game. I think that's a fair statement to say. Now is Shulk time. Here, this is the Monado's power. I'm really feeling it. He said 3 lines, and it was enough for people to lose their minds.
Emulates traditional Xenoblade combat would hurt his design overall. I think there's ways to make it work, but he does point out that in Xenoblade Chronicles, Shulk is a glass cat. Oh my gosh, I talked way too long for Robin.
Oh yeah, no.
Shulk is a glass cannon. While he can work on the glass on a bit, he can definitely be described as the cannon. But through his various buffs, he can kind of nullify that a bit, kind of like help his team to like. They kind of describe it as the Monado arts kind of embodying the other members of his party, buffing him in the same way, which I don't know if I agree with necessarily. But I do think it's worth considering.
I could consider it, but if that were the case, I would make it later. Because that's literally how you make it a glass cannon in this game.
Well, that's the thing, that like to become like that full-on glass cannon, he does make himself lighter. Like to take on those glass cannon attributes.
Well, yeah,
Smash.
But you're saying that at his base,
I think
he's
Virgil's
a glass
here.
cannon.
Yes, which he is.
Sorry.
Well, kind
You're gonna hear that for a little while.
Weird game.
He should be glassier and cannonier then. Because at the base, he's got good range and some good power that's like in a weird staggered state. But otherwise, he's pretty mid.
Yes, he is. Which is kind of what he needs to be able to make the rest of his moveset function.
Yes, I agree.
I agree, but like...
Kick out his lawn chair.
How much more fun are Monado arts on Kirby? Because Kirby isn't entirely balanced in the same way.
Significantly more fun.
Virgil's armchair is real. I'm not gonna show the clip, but if you know the clip, you know the clip.
I do agree.
Exactly. So I think if you gave him that ability to have that rush down, have that sort of oomph to it, then you would feel the power fantasy of your Xenoblade friends buffing you.
I kind of had just a small idea of how to fix this, just to kind of harken to Xenoblade combat properly. That whenever you're in a certain art, you're like building up a damage meter, and if you deal enough damage while under that art, the art changes to a super powered move based on the art. Like, Monado Jump becomes Monado Cyclone, which becomes a really powerful kill-off-the-top kind of move. Something like that. Monado Buster becomes the actual Monado Buster, a giant
could be
move
interesting
that doesn't deal knockback, but a ton of damage.
That could be really fun, and honestly, you could balance it by just making that the side special.
Yeah, just things like that. Like, I do feel like it still could... like, I don't agree with the comments necessarily that he couldn't embody the Xenoblade gameplay well by... Sorry, I'm just Robin.
No, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, that trying to embody Xenoblade gameplay well would hurt his design. I don't agree with that, but I do think he deserves more credit for what he does well, because he really is one of the most interesting designs in the game.
I agree.
Definitely is, but also he is because of one move.
Yes. I'll give him credit, just, he has a
But
very
it's
unique
one
way of
move that
using
affects his
sword
entire
that doesn't really
playstyle,
differentiate
so
from
at least there's that.
other sword fighters as well. The lightsaber's a little weird, but it does give him a unique silhouette.
No, it is unique, and I do like it, but, like, then he has his other 3 specials, and those will always hold him back for me.
Yeah. Like, if the Minato Arts did what I just suggested and, like, changed up the specials as you were building that damage percent, that would be ideal Shulk in my eyes.
I can see that, yeah.
But again, this is one of the only RPG characters that actually captures their character, which I really, really appreciate.
Don't entirely agree with that, because you got Sephiroth.
Okay, yeah. I'm looking at the ones that are in C tier with him. So I should be looking higher, because, like, yeah, there is Sephiroth.
Yeah, you got Cloud,
Marth and
you got Ike.
Good jobs. Yeah. That just toss out that statement. But where other characters have that problem, like, I'm looking at where he is in that tier list, he's directly beneath Joker, and where I feel like Joker's missing that personality, Shulk does have it.
Yeah, but Joker has the vibe of his game, too. He's got that appeal.
That's true. I kind of just want to move him up higher in C tier.
I agree. I was.
Oh yeah, he gets pushed up.
Moving him.
I didn't
up to
realize
B.
he got pushed
I'm
up.
never moving up to B because he spoils one of the best plot twists of the game in his
Oh
Final
yeah,
Smash.
okay.
But look, let's put up where Lucas is right now.
Oh, that's not fair. He didn't have that when he was released in Smash 4.
Okay.
I feel good about that, and then
Yeah,
Lucas
that's
will
fine.
get moved whenever we get to Lucas.
That's fine by me.
Cool. Bowser Jr. was after that. There was a lot of comments about what he could have been if he went a different direction with the design, but there was almost no discourse about actually moving him, and I think he's still perfect where he is.
Yeah, no, he's a good little boy. He could be. It would be better if he were one boy.
Yeah, I agree.
Instead of 7 and a girl.
Yeah, but even then, his design's all right. It's a Mario boss fight, and they get that pretty well.
Yeah, no, they nail the Mario boss fight aesthetic.
Well, you're
and
not doing
don't do anything
corn
else.
there.
Yeah,
But they got that one thing real good though.
exactly. Duck Hunt, another character that doesn't really need to be moved, I think.
Let's. I'm gonna skip ahead to Man Knight. I think that all the other characters so far are where they should be. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people have something to say about Bayonetta.
Yeah.
Her personality is great, but the moveset doesn't match it.
Yes.
All right, that's the last of Smash 4. Meta Knight. I got a couple of comments on Meta Knight. With all the Kirby characters, there seems to be a very weird split between well, not a weird split, it's a completely understandable split between Kirby diehards like Sakurai that really like the old games and don't really mind that the newer games aren't represented, and the ones that do love the whole series and are really bothered by how much it favors the earlier games, which is totally valid. I totally understand that. A lot of people are arguing it's not as problematic of a design that he's currently ranked in as in like a D tier, which looking at him with context, I kind of feel the same way about him as I do Bayonetta. Like he's missing that climax, as we said way back then.
Right.
Because like the basis of the character isn't that bad. He's a unique character. He's got a lot of interesting things. The hyper aggressive precision of his sword swipes makes him feel like he's really good with his sword.
Right. My issue with him is sort of the same issue where in Smash, or in Brawl specifically, he was very much a speedster who was still a jack of all trades. Like, he could hit you at all grounds and all attitudes and all ideas. And Smash 4 made him more specialized, but not by specifically making him specialized, just by nerfing the things that made him a good all-around.
Pretty much.
True, yeah.
So it took...
He never really recovered.
Yeah,
No, he did not. I agree. He did not recover whatsoever.
core of
He would only get worse.
the character, and instead of making him specialized through design, it made him specialized through, well, now he can't do these things, so these things are okay, I guess. And also just a small thing that's always a nitpick, he gets classic Galaxia Darkness in Kirby Planet Robobot. Like, they canonized that in a video game after he used it in Smash, and then they took it away in Ultimate.
As I said, combine the two, turn into a raging demon.
It's a shame because it wasn't exactly the flashiest move, but they could have made it flashy.
Right.
Like, even just do the cloak spin, then you have him teleport them to somewhere else where he does the Strider attack, and
Link to the past.
then finish it off with the final hit.
Exactly. But it just blows my mind that you're like, okay, we made this new thing. Oh, that's cool. Let's add it in the new Kirby games. What? It's in the new Kirby games? Can't have that shit.
For sure. I do have a few comments here. Some of them just make me laugh. Like, Evil Dead 2 just says, to me, telling who Meta Knight is to Masahiro Sakurai is very funny.
I know, and I even said that at the beginning. How do you tell the person who made the character that what they're doing is wrong with their character? I think that was the first thing I said about, like, criticizing Meta Knight in Smash. And to an extent, I agree. It's weird. It's a very weird area, but everybody makes mistakes.
Fair point. Got a chuckle out of me.
No, make your
It's hard to
character better,
argue.
though.
Daixo says that Pyrr's description of how he wants Meta Knight makes me think of M. Bison's description in the Street Fighter video of designing 4, but as a flying ball.
Yeah, I can feel that. Thank you for watching Designing for Mastery. I appreciate it.
It was a good video.
Thank you.
Jamester, again, thinks Meta Knight is fine. Doesn't think he's a problematic design. Wishes he had a little more punch in his move, but we've seen what happens when he does. I actually think the speed of his attacks and a reflection of his discipline with the sword, think Virgil. I really think his forward smash, which is just a single clean swipe of his sword, and I really did wish he had more of those. I agree with Pyrr that he should have a quick draw Samurai Kirby attack. I think it fits his character. And he just... I think the main argument is that we're being a little too harsh on the ball.
Nah, you had a perfectly good car, and then you removed the radio and speaker systems. Like, the car still runs, but you don't have a replacement for the radio and speaker systems. You just have a car.
I'm just looking at all the other characters in D tier and feeling like what's missing from Meta Knight doesn't hurt me nearly as much as any of the other ones.
I think he's top of D.
Top of D?
And by that, I mean under Luigi, because I'm not touching that.
Under the weird Luigi and Roy zone.
Exactly. Like, I think he's fair. I think we put him in a good spot.
Yeah.
Like, there's improvements to be made with him and tweaks. He's missing a fundamental aspect of him.
Yeah, I agree. Also, James just throws out that Spanish Meta Knight is indeed better than Darth Meta Knight, which totally agree.
Completely.
All right, so let's keep Meta Knight where he is. Pit, I saw one thing about
Do we even need to talk about Pit? I don't think Pit's gonna move.
It's from 3XHS. Gets a lot of the complaints about Pit, but it feels like there's a lot about how Pit plays an Uprising that was brought into Smash.
Skip. Fuck Pit. We don't need vindication for Pit. Wherever you put him, he's probably not going to be very high. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Good comment, but the problem's there. Plus, they are just kind of broken, and I wish they weren't.
Yeah.
All right. Zero Suit Samus. We've talked before that there's kind of a few interesting comments here.
Yes.
I'm gonna go with Connor Moniz first. Argues that the very existence of there being two Samuses in of itself damages her reputation. Tell me, do you really think Other M would have featured ZSS so heavily if she didn't somehow get into Smash Brothers? So many people, because of Zero...
That's a interesting question. Yes, I do, if only for the fact that they were trying to really humanize Samus when you didn't need to humanize Samus whatsoever. She was fine being the way she was. That's why her character in Metroid Dread is so fantastic. She literally has a bunch of emotions through her eyes. She has one line of dialogue and she screams. That's all you need.
Suit have begun to think of her as the hot mommy character, rather than the badass bounty hunter she truly is. By making ZSS a character of her own, it damages Samus and by extension Metroid as a whole. More people focus on ZSS than regular Samus, and that is a goddamn shame.
Well, not anymore.
I don't agree. I think Other M would have been just as bad regardless.
Have you seen who developed Other M? Nah, they were going to put Hot Chick Samus in there.
Yeah. It's the...
I
Completely
don't
Team
remember
Ninja?
if it's
Team
Ninja Theory or Team Ninja.
It's Team Ninja.
Whichever one does the Dead or Alive series, but like that
Yes.
was always going to happen. I do think Zero Suit Samus existing now exemplifies that, but I think the problem is the other way around, that now that Other M has happened, this portrayal of her has kind of just become the standard, which it really shouldn't be.
Yes. Now, I will admit that one shot where they stare at Samus's ass in Subspace Emissary is really weird, but...
It's just the eye candy of video games. I wasn't surprised.
I know, but I was surprised that Nintendo first party was like, hey, look at her ass, though.
Have you seen the character designs in Tears of the Kingdom? There are a lot of horny people on the team, on Nintendo's like A-list like first party developer like teams. There are a lot of people in Nintendo that are very horny.
We got the graphics now.
We're a family company.
This is Brawl. We're going more edgy. I wanted to bring up that concern first, just because not necessarily for just the... I think Other M is to blame for that characterization more than here, but I do think the focusing on Zero Suit Samus over regular Samus does bother me a lot. There was another comment from Komomu, I think I am saying this right, thinks her representing the movement...
You're confusing beauty with sex appeal. No, I'm not.
Games while Samus herself represents...
Because every character in Tears of the Kingdom, both guy and girl, have that in spades.
Power is a nice idea, but doesn't agree at all with the execution. Even besides the jet boots, they don't think her core playstyle really represents what the character herself should be. Feels that a better playstyle would be somewhat closer to what Sonic has, a hit-and-run kit instead of a rushdown one. Biggest problem,
I don't think I would want Zero Suit Samus to play like Sonic.
Oh, is that...
I don't think anybody would want anybody to play like Sonic.
I think that she is actively damaging to the character of Samus and how people perceive her. Being insanely good in comparison to Armored Samus is its own can of worms, and they do agree that the latter deserves to take the fall for it. I think the emphasis on Samus itself is a very poor choice to me. It feels like it's only made to give Smash its own sexy femme fatale among the roster, which reduces the important character into an archetype, and Brawl in particular feels like it used her rather tastelessly. Which, I think, just what you said, kind of fair.
Yeah,
I don't
true.
feel like it's fine in a vacuum, but dumbing her down just to fit that archetype does feel like kind of a disservice to me. Just like grabbing Samus, like, okay, we need this kind of archetype. We don't have access to Bayonetta yet. Let's do this one here. Which just kind of feels like both a waste of the character and also a waste of the potential of just trying to find somebody else that actually does fit it pretty well.
I want to know why they made the decision behind changing Samus in between Brawl and Smash 4 into Go-Go Boots Samus. Because
I'm going to just guess that it was just adding more flair to a design that was, fairly grounded and not super, distinct or interesting.
I don't feel that I'm qualified enough to say that. I do feel it makes her a better archetype in general and makes her a stronger fighting game character, but I can see...
Actually, you know what? Yeah, Christian makes a good point. The thing is, Samus outside the suit for every game before Dread was for the sex appeal. So I think Samus fitting that is exactly what it's supposed to be. But hey, look, they made her all toned and muscular in Smash Ultimate, so at least they got her physicality much better.
That does reduce the character to the archetype, but at the same time it still has that groundwork and that framework of Samus's movement and motion and whatnot, and that archetype enhances that. Not in a way that enhances her based on character, but also look at the character you had to work with comparatively.
Which brings me to one more comment from Alan Carter, who asks, what about her Zone Breaker high-speed playstyle is anything like Metroid? It might be closer to like Hollow Knight or Ori, but in comparison, Samus has some... She doesn't have great movement tools, but she has some clunkiness to it. The way she has to time her spin attack, for example, or need to press down twice for Morph Ball and build up needed speed for a speed booster. She has wall jump, but no wall cling. If you let someone play Zero Suit Samus and hand them Super Metroid, or even the stealth part of Zero Mission...
Well, I think that's not fair. She's not in Super Metroid. And Zero Mission is so much different in terms of speed and feel than Super Metroid. Why is even Super Metroid in this conversation piece?
It doesn't really match up in the same way, which was an argument we used for Pit, apparently. I don't remember that, but...
I'll argue for stealth section of Zero Mission. No, that's pretty similar, but
yeah,
for main Super Metroid, I'll agree.
Yeah. They argue that the fun in Metroid movement comes down from mastering the controls, because there's a little clunkiness behind all of it, but then once you understand them, you can fully cause them to, like, just go in insane directions. And Zero Suit Samus is kind of just rush down off the bat. So I don't know if I fully agree with it, but I can see where this person's coming from.
Here's the thing. That we're talking about Samus with a bunch of tools. Zero Suit Samus is a literal it's a character with one tool, and that is her Paralyzer Pistol, which was given whip functions in Smash, to help, flesh her out a little bit more. But the focus is that pistol. So you have to think, a design like that wouldn't work with you're only focusing on a single weapon that can do a single thing. And that's probably why they added in the jet boots as well, because the pistol wasn't enough.
I don't mean to dismiss anything out of hand. Like, every point that has been made pretty fairly is, again, pretty fair, well balanced. Like, I'm only responding because there's meat on the bone to work with here.
Yeah. Those are all the comments. Just off of that kind of discourse, how are you feeling about Zero Suit Samus now? Because, like, she definitely does exist solely to embody an archetype. I feel pretty confident making that claim.
I would agree with that.
I think that she does a very good job of... At the time when she was included, she did a very good job of referencing how this Metroid series was going, which with the speed-ups of Fusion and Zero Mission, I think that she is a very good embodiment of that. While Samus, at the time, was more of an embodiment of Super Metroid and Prime. That's why she's slower. That's why her mobility isn't nearly as, quick as where the games would be going in the future. She's based in that archetype. And again, it was fine for the time, but we are past that point. And I still think that you could have Zero Suit Samus exist outside of Samus and have them be completely different characters. Cowards didn't want a 6'3", 200-pound badass, so they slimmed her down. No, they didn't. They buffed her up in Ultimate. Like, the Metroid team literally asked, like, hey, can you, like, make her more muscular? Can you, like make her, like, more defined, like, muscular definition? And that's what led to that change. And stuff like that's also how Wii Fit went from looking like a lifeless puppet to, like, a way more normal-looking person with like, actual, like, animated eyes. I'd argue that we kind of have Amazonian Samus through the Samus we have in Smash Ultimate. She's still so short. That's just a byproduct of character scaling in Smash, I feel. I mean, she's tall. I mean, I'm trying to think of... She's like the same size as Falcon. If not just slightly shorter because Falcon wears the helmet. Like, she's among the taller humanoid characters in the game, both in and out of the suit. Remember, Bayonetta is canonically 8 feet tall, but that would look so wrong. Yeah, they made her legs shorter. I do agree, though, that they would look better as boots than heels.
is it an actual disservice?
I would bump her down a tier.
I feel like she does do the archetype well, and Samus being like a super athletic, kick you in the face, that makes...
Honestly, you want my opinion on how you do it? Have her wear the suit shoes. Like, she has the power suit shoes over her feet. And that's how she has jets in her feet. There you go. I think that'd be so easy.
Total sense to me. Like, she's a very strong character.
Yeah, if anything, I feel that this is rehab for her character.
I can see that.
Like, I don't think it's entirely there, but it's not other M Samus. It's definitely not.
And that does feel a lot better.
Like, would I prefer 6'3" Super Metroid instruction manual Zero Suit Samus? Yes.
I mean, Zero Suit Samus didn't exist
But,
until
we got this,
Zero
it's
Mission.
based off of the Zero Mission design, and it's
Like, that wasn't technically Zero Suit Samus. Zero Suit Samus, as a character, did not exist until Zero Mission. That's why she looks the way she does.
think that it flows well as a fighting game character, and I don't think that this is the straw that breaks the camel's back like it does with Wario or like it does with...
Somebody said, then it's 1/8 of the suit Samus. Okay, well how about instead of, like just the shoes, it's like the framework inside the shoes of the suit. Like, we've had detailed, drawings of what the inside of Samus's suit looks like. Have, the machinery from inside the suit still wrapped around, her calves and her feet. So that way the suit's gone, but you still have at least, the usefulness of the jets in the bottom of her feet.
Bunch of other characters with regular Samus even.
Yeah, her design doesn't offend me. Like, the shoes
I don't know.
The shoes are still stupid.
Yeah.
But, of course Samus is going to wear a bodysuit. She needs the freedom of mobility.
Mm-hmm.
That part's never bothered me as much. Like,
I guess you could always argue she never had jets in the bottom of her feet, but maybe it's designed for emergencies. Suit breaks. The jets are always in the suit, but we never see them. I mean, that'd be an interesting design aspect in the future game. The jets are in the shoes, but these are mainly only designed for Samus to use if she's outside of her power suit.
For her being attractive is just a natural side effect of her being athletic.
Mm-hmm.
She's basically a super soldier.
Yeah.
In the same way that Snake is attractive for the same reasons.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I get down for C tier. I'm gonna put her beneath Bayonetta because I think Bayonetta is obviously the better femme fatale. Bayonetta is the embodiment of the femme fatale. Like, if they had
It's
access to
Bayonetta, come on.
They just would have put Bayonetta in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that ZSS moves better, but it's a complicated enough analysis and a complicated enough conversation.
Yeah, which is ironically about where she was originally. We gave her some credit after we talked about Samus, but no. Poor Metroid. Hopefully whatever future Smash Brothers has helps.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think after Dread, it does knock her down a bit, because now we have the idea of Samus with physicality.
Yeah, and it's so much better.
I'd argue we had that in Samus Returns as well. I'd also argue we've had that since Fusion, to be honest with you.
Metroid Dread Samus Smash design.
Yes.
Just good grief, that'd be amazing.
But somehow this is the best we currently have for Metroid.
Yeah, and it's not great.
Yeah.
It's serviceable, but just...
Yeah.
Like the fact that they gave her a whip just to embody that femme fatale kind of thing.
Yeah.
The whip annoys me.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop her beneath Yoshi.
I thought you were going... Now, put her beneath Pichu.
Poor Zero.
I like
That's
Pichu.
too. Okay, yeah.
I didn't even realize she went down.
Next up is Wario.
Oh boy,
This is
Wario.
I think really big one. But we've been going for a while, but we're getting all the heavy hitters at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wario... Wario's an interesting character because it feels like even the people that make him have very different
Low
interpretations of who this character is.
Yes.
Like there is a sliding scale of personality traits for Wario just across like all of the games he appears in, and each one just has those at very different levels. I will say off of the bats that I ultimately feel like Wario still ultimately fails because it takes the, if you could use that example of taking all the personality traits, it takes several personality traits and ups them to 11 and completely abandons the rest of them.
Yes.
And it also makes him just absolutely batshit crazy, which we never mentioned in the actual discussion.
Much like his games, I think that is a nice embodiment of his games. For those of you that have never played any like Wario Land games, most people I know only got a chance to play Shake It because it was on, you know, an actual home console and not a handheld. But like that wasn't like Wario World on the GameCube. But like Wario Land games are weird and surreal. And WarioWare is also very insane too.
Discussion, but I hate that so much.
Yes.
Like, Wario has never felt unhinged to me.
I can agree with that. I think the closest is like when he thinks he's Wario Man and gets hit by a train or something.
Even in WarioWare, like, he's manic for sure, but he seems to have lost his mind in Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
I am really not fond of that.
I'm not either.
I don't think he's lost his mind. I think he's just having fun. I mean, working hard to get that win. I think I don't see Wario as having lost his mind in Smash. I think that since I guess I would argue that since there's not like a big treasure or a big result to get other than just winning the fight, the Wario's personality is kind of just like, I don't fucking care. Like, look at me. I'm gonna pose. I'm gonna do all these attacks, and I win. I'm gonna roll on the floor laughing at you.
Thank you to everyone who did comment on that Wario does have instances of farting pre-brawl. No, thank you to everyone who mentioned Mario Striker.
I mean, okay, I'm sorry. I need to bring this up, and this is going to be a really weird thing to insert into this conversation. Wario Land Shake It legitimately has a massive focus on Wario's fat ass. Like, I don't know how to say it other than just being as blunt as possible. There is a massive focus on it. Especially when you're choosing the level. And when you're choosing the level and he's shaking his ass in the camera. Oh, you bring it up. Oh, good.
Charged. That came after Brawl. But, so, you're wrong. I'm right, as usual. Haha. But, to everyone who mentioned, like, Wario Land 4's commercials, thank you. That's an interesting perspective. He's a strong man in the game. Like, literally his boss introduction is him pumping iron and then tossing away the 100 tons or whatever he's pumping. Like, is he gross? Yes.
Absolutely.
But you turn that grossness into a fart joke. It could be represented in a ton of other ways. Like, take his chomp, for instance. That's pretty gross. What if he...
But I mean, that's just an ability from Wario World.
A projectile, he could spit it at you. Or, like, he closes one part of his nose and the other half makes his nose act like a cannon. And it goes pachoo.
It's a limited perspective on what grossness can be.
Yes.
That just dumbs it down to toilet humor. And
I don't know. I think him just eating his bike is also pretty freaking gross.
Wario has never been embodied by toilet humor. He does have it, but that's just a lesser part of the fact that he's just the rudest guy on the planet.
Yeah, he has cartoon humor.
And this kind of sacrifices so much of that. It does have bits and pieces, but it just shears off so much of it to have it revolve. around this one fart joke. I wouldn't even mind if he like had the fart in like one of his victory animations, like the one where he farts in the victory animations. That's fine. But having the entire play style just be this.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's his entire playstyle. It's a central mechanic, but it's not all he is. I'd argue he's, again, more like, I'm going to be like Mario, but I'm going to do it better, or try to be better. And I think that at least in that regard, he succeeds.
Where to put his shoulder bash, where it's his smash attack. It's gone. It's now his dash attack.
I think it works better as a dash attack than a smash attack, to be honest. There should be forward momentum with the shoulder charge.
Cool. And I don't think they've ever worked around that in any...
He's not? Yes, he is. That's objectively wrong. I've explained this like 3 separate times. Half of his moveset is Mario. Literally half of his moveset is Mario. They gave him more moves in Smash 4 to be like Mario. He is not... Oh. That's not what you were responding to. Text is hard. I'm sorry. I'm going to continue now.
Meaningful way. It's a character whose the single facet of their identity is so important that it overrides absolutely everything else about them. And there are good aspects to Wario's design in Smash, but I can't talk about them because
I see what you're responding to. And to which I agree. I think he's meant to be more evil than gross, but gross is kind of the opposite of good in a lot of ways.
Is this fundamental issue with understanding the character of Wario that still exists within Nintendo to this day.
Yeah, like he's still the original, he's still this character in like the spin-offs.
Yeah.
In the majority of his appearances. It's just that this portrayal in Smash Bros. Has kind of killed like half of his original games.
I disagree. They're still there.
From the upcoming Wario Land Shake It when Brawl was coming out as his victory animation, and that game exclusively focused on Macho Wario. Like, he shakes his ass, and that's funny. And it's very lovingly animated, I will admit.
Oh, yeah. Hand-drawn animation. Why are you locked in the bathroom? Oh, for Christ's sake.
Director specifically called out that he wanted to focus on the...
I just want you to realize that somebody had to hand animate Wario's ass.
Cheesemo and the overall exaggeratedly cartoon male aspects of Wario.
I'll throw a lot of comments on screen right now just to kind of get the arguments into it, because I do respect a lot of where people are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
But I still hold the same opinion on him, man. Like, the problem isn't that he has gross and farty elements to him. It's that he's only that. He's become this just... He's insane in Smash Brothers. He's a completely different character.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. He's not the same Wario in even other WarioWare or Wario Land Mario spin-off appearances.
Yeah, even when he's at his grossest, he's still not this Wario.
This Wario...
I'd argue there have been grosser Warios than the one in Smash.
...is the outlier among all of his appearances.
And the fact that it's such a strong outlier completely cuts off a lot of the outlier on the other side. And it shouldn't need to be that way.
Precisely.
I still have him exactly where it is.
Yeah, same.
So I don't want to dismiss...
I think that a lot of this comes from the fact that Wario in Smash is basically trying to compromise like 4 different identities for this character. And one of them had to be the focus. And they didn't make a focus. They instead just gave him a mechanic that was gross. And a lot of his character, like, is kind of all over the place. I think that his personality is gone across in the way that he is very quick and choppy and wants things done quickly. I think that's shown very well through his animations and his attack speed. I think that his comparisons to Mario is like very good. And I think it's a very good thing that's something they went back to and improved on more with Wario's design in future Smash games. I think that you could easily. Somebody was talking about a like two Warios, how there could be two Warios, and honestly, sorry, I don't want to start the video. Honestly, thinking about it, I think you could make an argument for that, because there's just so much to work with that I don't know if you could fit it all into a single character. And honestly, there are ways you can replace Waft. I thought about this since the Wario video. You could replace it with the ground smash from Wario Land Shake It and have it literally work like that, where you build up a bar, and then once that bar is done, you basically do this huge punch that covers a huge range and also has a huge vertical range as well, so it's not just something you use on the ground. Like, that sounds like an alternative that could work for the fart mechanic. Waft is too iconic at this point. It's more of a down smash to me. It feels too impactful to be a down smash. I request you don't do Kirby next. No, I don't think we're gonna do Kirby next. There's a couple of characters to go through. I want to hear the opinions on Sonic. I feel it's too iconic, kind of proves our entire point. In a sense, yes, but it's also just the fact that it works really well as a character mechanic in this kind of game. That's the problem. Like, it's not iconic because he farts. It's iconic because it is such a arguably well-designed mechanic and how much it gives Wario as a character. And I think that it is nice that it feels like he always feels like he's one up on his opponent because of the very fact that he has Waft. That's a very Wario thing. Where I think Wario would have something where he's just like, I'm so much better than you. I literally have a mechanic that makes it feel like you're always a stock behind me. That feels very Wario, in my opinion. But yeah, I think if you could find an alternative to the fart, I wouldn't be opposed to it being gone. But it is such a good mechanic for a character. And it's funny because I'd argue it's one of the best mechanics that a Brawl newcomer got. Not many Brawl newcomer mechanics worked very well, especially going forward. Maybe you could just have him for, if you want. I agree with one thing, change his proportions. I think Wario should be a bit bigger. He should feel a little bit bigger. And have him, like, taunt after he, like, does throws and does specific attacks. Like he does in Wario World. Wario, yeah, it's true. Wario being bigger would also make him feel more powerful. Yeah, it would just be fluff. I think that that's something that this character needs. I would love Wario to animate nearly as well as Incineroar does. Because arguably he has a lot of his mainline Wario Land mechanics in Smash. He has the butt stomp, he has the shoulder charge. He's only really missing the headlong rush. But maybe, yeah, give him the pile driver from Wario World as his up throw. I like that he has the giant swing. I think he should keep that. Because he also does the giant swing in Wario World as well. I just kind of wish that maybe you could have it so you could move slightly while spinning them. Like, you're spinning, you slightly move backwards to increase the range of the throw. Because you could move around slightly while throwing, like, while spinning opponents in Wario World. I agree, corkscrew is weird and probably should be something else. But what would you change it to? That's my question. Maybe one of his transformations? I mean, it'd be cool if he, like, or, yeah, you know, Spring Wario. I mean, thinking back to, like, the original Wario Lands, it'd be funny if he just, like, took off his hat, put on another hat, and then flew upwards. That'd be a nice touch. I do think that aspect of the earlier Wario Lands especially is lost. Give him a spike. Doesn't his down air technically already spike? I don't know. Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
I see where you guys are coming from, but, like, yes, he is gross. Yes, he is. Yes, there was that one Japanese thing where he's, like, measuring the length of his own turds, but that's not the only aspect of his character. The whole entire thing is that, like, he's this stereotype of that gross middle-aged man that just does whatever he feels like. It's like, oh, I just farted.
Yeah, he's Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but buff.
Exactly. He is the stereotype of, I don't want to say gross masculinity, because he's also got that bodybuilder aspect of it, but very, very stereotypical masculinity. The funny kind of it.
Yeah.
That you can make fun of. And
Exactly.
that's not what he is in Smash Bros. In the slightest, and it's damaged his character since then.
Completely agreed.
Just to throw a bone to those people, if that wasn't the case...
So what would you do for a spike, though? Back air should be Mario's spike. I like his back air already as a parallel to Mario's back air, that he uses his head because he can't use his legs, they're too short. Do you give him a forward air like Mario? That's my question.
Wario had been this gross character, where would you put him?
If Wario was just a gross man, then I would want him to be grosser. But
Yeah,
I would
true.
Think of being back air
probably,
works as a
like, if he
parallel.
were
Actually, you know what? That's true.
Specifically a gross gag manga character in, like, the ideal of Dr. Slumps Arale or something. I'd probably put him in, like, B.
Yeah, probably around there.
Probably there.
So for you people that are just so in love with this portrayal of the character, he's a B tier for you guys, but, like, he's killing half of his character and completely ignoring the rest of it with this design.
Yeah.
I agree with the ignoring part. Don't inherently agree with the killing part.
That is most of the big ones. You can actually get to some fast ones now.
Oh, yeah.
But it's definitely clear
Snake?
that they like the absurdist humor in Japan more than we do.
Comments agree. Still fantastic.
Good.
Taunts are a litof sad, which I kind of saw that now that I've actually played a bit of Metal Gear, I'm kind of feeling that.
I can agree.
And now that we're
Why can't he sneak around in the box? Let Snake walk around in his box. Also let him, like, get out of it and use it as a weapon. That'd be really neat. It's... I'll take what I can get.
at the top 5, I kind of want to do some little tinkering real quick.
Okay.
Because when we ended off the last episode, you told me to, like, play Metal Gear and play King of Fighters, like decide where Sephiroth should properly be.
Right.
I have since done so,
Okay.
And while I still think both of those designs are fantastic, I think Sephiroth still beats them both.
Really? You think for Terry specifically?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Terry's just translating a fighting game into a fighting game, and it does so amazingly.
Mm-hmm.
Sephiroth is an entire archetype of a character done beautifully.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
I've
that's
never
my
been a
whole-
fan of
whole argument
Sephiroth's
with Terry,
render.
So that's fine.
All right, I want to just bump him up to the number 3 place.
It looks
Okay.
weird.
Okay.
Just in the
Okay,
face.
Sephiroth, people still agree that Sephiroth is amazing too.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Ike, no disagreement on his placements. A couple people got salty about, like, not salty, but completely disagreed with, like, me saying, like, oh, he's one of the faces of the franchise. I think I said the face of the franchise, but you know what? I can still make arguments for. The fact that his game didn't almost kill the franchise is up to Nintendo's marketing. That was the middle of the Wii marketing, like, appealing to the casual market, and Fire Emblem was just not that.
Okay, we don't need to know about Ike. I want to know about Sonic. Actually, no, somebody said some good stuff about Lucas. I'll listen to Lucas.
Give credit to the arguments. I thought it was an interesting take, but I still...
You know what? I prefer if
I
his backwards
appreciate
turn
it,
too.
but
That probably
I have
would suit him a lot
strong thoughts
better.
on Diddy.
Lucas,
More emphasis on the
finally-
wing in that way.
Obvious change. We got so many comments, which I'm just gonna throw on screen.
Yeah.
Lucas's main attacks are PK Love. That hexagonal shape are the exact same thing. Did not know that, never played the games, but he does use PK Love as his main attacks. I think that automatically bumps him up to B tier at least.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you guys
that's
already
the
mentioned
most
that.
No-brainer. Oh, well,
It was like
duh.
that was
fact
like the
his
first
up smash is the
retcon
needle
I think that was mentioned before this episode, actually.
pull, and I never got that. Was like, oh, I'm an idiot. No, big dummy me for that. That's
And
so strong and so good.
Yeah, and I do want to comment on one. I don't think. Oh, wow, it's a spoiler. Is the thing. Basing his moveset off of Ness, where having him hit himself with PK Thunder is kind of offensive based on certain things that happen in the story, based on what happens when you get hit. Like, that's the best comment we got.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't change my opinion. I'm not gonna nuke him down because of that, but that's so funny.
Oh, that's so good.
Uh,
But yeah, he's a solid B tier. What
Yeah,
would make him
definitely.
A or above for me would be just.
I think it's a good
emphasize
thing that I
little
don't remember a
things
lot of
to
the
do his
plot of
connections,
Mother
because
3.
Right now, his grabs are Duster, and his specials are Kumatora. Make his tilts bony.
yeah, something like that.
And then
I think
just-
we actually got a comment on that too, just saying that like I could have Boney in it.
Yeah, and just
Give him a Frog Car taunt. Because Frog Car's the best character.
for PK Starstorm, if they hugged before or after it,
Yeah, well, like it. Well, we talked that like he has a very good like get off me kind of moveset to like mirror how depressing Mother 3 is.
right?
His character is intact, and even though he doesn't use his moves, it does still feel like Lucas. Based
Yeah.
on what I understand of who Lucas is.
Yes.
Man, I didn't grab that character. I there was a comment talking about like including Boney more as well. I'll try to find that and put it on screen. But
Alright.
yeah, he could be better. But I'm kind of looking at the I'm also looking at Cloud right now.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I'd put him above him.
You know,
I would
think
not
I'd
put
agree.
Lucas above
I think
Cloud.
with
Oh,
our
he
new
doesn't?
revelation,
I mean, he's
would.
good, but I don't think
will
he's
always still
Cloud
prefer,
good.
Like characters using what is based on them over taking things from other characters if they have things to take from.
Right.
But the more I've learned about the Mother series,
Yes,
and how
Christian,
close
he
those
uses
bonds,
PK
like,
Rockin',
bonds that
which
tie
is
are, I
more
think of
circle-based,
all series, Mother
and that's
does
why
make
they
more
look more
sense to have,
circular
like,
in this
the
game compared to the
reference and other
hexagons.
characters throughout their movesets, because you can't exactly like have them. Although I do still like the summon idea. We had more.
Yeah.
And like his friends could die by doing that, just to
Yeah.
pound down on the depression too. But as he has now, like he's still pretty good. Like you've opened our eyes, definitely
Yes.
a high B tier.
Thank you for that correction so much.
And it wouldn't be hard to get him up into A tier either.
Yeah.
He is on the cusp of being on A.
He is a good boy.
Sonic is next.
Oh boy.
Sonic, once again, design dorks featuring Jamester.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna read the
Oh,
whole
Jamester,
thing,
you're a
but
freaking
the idea-
celebrity at this point.
idea of Sonic being this super fast, like, momentum-based character is the vibe of Sonic, but how Sonic games actually work is almost always the exact opposite. Because Sonic, it's so hard to make a game that just is constant forward momentum, so Sonic games always like sparse that out with like boss fights are always about avoiding the boss's attacks until they expose a weak point, and then that he rushes in to punish the boss, which is exactly how he works in Smash Brothers.
No, I disagree with that.
No, I disagree
Like,
too.
For some bosses, yes. But like, take Sonic Adventure 2's Sonic bosses. You have Bigfoot, where you can jump on boxes and skip cycles to go faster. You have the Egg Golem, where you can wait for him, but you can just platform up his back and do it faster. And you have the Shadow Fights, where you can wait for him to do an opening, or you can force your own.
I agree. Also, just something that Jamester said that it actually makes the point that his moves looking so samey is what enables aggressive play. It's just that people play him campy because you don't quite know what he's doing, which lets him mix you up in a lot of ways. I can see where that's coming from, but I still
No, the defensive options are just too strong. I do not agree with that.
feel like it's a failure of design when compared to like embodying the aggressiveness in other ways, because this is a case of where he's aggressive because he's unreadable, and I don't think that's good.
I agree. And the fact of the matter is, Ultimate is such a strong game with animation and expressing character personality through animation, and Sonic is severely lacking, especially compared to characters similar to him in archetypes and the more cartoony.
He's the only character I can think of who got less expressive and like worse, just animation wise, as the games went on. If Sonic had a model that was even remotely as expressive as the one he had in Brawl, I don't think there'd be that much of an issue with that.
That's
Agreed. On that note, Master Sonic complains that, just to double down on just the bad side of Sonic, he expresses no emotion in Smash at all. He's one of the only characters that has actively destroyed their taunts as the games have progressed.
Yes.
You're correct.
Like, so much of this character has been broken down from then, and from, I remember we were talking about Sonic being like a Sonic for the Fighters interpretation of the character.
Mm-hmm.
King1216 points out that he also fails at doing that.
Oh, that's fun. Oh, I remember that. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you remember that comic, but in
I
in
do
Sonic
now.
the Fighters, yeah, I'll put it on comments so I don't have to read it out, but like, how Sonic functions in Smash Brothers isn't even a reference to what he was designed off of.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got me there. Oh, this guy gets it.
Yeah. Shout out to King1216. That's also a very good comment. Does that nuke him down any further? I don't feel like he can physically drop into F tier because who Sonic is, just you can't get to that point. And
I think that all that describes a character that does not work, and I think that the criteria of harming the character's reputation has, in my opinion, severely harmed the characters that, like, the amount of characters that could go in that tier, because I do feel that a couple of them could, like Lucario and Sonic. I think that judgment aspect of does this harm the character harms that tier so much, because let's be completely honest, no character in that tier is harmed by their appearance in Smash. None of them. Pikmin's still selling well. Pikmin 4 is coming out tomorrow. It's going to sell well. It's a Switch game. It's going to sell very well. People still love Palutena for who she is. People that want to look into her more will definitely find a lot to love about the character. I don't think that's going to harm her character. Wario, I don't think is harmed by this whatsoever. While a lot of stuff isn't represented, there's so much you can go and play and, like, just easily learn about the character if you want. I don't think that anything about Wario would harm people going to play those games. And Samus doesn't harm. And Metroid Dread was such a huge success. Samus is not in that boat either. Nobody in that tier is technically in that boat. Oh, and Lil Mac, he's not in that boat either.
Still function as a fighting game character.
Sonic is one of the few characters who I think is bigger than Smash Brothers.
Yes.
In ways that, like, Mega Man and Wario are not.
I think Sonic is as low as he can be. Like, yeah, the moveset is so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, as soon as you put Sonic into the game, like, it's Sonic.
Yeah, you got it. It's Sonic. Did you get it? No, but you got it.
Like I dislike Sonic's moveset more than Mega Man's, but Sonic I don't think I can physically put him underneath Mega Man.
I feel like Sonic
he absolutely deserves to be under Mega Man, in my honest opinion.
is like, does he go fast? Does he have the right sound design outside of his voice clips?
Yeah, you know what, Gabe?
You
That's a
got
good
it.
point. If a character
and
was
once
actually
he goes-
harmed,
If
a character was actually harmed, the creators of the series would probably force Sakurai to fix them in some regard. I mean, that's how we've gotten some changes to characters, and sadly enough, that's how the biggest changes have happened to characters in Smash. You know, not the fans like saying that things don't work or things could be better. It's the Wii Fit team coming to Sakurai being like, "Can you make her look a little better, please?" And then you get that, and it's, oh, yay, thanks.
pieces, like, doesn't matter how bad everything else is.
Yes.
It still works.
So much.
You know, I agree to an extent, but I think these days I describe it less as this harmed them and more this has failed to help them in any way whatsoever. Even with some characters, okay, like maybe Lomac and Palutena, but I do not agree with Samus. Especially after Dread, I do not agree on Samus in that regard. I think she should be at least E, and then, because I don't think Samus fits that description.
Less has to be done to do Sonic good.
Agreed. So I'm keeping him in the same place.
Yeah, same.
Respect the arguments, but nah. DDD. I got defenses for DDD, and I'm so happy to see them.
Oh, good.
Oh, I need to hear
One
this.
very simple one. That's Absolute Gamer. Just a very simple comment that put to words something I was struggling to. DDD above
What a good name. Absolute Gamer.
all makes you feel like you are playing as DDD, and it's fun, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Because he's absolutely.
I don't know. Deity feels more competent as a character in his actual games than he does in Smash. At least, you know, as the series went on.
Character that would like he's a Kirby boss, often an early game boss, so it makes sense for him to rely on just one Gordo-like move. He's a character that I can absolutely 100% respect having a linchpin to his game design, because the guy's a little stupid. He'd be like, yeah, look at my grand invention. It is a Gordo, and I will defeat you with this Gordo.
Okay, weird voice for him.
But it's funny because Deity, even in the earlier games, while he comes off as a doofus, he was like smarter than everybody else in some regards. Like in Kirby's Adventure / Nightmare in Dreamland, he was the one that basically like took the rod because of the nightmares. And everybody thought like, oh, he's a bad guy, look at what he did. But no, actually he did something that was really good. And he was doing all this with good intentions, and he was secretly like the smartest person in the room the entire time. I like that aspect of D&D, and I don't feel that that's emulated super well. He also failed to explain that to Kirby and his actions ultimately released the nightmare. Like, he did a good thing, but he was exceptionally bad at it. I guess that's true, yeah. I don't know, I feel like he's become more competent as the years went on. Like, I'd say he's competent in Return to Dreamland. When he's free of his mind control in the Forgotten Land, I'd say he's pretty competent. You know, saving his Waddle Dees and fighting off the incoming beast horde so that Kirby and Bandana D can move on. I feel that there's definitely spots that they could. Post Forgotten Land 100%. I want more in Smash now, but I wouldn't just judge his ultimate design off of a game that came after. That's true. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. Shit. I know, a lot of timing has to be taken into account here, which is funny because so much stuff in Smash is lost because of bad timing. I feel that maybe in that regard, he needs better things that can blow up in his face, I guess is the best way to put it. I mean, Gordo's not the worst thing in the world, but imagine... I think I even suggested that, like, what if DD had, like, Tough Guy for projectiles that can allow him to deal better with the potential of his freaking Gordo being launched right back in his face. Give him more of an opportunity to deal with stuff like that. Because he's an anti-zoner, but he's really bad against projectiles, for the most part. I love the idea of Tough Guy for projectiles, 12 out of 10 idea. I'm surprised it's something they've never attempted, because it worked so well for Bowser. I guess you could just argue, oh, Deity's used to having things thrown at his face. Oh, he kind of just shrugs it off a little bit. He doesn't mind it.
Okay.
I don't know why.
But he's going to take that and he's going to throw it back at you twice as hard, so you better be prepared.
That voice. I had a mental image of just, like, characters that's... Well, I was picturing Eggman in my head. I tried to, like, get a middle ground between those subconsciously, and it just did not work. We talked about him, like, possibly having more, but I feel like DDD's a character that benefits from simplicity. And I'm saying this as a DDD main. Because, like, yes, he suffers in a fighting game so much because of the combination of his weight and his floatiness just makes him so easy to combo, but he's also a Kirby boss, and that makes sense.
On one hand,
he has some extremely powerful tools that allow him to, like, get around that. Like, he's one of the best ledge trappers in the entire game with the Gordos.
He is. On the other hand, I'm going to bring in the but recent Kirby though argument, because DDD feels so good to control in Star Allies. I believe I said that Super DD jump is a charge move, and doing it as a charge move makes it invincible. And that feels really good and really strong. The extra effort that he gives during his masked DDD fights that just isn't present in his Smash incarnation. It doesn't sell the fact that DDD really is this incredibly powerful being. Like,
do we give him a masked install? That's the question.
Lest we forget, he beat Dark Meta Knight and then destroyed the entire mirror dimension by getting really mad at it and hitting it with a hammer. Like, he's really, really powerful. It's just that he's a doofus.
I'd give some credit to his power. Like, he has some very powerful attacks.
Oh, he does, but...
Like, he has one of the easiest shield breaks on his forward smash ever.
He does, but, like, that forward smash never feels good to use.
I would disagree with that entirely. I love that move. Especially when you get the multi-hit that just completely...
I wish it was faster.
Shields regardless of charge. Because for some reason that works with the move, if you space it exactly right.
Oh, with the shockwave and whatnot? Yeah.
Yeah. He has one of the best feeling dash attacks to use in the entire game. It hits so hard, and it's so funny to ledge trap with that move.
Oh, I agree with that.
I know that. I know that, Christian. I mean, of course it is. Sakurai even voices the character. It absolutely is based more on, like, Superstar and Dreamland 1 DD than anything else.
I can't remember. It's the Rocket Hammer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which hurts because literally, like, a few months after Brawl came out, and after we got DD in Smash, that's when Mass DD became a thing, and DD became so much more of an interesting character.
It's uninspired, but it does kind of sell that power of, like, oh yeah, I can kill you in one hit with this. I just need to hit you. It is such a great intimidation tactic, especially with characters with counters. I love using that, and when people try to counter it and just waiting for them to counter, sometimes they just hit you, but then most people can't resist, like, oh, I could kill him instantly if I counter this.
Yeah. I just think that the game mechanics hold back the idea of him.
I agree in that regard. I think that's a good way to put it.
He has... Like,
Also, shout outs to Ping DD, he's my favorite.
This is just me not playing very competitively with people, because I definitely don't enjoy playing DDD on, like, Set for Glory. I can't even remember what regular online play on Smash Ultimate's called.
I don't know.
For Glory's.
It's just
competitive.
it's like ranked. There's just Smash and Elite Smash. I don't think there is anything along those lines.
Yeah,
A non-ranked mode for online would have been really nice. I'm just gonna say that much.
I don't know. It's the GSP nightmare minds.
I don't feel a need to quote specific comments, because there's not much to quote. It's basically boiling down to just DD is good. He feels fun to play as. Also, I remember us what we were talking about is just that he just uses hammer swings.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people took umbrage on that because there's a lot of characters like just use sword swings. And DDD's hammer feels so good to land on like every single swing. The sound design is fantastic.
I would that's a point I will argue against, because I do not feel that is true. DDD's hammer feels like it should hit twice as hard on like every hit that it has. And it is difficult to think of moves on DD that feel super good to land with the hammer that isn't the forward smash, maybe the up smash. I mean, catching rolls with down smash is also fun, but I don't know if I would say that like his hammer feels inherently good to land hits with. It has good sound design, but I definitely feel like for the most part DD does not sell the power of that hammer unless he's using very specific moves.
Agree, but on the other hand, like DDD has more than just hammer swings, whereas say Marth does not have more than just sword swings.
I'm gonna make a comparison to Kirby then, because Kirby has access to an almost infinite amount of things he could do, but his inherent simplicity is what makes him shine so strongly. I feel like that's kind of mirrored in DDD. Like, he could absolutely have room to be a more complex character. I feel like just being able to, like, choose whether to throw a Gordo Waddle Dee or Waddle Doo would just give him some interesting side elements to the moveset, and, like, I'd bump him up to S tier at that point. Just to have that reference. But I feel like as he's... what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to bump him up into low A tier.
Okay, sell me on him.
I have been
Mario.
given the gift of foresight.
Yeah.
You will be granted your wish.
Over Mario? Sure. Mario is held back from being any higher because of his personality. Like, everything else is fantastic, but Mario's just angry...
Mario is pissed.
Grumpiness doesn't feel like... we'll get to this comment later, but I loved somebody wording it as he needs more bing bing wahoo.
Yes.
And it's just not there. DDD, however, again... You feel like DDD. If you want to feel like DDD, you pick DDD. Just this goofball that is just swing really powerful hits anywhere you feel.
You know what? I just thought of
so
something.
Clumsy. If you want to feel like just an
Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna save it for Mario, because I actually just did think of a nice idea for Mario.
absolute dork,
Off of that,
he's the perfect.
and it would be very interesting considering where Smash will go as a series in terms of movement. I will say my ideas on Mario there.
Character to play as.
Well, Luigi's right there, but yes.
No, DDD, Luigi has this weird, like, grappler combo game. If you just want to turn your brain off, DDD is the perfect character. You throw out a Gordo, you force the other person to think.
Well yes, but
you
said
don't
Dork.
have to. Okay, true. Yeah, true. I know. What really sells me on DDD is I feel like the Gordo is one of the best implementations of. It doesn't make him the best boss fight design in Smash Bros. Because that's King K. Rool without a doubt.
Yeah.
But the Gordo is one of the best like individual mechanics brought in from a boss design because it's literally the boss giving you the tool to kill him.
Okay, I'm the Falco.
Yes, I am so happy with that. She's just a lovable goofball. And I love that Gordo forces people to just to double down on that. DDD makes other people think for him. You don't have to plan around the Gordo. You just have to toss it out, and it scares people.
Well, looks like you're the one being gored, sire.
All right.
I'd argue that his fear tactic is not the Gordo, it's Jet Hammer. But what I've seen of competitive deities do and the way they work, especially at the ledge, they will sit hang
He's
on.
an A tier.
They will sit like right here and just charge it. And they will just wait for the opponent here to panic and get up in any sort of way and just hit them as hard as he can. Because let's be real, Jet Hammer as a move is not very good. But goddamn, it puts the fear of God in people when you pull it out.
And Robin's in B tier. This is going so well for me.
That's fine. Wario's
Especially if you're in an advantage state like that.
enough. I'm good.
Olimar was next. Ditto Master had a fantastic comment ragging on him further, but you can't exactly drop him down any farther than he already is. Olimar is the worst character design in this game.
He is.
Let's say
Lucario
second.
follows.
We can put Alf above Olimar if you want.
I'd put poor
Not
Alf.
doing that because Olimar not differentiating himself from Alf is one of my biggest issues with the design, and he entirely ignores the differences between both of their characters. I hope you're ready for Olimar to be like Bowser Jr. in the next game, and like every costume is a different character.
I don't know if I'd even do that.
But just to give Olimar one more spot to fall down.
We do have a few defenses for Lucario.
Okay.
Oh, defenses. Okay. I was not expecting people to defend Lucario. I was expecting people to say put him lower.
Kyle the Reflectionist is somebody that enjoys the character and feels like that we were talking about Lucario as if it was still Smash 4 Lucario. In Ultimate, he starts feeling like a character, according to them, about around 25%, which is still not perfect.
I mean, that's mainly due to the changes in knockback, but Lucario, even in Ultimate as a whole, does not feel very good to play.
But once you get to that point, there's really nothing like it. Outmaneuvering your opponents, extreme speed into a wall cling, then jump off it to get the element of surprise. Pretend to zone with Aura Sphere for a while you remind your opponents why they should never get close to you with Force Palm. And since they added the mechanic where you have an Aura boost when behind on stocks, at least you'll never have moments of being completely powerless when you need... I didn't know that.
The funny thing about that, though, is... it doesn't matter. It's not impactful enough to the character to be any sort of redeemable aspect for the character. It's literally... I would describe it as the flower Pikmin on Lucario. That's the best way to put it, except instead of keeping him alive long enough to get it, he gets it when he's behind. The boost is very, very minuscule and does not do nearly enough to help him.
I read this
That
one-
and the general changes to knockback in Smash Ultimate make it so that his power is nowhere near as exemplified as it was in previous games.
Before I complete...
That and there are characters that can literally touch him once and he's dead. Which negates the existence of Aura altogether.
Please zone over that. I didn't know there was there's a Sephiroth thing going on with him.
Oh.
And then Jamester just wants to defend, like, kind of talking about how Lucario could be better, make it more of a finite resource. Compared it to Nova.
My man referenced Nova in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Jamester, I love you. This man understands a good aura mechanic.
Nova from MVC3
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
just wants to defend the character that his normals work for what
I still don't think he should be higher than he is, though.
they're supposed to be. It's the closest we're ever going to get to Goku in Smash, and for that kind of archetype, it's really the only thing like it. Because there is I've rarely played the character, and I'm the comment about him us talking about the Smash 4 Lucario kind of had me pause because I don't know if I've played Lucario since Smash 4.
And even then, outside of the aura mechanic, I still have problems with Lucario as a character. Lucario's moves, it's like his normals, do not feel very good and do not sell him very well. I think that his floatiness is also not very Lucario-esque and does not really fit the character that much. I think he should be, like, his gravity should be way higher. and that he should have more stuff for getting in people's faces. I don't understand how the only fighting type Pokemon in Smash feels like the last character in, like the last Pokemon in the game that wants to get in somebody's face. Like, it's weird. I've never ever really gelled with the way Lucario plays in actual Smash.
No, I've played him in Ultimate. No, he while I can see that, I feel like you would have to know Lucario's nuance for that to apply. I hate to be the one unhelpful commenter on a tech forum, but works for me. But
You're right. You're right, Am. PM did do it better. But that would make a lot of people mad if you told them that, because people hate PM Lucario.
I still think there's so much of Lucario that is left on the table here. And just the core of his moveset isn't all that functional and isn't all that enjoyable.
I agree. He should be more based around karate and judo than like a monk.
I would be willing to bump him up to low D tier, just because what his baseline moveset is unique. Like, he's not the Mewtwo copycat anymore. He's got like a ton of weird movement options. Just from what I've seen of competitive Lucarios, the few that there are. There's only with the force with the is it force palm? I think it's whatever.
Force palm is the side B, yeah.
Yeah. The weird things you can do with extreme speed are very, very cool.
While I agree, I feel like that's too
you can do really cool things, like get two-framed by almost every move in the game.
They're cool, and then a charge shot knockoff. And then the rest of his kit is there.
I'd throw in a few others. Like, his back air can be a great thing to surprise people with. I don't know if there's any individual moves that should be praised. It's more the general feel of the character itself. Being the Goku knockoff.
Bro, if Goku played like this, I'd hate Goku.
Yeah, same.
Well, but it gets that fighting style into the game. I'd still want him, like, low D tier. I'm just looking at, like, I want his gimmick changed and improved on, but I think that a lot of the same moves could still work.
I still think it's only like 3 or 4, and then tweak the gimmick. Otherwise, I think that you need to make this something of a more dynamic fighter. Like, I don't know, maybe his moves give him more movement when he moves. Maybe he gets the Bone Club and it gets longer, Power Pull Extend, to make it more Goku. If he
I don't know. Why not? I think I already mentioned this, but I think if you want to keep the aura, make it so it's less impactful on him at lower percents, and the character can harm himself in order to increase his percentage to make the aura more effective and not be something that's purely reliant on outside means. Because mechanics like this can work, but the entire problem with Lucario is that he has no means of actually making the mechanic work in his favor unless somebody else is doing half the work for him. Like, imagine if he had, the ability to, cancel moves, but canceling them, you, do an aura cancel and you literally have to hurt yourself in order to cancel. Like a Baroque. Like imagine a self-damaging Baroque from Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, for those of you that have played that game. I would like if he had more fighting game, parallels, because he's the only fighting type character from Pokemon that's in the game.
Has more aura.
Could you imagine if he had a move or a command input where he could, get somebody off of him, but he does huge damage to himself in the process? Like a combo breaker or a Mega Crash from TVC, where you basically do this input, it hurts you real bad, but you break that combo.
Oh yeah, I still think it's a bad character design with room to grow. Like the Project M version of him is pretty great.
Yes.
There's a lot of those different there's really quick zipping around
or you can just give him hit flow. I mean, that alone would do so much. Make that the focus of his design.
Mini extreme speed that he has that allows him to just dart around really quick, and that's awesome. I love that move.
I think my issue is that he has extreme speed and he has...
Sounds like Pichu would pull off Aura better than Vanilla Lucario. You're not wrong, because a design like that for Pichu... Pichu's design works much better for a mechanic like that. But I would not design Lucario to hurt himself with every move. I think it should be selective damage.
Really unique aerial options, and then so much of...
And, like, give him, like... Oh, wait, no, that was an idea for Cloud. I mean, it could still work for Lucario, where I said for... I'm pretty sure I talked about it on Cloud, where I said, like, give him the ability to, like, charge his limit after you use a special move that's, like, a reference to the way, like, you can charge a level of your specials with G in Street Fighter V. I think something like that, where maybe, like, after using some attacks, you can cancel the end animation and, like, do, like, a small thing that, like... makes your aura flare and then increases your self-damage to, it make you just more powerful. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can take Lucario that would be super interesting. And Smash is none of it. But he's so popular that his appearance in this is never going to harm him whatsoever.
Animations and his movements are slow and methodical and have been sped up. Like, compare all of his zippy moves and then compare it to Double Team.
Yeah, he does kind of feel a bit of a mess in that regard. I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah. It's that there are 2 or 3 moves that I really like using with Lucario, and then the rest...
I'm sorry, what was that exchange? Good job, AI.
His kit.
I think the rest of his kit is just bland, though.
It is fairly bland.
And it's also counter to those moves.
Yes.
And that, to me, is you give him a full animation overhaul.
Okay, yeah. If we're talking in animation team as well, I could see him staying in the same place.
For an animation sense, for just a sense of his identity, basically. If you like the gimmick and like the idea and like those couple of moves, then I agree that could be exceptional, but it's just latching onto those. I'd like everything else to be destroyed and build off of those.
My only just thing that's stopping me is just in Kyle's comments, just the describes the flow of the character and just having that weird splice between those two things. I could see the value in the character to a point that I might want to keep that flow just because that flow doesn't exist anywhere else in the roster.
No, I disagree, because Meta Knight's there.
Oh, he plays nothing like Meta Knight.
He doesn't, but Meta Knight has a flow of fast, and then slow. With the forward smash, you get that hesitation.
I'm trying to think of Lucario, from what I'm trying to understand, is more of just kind of a waiting for the moment to strike sort of deal. I have a mental image in my head of someone extreme speeding to a wall, somebody trying to punish them for trying to extreme speed over it, and then wall jumping up and then back airing them and killing them instantly. Like, there's not really a character that can do stuff like that.
Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to that power level.
Not to the power level, but Sonic.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to keep Sonic. Well, yeah.
Diddy when he recovers with rocket barrels.
True. I'll throw this out as the, bone. I think individual elements of Lucario's kit score higher on this tier list, but when stuck with Lucario itself, the whole package would stay where it is.
I agree.
Welcome back, Chuckles.
It's not like he has personality to drag him higher, right?
Yeah. Okay, Rob was next.
Oh, we don't need to hear about Rob. We already know Rob's good. Let's talk about Mario. Because I know that for some freaking reason, Mario's the character that just brings out the spicy opinions in people.
And then for Wolf, Spacey's are indeed great.
That's not Mario.
I skipped that one as well. Woo.
Nice.
Now we move on to Smash 64 with Mario. As I said, I want to get to that comment first.
Good old Mario.
Copy and paste Kevin says, in short, Mario needs to be more bing wahoo.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I just love that way of describing it. Yeah, and it was a sentiment repeated by a lot of people. Basically, I'll throw on from Dextro as well, that Mario should have something like hidden complexity, like him being able to wall jump out of up special, or being able to aim flood down to hover or something, just something that wouldn't break his kind of tutorial nature, but to just embody the joy of his movement in Mario games.
It's so
The thing is that I think I already explained this. I don't inherently agree with that because Mario, in every game where he's not the only playable character, he is very basic and not super intricate with stuff like that. However, if, let's say in the next Smash they bring back wave dashing, as a movement option, maybe that's a good spot to give players an alternative, like a move they can teach them about movement and something that feels very Mario. What if he had a command input long jump? Because I'm thinking they probably would bring back wave dashing before they bring back keeping the momentum of a jump when you run. I think there's something like that I think something like that would feel very true to Mario's character. And there are already a ton of, and we've already explained how command inputs are nothing new to Kirby. So, yeah, let him have like something along those lines. Maybe make a shield special, either or. Give him something that. Yeah, give all characters command inputs. I agree with you, Duke. I fully agree. I don't think that every character needs one, but I think that there are definitely characters that could benefit from them. And I think that if you want to give Mario more mobility options, I think that's the best way to do it because I think his specials kit is already so tight-knit and doesn't need to change. I think that arguably command inputs are the next step in evolving the way Smash plays. Yeah, not every character needs 4 inputs. For a majority of them, I think I'd only put like 1 or 2 at most. Like, I think for Mario it could be a long jump. Or some kind of like something along those lines. Maybe if they do bring back carrying momentum when you jump after running, maybe Mario could do the triple hop. Jump, and then wahoo, and you get something along those lines. There would be a nice way of showing, oh hey, look, this game's movement is now way more intricate, and now you have a character like Mario that can teach you how to make use of that movement in unique ways that other characters can't. I think that's probably the best place to put. I think if you're going to put movement options on Mario, that's where you do it. I think that if you want a character in Smash with unique movement options like that, you give it to Mario. Because, as I've already said, he's no stranger to doing that in his home games. There's a lot that could be done on that front.
Oh, interesting, because I agree, but that's also almost entirely exclusive to 3D Mario games.
I'd say there's a couple of cool things you can do in the 2D ones, but for the most part, I do agree.
Like, you can do it in New Soup, but that's New Soup.
Spin jump's what I'm thinking of right now. Like, spin jump being missing.
Yeah. I mean, that's arguably is down there.
If you did the down air in just the right time and it actually bounced you off of them. So, like, something like that.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
There were a lot of comments around Marth, just like, I think he's one of the most polarized characters out there because people feel like he should represent so many different things. So there's always people like, oh, you should have more of the RPG stuff, or you should have this from Galaxy, from Odyssey, from this and this and this and this and this and this. Like we said in that episode, definitely a custom move defense.
I definitely think that if you want to focus on anything for Mario, you should focus on that movement aspect, because the movement aspect is one of the biggest things that his games sold, especially when, 3D platformers were just being introduced. Yeah, the camera was a pain in the ass, but you could still move and traverse these levels in so many unique ways, and there was all these unique jump styles. I agree, Duke. Mario should be the character that teaches you that platforming is fun, and I think he does that to a pretty decent extent in Smash. For what Ultimate is, not having any unique mechanics, I think that he does a pretty good job with his ladder combos in Smash Ultimate. I wish there was a little bit more to him, but that aspect is at least nice.
Yes.
Or why those things should still be around.
Yes. Also, you called him Marth.
My gosh. I was reading a comment with Marth. That's why that happened.
Marthio.
I do want to say something real quick. It was from Jamester talking about asking why everyone gets on his case for looking so mad in Smash. Because, like, he's in a fighting game where he's punched, kicked, stabbed, shot, burned, blown up, and everywhere, even killed in it. And
True.
I argue that, yeah, fair point, but I think it's a much lesser case of what happened with Wario, where it feels like there's an aspect of the character that just isn't there.
Yeah, like, true, but have you considered so is everyone else?
I do think that, that movement aspect and, putting in those unique movement options, I think that'd be a good place to put in some happiness for Mario, because that's where he's arguably at his happiest. That's where he's, that's where the bing bing wahoo comes from. He yells Yahoo every time you do a long jump in Super Mario 64. Maybe that's our opportunity to make Mario happier. Let him jump around more, and I'm sure he'll be very happy. Unless this.
They're still happy-go-lucky as everything.
Like, Peach isn't like, oh shit, my dress, fuck, damn it. Broke a goddamn nail. Bowser, you prick.
Yeah, Mario, I want to feel a similar level of joy from Mario that you can get from Mario games.
Yes. Because that's the thing. Mario is always Captain Optimism, the courage and bravery to take on everything with a smile.
Exactly.
And now he's fucking pissed.
Yeah. We've kind of alluded to earlier in the recording, but I think he's exactly where he needs to be. Like, his gameplay is so good, but it's the personality missing that keeps him out of A tier.
Agreed.
We had some defenses for Donkey Kong.
I like those. You got DDD up a tier.
Let's hear about Dong.
Up a tier. Let's hear them.
Tell me more about Dong.
I agree with that. So, going over these, I had two. This one is from TJ Henry Yoshi.
Good friend.
Actually
Good friend.
feels like DK deserves to be above Mario for many of the same reasons that Mario is where he is.
I
Not correct.
do
Okay.
not agree with that.
Enough at a surface
And neither does God by the sound of that thunder.
level represents an archetype that feels extremely natural to him, and above all else, like Mario, he's extremely fun. More so than even Mario, as there are plenty of people who don't particularly like Mario, but then in comparison, you'll be hard-pressed to find one who doesn't love playing DK. In the same way that you guys mentioned that Mario doesn't need his power-ups and other references, I would argue the same thing for DK. Could it be better? Absolutely. But just as Mario is the Shoto of Smash Brothers, DK feels like the definitive grappler that defines the boundary of being a heavyweight. I don't know how many...
Well, no, that's Incineroar now, sadly.
The references you guys mentioned could be introduced in a way
DK
that
should be up there with him, in my honest opinion, but he's not.
doesn't conflict with the same archetype that he represents. So, I have two problems with that. As, like we said at the beginning, fun is entirely subjective and you can't really quantify it.
Mm-hmm. That said, you are correct. DK is perfect, but moving on.
And also, as a... I feel like the definitive grappler in Smash comes with inherent problems. Because grapplers in Smash do not work as well. We talked about this with Incineroar.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call DK the premier grappler. I would call him a character who has grapple options, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he embodies that nearly as much.
Like, if you want to compare him to a traditional grappler like Zangief, then Zangief has the inherent ability to, if he gets close to you, oh no, the game is over. If DK gets a grab on you, it's only ever been true in one game that, oh
And I'm sad that he lost that because it was when he was at his most fun, in my honest opinion. I miss Ding Dong.
no, the game is over. If I'm
And that
toward the top
sucked.
of the stage and at a certain percentage range. And you're right, it sucked. Like, DK does not have the presence that is inherent to a grappler. He doesn't.
Yeah, he
the
doesn't have
risk
he
of,
doesn't have the presence Incineroar does.
I cannot
If Incineroar gets close to you, you're fucking afraid because of that revenge.
let this man touch me in the way that he wants to.
Yeah, and he kind of... I can't say he...
But I don't think you could ever sell the fear of a character like Potemkin getting close to you in a game like Smash. Unless you know, put Potemkin in the game, which would be hilarious to see.
suffers for it because I got DDD up a tier while ignoring that. Because I don't feel like it's an inherent knock against the character. Because like some characters do struggle in some matchups. That's just a natural bit of having a roster this big.
Yeah, frankly, I prefer the kind of grappler he is to if he were a better pure grappler, because I think stage spikes are really fun.
Yeah.
It's literally just you going vibe check to someone and seeing if they live.
But here's the thing. I love cargo throw so much, I wish there was more incentive to use it. And there was some incentive to use it in Smash 4, you know, with Ding Dong. But what if, I don't know, DK is a bit of a dumbass and he likes to show off a little bit. You know, he has a bit of the jock in him. What if he had a mechanic like Manon does in Street Fighter 6, where his grabs get stronger every time you use them? But they cap out at something, but that would strike fear into people not wanting to let DK get close. Hell, any kind of... I think any grappler in this game could use a mechanic like that.
I also have a comment from Jamester again. DK is the power fantasy of being big monkey, and I love it. He's the character I turn my brain off and go full unga bunga. I go as far as to say that I think there's something almost spiritual about playing DK. To play the big dumb horny gorilla, you must become the big dumb horny gorilla. Also, as the Zangief of Smash... Go ahead, go
Oh,
ahead.
wow, you said like 3 things that I
The
disagree.
Zangief of Smash 64? I wouldn't compare him to Zangief. I'm legitimately trying to think of what kind of grappler I would compare him to. People have tried to compare him to... Sorry, people have tried to compare Bowser to Zangief too, and he's more Hugo than anything else. I don't know who I'd compare Donkey Kong to.
With. First off, DK is not horny.
He's not Zangief.
Second off, he is
No.
not Zangief. Third off, he is not horny.
I mean, have you seen the cartoon? I'll shower you with coconut cream pies.
And unless you're talking about the cartoon.
In that case, he is only horny sometimes, and other times he's like, man, Candy could be blasting me right now, but the game is on.
And that's the true personification of DK's.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was dreaming of the world's biggest banana tree. That's it.
Jamester talks about having rewatched the old DK video that we made, and being surprised by how a lot of the problems that were presented aren't really there. DK's personality as a layabout is subtle. Have you ever noticed the big punch is one of the 5 moves that he actually uses a fist to hit you?
Yes.
I think we actually discussed that in both the video and the episode.
Why, yes.
That, like, he has these good elements to him. He's got this low effort swipes and swats, the claps. He also flexes a bit in his moveset, which Jamester points out, which, a fair point, he gets that bodybuilder hobby of his across. Wants to give credit to, while DK doesn't use a barrel in his movesets, cargo hold, essentially turns people into the barrels.
That's not how he carries barrels. That's how he carries Pauline, but okay.
It's just kind of like, okay, yeah, kind of, but he also doesn't mind the more realistic approach to his character design, as it leads into something similar as the original Donkey Kong Country games. I don't know if I'd agree with that.
I mean, in the original DK games, he did just sound like a gorilla. But even then, I don't think that is a good representation of the character and should not be used as the base.
Played them? Like, he's subtler, but, like, where's his dance then? The
Yeah.
little victory dance.
Where's the ending where DK kills Diddy and then the credits roll? Because Diddy tries, like, does slapstick and steps on his foot, and then DK beats him over the head.
His victory dance, or like when he beats up Cranky Kong and then dances. Oh gosh, you haven't seen DKC1's ending where Diddy and DK just mess with each other and do slapstick.
Hagar because of MCI barrels. You know what? If Donkey Kong had the equivalent of a pipe to hit people with in Smash, I think I'd like him a lot more.
For like a minute.
I want him to have a victory animation where he's just sunbathing. Like when he gets kidnapped
You
for
get it.
DKC2.
You get it.
Yeah. I do see where Jamester is coming from here. Like, he saying like doesn't like his current voice and returns. He sounds stupid and not in a particularly endearing way, which I do agree with. And I don't mind him, like, making monkey noises, as he says. But that shouldn't be his personality. Animals can have personality, and I wish they conveyed that in more subtle. Like, he's agreeing with us at this point.
Right.
He just thinks there's a nice balance that doesn't require a full-on voice, which I do agree with, but I feel like a voice is the simplest
You know what?
solution to,
I like his returns voice too. I like that. You know, it fits him very well. I like that he just sounds dumb because he is dumb. There's more to him than being dumb, but like in every iteration, he is dumb. And I like the way that the voice actor would go on to characterize DK, especially around Tropical Freeze. I think he did a very good job.
get them to be like, no, actually acknowledge this part of his character.
Right, like, I understand that we're not going to get Grant Kirkhope Donkey Kong in Smash Brothers as much as I want it, despite us getting the proper banjo.
I think all the characters
Yeah,
in the
I've heard
DKC
the
Returns
but
duo games, I think I think they all sound good.
Grant Kirkhope.
I think DK sounds good. I think Diddy sounds good. I think Dixie sounds good. I think Cranky sounds good.
As a mercenary to do DK voice lines.
Yeah, just do it beforehand and have him just send them to in a flash drive. Just like, hey, if you want to feel like you want to use this, just go ahead. Why would you pass up free stuff like that?
I mean, they passed up Daycon Pilot, but that's another story anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah.
These comments are kind of getting me to think more. Yes, the missing parts of DK's personality do bug me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as egregious as some of the other characters out there. Like, I
I
feel
agree.
Donkey Kong captures his personality more than, like, other characters like Pit, for example. And that's
Yes.
despite being...
Yeah,
animals that
I
can
agree
dumb
with
down.
that.
Yes, he does have elements of that. It's just a matter of, but more though. But clearly, please? And I think it's the fact that as a package with Diddy, specifically, who is very monkey, that it makes him appear worse by association.
And then you compare it to King K. Rool, who
Yeah.
is significantly better.
It's like, oh yes, Donkey Kong is being subtle. What's K. Rool doing? Oh!
Everything.
Oh, well, okay then. Like,
K. Rool's literally only held back by Donkey Kong. He's still good because he's now mirroring Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Like, he could be even better, but then Donkey Kong would look even worse.
like if you compare
Then go all out. If you make the comparison look worse, then maybe they'll be quicker to fix Donkey Kong. Oh, who am I kidding? Look at Ganondorf.
the K. Rool clap and the DK clap, which one is giving you more of their personality?
Exactly. Like, DK's got this, like, weird grunt along with it.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't, like, seem like, oh, he's clapping for fun. He's clapping because, like, he's angry.
Yes.
You never get the playfulness in the claps and swipes of the animations. He's still trying to fight.
Yes.
That said, I would be down to, like, move him up to, like, somewhere in the C tier.
I'm not going to say no.
Well, I feel like you have to, because like you're the more aficionado of his moveset.
No, I love... Yeah, but, like, also, I've played the man for 20 years. Like, there's something that drew me to him, and that's that he's Donkey Kong. And like, is he completely Donkey Kong? No, but he's still Donkey Kong. How do you feel about him compared to Yoshi?
I actually just dragged him above Yoshi. Just to kind of
Perfect.
think about it. Because that feels kind of right. I feel something positive.
DK got the
towards
glow
Donkey
up.
Kong.
Good for him.
Whereas Yoshi, I'm just kind of ambivalent on entirely.
Yeah, and like, Yoshi doesn't fully represent his games, but sort of a facsimile of them. DK is basically the same thing, but a little bit worse in personality and significantly more fun.
Yeah. And then I wouldn't put him above Bayonetta because she captures a lot of it. It's just
I
that
wonder
she's
if this
not
will
doing
end up
enough.
being the longest
Right.
part.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna look at maybe 8 more characters. Like, I'm looking to see. I want to listen to Kirby. I want to hear Samus. So 1, 2, Kirby, Bowser, Ice Climbers, Doc, Pichu. I want to hear Roy. That's 3. I don't know if I want to listen to Corrin because I have a feeling that Corrin's Corrin, and from what has been established, I don't know if Corrin's going anywhere. I'm surprised there's nothing for Ganondorf. That doesn't feel right. I'll listen for Mewtwo because I think Mewtwo should be a little higher. There's nothing for Incineroar, sadly. Or Plant. We'll listen to Steve. And, I think we'll end off with Kazuya. We'll start with Kazuya, listen to Sora again, and then listen to the outro and go from there. I think that's a good way to end it. But I think after Samus, we're going to take a quick break.
I do feel that he does need a barrel cannon.
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody told me to
100%.
look at Kirby,
I'm not
so
a proponent
I should look
yeah,
at Kirby.
I'm not a proponent that he needs the barrel throw because post DK arcade, he actually rarely uses barrels. They're more of an incidental and a power up.
I mean, he still tosses them all the time in the games. Like, you find them constantly. It's like what the other animal friends are in.
He does,
Sorry,
but
not animal friends.
it's more DKC 2 and 3 than DKC 1, honestly.
Oh, so just the only ones I've played.
Yeah, the one that actually has DK in it probably has the least necessary barrel tossing.
I do still feel like it should be a reference somewhere. Like, maybe even just a victory animation. No, it should be the final smash. You should get up onto the whole thing and throw barrels down. I think that's the final smash in, like, Smash Flash or something like that.
Yeah, I'm
I don't
not a
think
fan of
that's
that one.
necessary.
My solution is have him have a command throw that is he shoves you in a barrel and then he throws
Oh, right,
it.
yeah, that's what we put in the
Yeah.
video. And yeah, I like that. It's kind of a best of both worlds, because he doesn't get a projectile he can spam, and it still keeps the command grab element of it. So you have to,
Yeah.
like, set up the barrel first.
Yeah.
Because you don't need Big Punch. Like, that's just a smash attack.
If you want, make it the opening to his final smash.
Yeah, something like that. I still prefer our take from the video.
Of Moon, yes.
Yes.
But like he punch you into the moon and then he punched the moon.
Just punches you and then jumps up and
Be-
punches it back.
be
I
very
love
fitting.
that.
Exactly.
That'd be amazing. Okay, yeah. but
Or, you know,
I can get up with
a more cartoony beat up Final Smash, like the way he finishes off bosses in Tropical Freeze.
I get down for the upper to my, because he does feel better than a lot of those other D tier characters.
Yeah. Oh, my life is so good now.
Yeah, there we got both our favorites up. Tier.
Dong.
Life is good.
Dong
Oh,
Vindication.
I'm so happy. Oh.
Okay, Link was next.
We don't need
Most
to
people
talk
generally
about Link.
agree.
We already know about Link. He's fine. Let's move to Samus.
About it, I think that if you changed him, he would still be relatively in the same place.
Like, it would take a lot of work to get him into S tier from this
Yes.
point.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, that's all you need to say about Link, and I agree.
All right. After Link,
I'm very interested to see how they change him though in the next Smash.
Samus and Dark Samus. So I got a few comments around Samus arguing that she's not that bad, and I think I'd even agree with them if it was in a vacuum. Like, if I was just considering Samus as just who she is, then it might maybe like a low D tier, something like that.
Are you?
But
really?
Well, no, it would be E tier. It'd be E tier.
Yeah,
But-
that's what I was saying.
Yeah. So I was reading a comment at the same time.
Oh, I'm sitting here going like, yeah, but her signature move is fundamentally wrong, though.
All of her signature stuff is fundamentally wrong.
Exactly.
I still stand by the statement that if Samus was designed better, Metroid would be more popular. She is the most commonly known advertisement of the series, and she does so terribly.
Oh, that's not true anymore.
Alone would drop her down to F tier for me. But then Metroid Dread came out.
Yes.
And just exemplified the problem even further.
I was going to say, so you want to drop her lower?
That put her beneath Wario. And I don't think she's as well.
So you want to drop her lower?
Maybe? I can still praise things about Wario. It's just that he's got one damning aspect of him, then missing a bunch of else. All of Samus is bad. She's got surface level references that just don't amount to anything.
Yes.
Because like a lot of people describe that, yeah, no, this kind of works the same way. You still got that charge shot kind of mentality going on, looking for the right opportunity to use it, but it's not. She
That's
should
not
function
true.
pretty similarly to how Mega Man. We've been talking about how Mega Man should function.
And frankly, that's not true. You have the charge shot, you release that thing. Like, if you need quick damage, you use the super missile.
Yeah, and it's just you're missing so much of the variety of those games. So much of Metroid revolves around using the right ability for the right time, and you just don't have that. No.
That is not true. That is probably the only aspect of Samus that is actually done well in at least Ultimate. That at least is something that works in Samus's favor, because Samus in Smash Ultimate is a very, very good character and got some of the best competitive results last year, and she's probably going to go up the tier list as a result.
Samus is still bad.
Yeah, she
Samus is
suffers
still
on her
very, very
diagonals,
bad.
which she is very strong in Metroid.
Exactly. No, I wouldn't drop her beneath Wario, though. I think that's... I don't think this actively damages how people see it. It just does absolutely nothing to help it. Well, no, because it kind of does. Because, like we talked about with Zero Suit Samus, like, she's such an afterthought in this game. It's been completely eclipsed when she takes off the helmet.
Yeah.
No, not in Ultimate.
At least people can still recognize Wario. That the character love can still kind of exist there.
There are elements of Wario that are true.
Yes.
They are badly represented a majority of the time, but sometimes a broken clock is correct. Samus is a clock that has no hands.
Yeah. How would you feel about dropping her beneath Wario, then?
You care about Metroid a lot more than I do. So
I think I would, because I think Wario's still alive with his real character. Well, I'm not gonna say he's real. No, actually, I am going to say his real character, because this Smash version is the only time this particular incarnation appears. Like both his WarioWare incarnation and his spin-off incarnation, it's no longer the Wario Land, but that still kind of appears enough. So that's all still alive, and I think that still could exist in some way. God damn, Samus being the way she was has hurt her series so much.
It hasn't harmed it at all. Metroid Dread put Metroid on the map. When was this? February 22nd, 2022? Why am I getting these on my screen? Get out of here. Metroid Dread, super prominent success, and Metroid Prime Remastered was like roughly around this time period. Yeah, Samus is doing fine. Not to mention, people like playing her in Smash, and she's doing arguably better than 90% of the characters when it comes to results. Samus right now, while I agree that she should be changed, Samus and Metroid are doing completely and totally fine. They are cruising until Metroid Prime 4.
Might keep Dark Samus, like put Wario between them, because it's not Dark Samus's fault. It's just that she's an utter waste of a character.
I am sure that Brawl Wario would enjoy being sandwiched between them.
Well, maybe put Dark Samus like next to Daisy or something, because it doesn't like. No,
don't start with that. No, she's awful.
Yeah, like she has animations, but there's like the fact that Zero Suit Samus got in. Oh, I kind of want to drag Zero Suit Samus down now, because that could have been Dark Samus if they wanted another Metroid character. No.
Arguably too soon. I mean, I know Metroid Prime 2 was a thing, but a majority of what established Dark Samus as the character she is and that's popular by fans is from Metroid Prime 3.
Dude, but still, that could have, like you could have had some sort of corruption mechanic. You could have created shadow clones. Ugh. Okay, no, Dark Samus stays where she is.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Nobody has comments on Yoshi. We look at Kirby instead.
For embodying his games.
Yes.
But yeah, he is the most middle of the road character on this entire roster. I feel like he's exactly where he needs to be.
Definitely. Yep.
He is there.
Kirby was a surprisingly controversial pick for us.
I know.
I'm surprised.
Like I said with Meta Knight, this was one where that was almost split down the middle. Half the people really, really, really like him, and the other half absolutely hate him.
Well, I wouldn't say they absolutely hate him, but they hate his design
they don't hate
because
him, but
they
they hate how
love
he's
Kirby.
been- Yeah.
Like, let's get clear. Everyone loves Kirby here.
Exactly. I have both arguments to drop him down significantly, and I have arguments to up him into S tier. What should we start with?
I think that he's fine the where he is.
Let me hear the drops.
The drops. Okay. Here's a good point. From Dirk McGurk. Fantastic username. I love it.
Well done.
About Kirby, there's one big issue that I have with their design, aside from other ones. one thing I have, aside from other ones, and that's their inhale.
One issue, aside from everything else.
Inhale just does not function like how anyone who's played a Kirby game would expect. You automatically eat smaller and weaker projectiles and are forced to spit out larger and stronger projectiles. In just about every main series game, you are able to inhale almost any projectile, item, block, or enemy, and carry them around before spitting them out. It's Kirby's primary means of attacking and the move they've had since before copy abilities. Implemented accurately, it would let them have a unique counter to projectile-heavy characters. It would also follow the philosophy of the Kirby series, easy for beginners to understand while letting veterans advance and perfect it. I have a lot of disagreements.
I'll tell you exactly why they didn't do that. Because it would overshadow the copy abilities, and they don't want to have that happen. You're using Inhale to get a copy ability. If you gave the move too much versatility in that regard, it would overshadow what every positivity that the copy abilities could possibly give you. It's like, oh, I have a counter to projectiles. Why would I want to inhale and take their power? That'd be such a detriment. I don't want to do that. No. And then it's like, okay, well then you've officially, I think you're losing something if you give that to Kirby. DDD has that. That's why DDD does that. I don't agree that he should be able to do it. It is purely done for balancing purposes around the copy abilities and just the fact that it's a fighting game.
Most of the other criticisms against Kirby, but I think this one is actually kind of valid.
No,
Inhale?
Yes.
I really feel like it should be more of a blanket, DDD, inhale it, spit it out.
I agree with that. It's a very simple point that is very poignant. It makes a lot of sense, and the fact
I agree that it should be longer range. I think Inhale should be longer range. I agree. It's a little too short.
that it was considered, because now you can eat a projectile and it heals you a little, but it leaves you vulnerable, is so odd, because that means it was thought about, but it wasn't altered in any way.
Yeah, exactly. Here's another against it from Mr. Zygarde64. Disagrees with Kirby. Feels like his over-reliance on kicks in his standard moves just makes him really boring. I think that a moveset where you can use... There's a lot of comments like this.
Oh, no, I don't agree with any of this.
A moveset where he uses the various copy abilities works. There's another...
If that's what you want, there are many mods for that in Rivals of Aether. I think there's like 3 to 4 different Kirby mods. You can have one that plays more like Smash. You can have one where he uses only copy abilities. Just go play that instead. Kirby does not need that in Smash, in my honest opinion.
Comment by Doxero, wishing for an ultimate Game & Watch treatment and have his moves reanimated to fit a copy ability while keeping them mechanically identical, using the down air as a parasol twirl for an example. How do you feel about that?
I'm going to disagree with that.
I disagree too, yeah.
I do as well.
I feel like that takes away from the joy of Inhale. And I feel like that makes
100%.
those special abilities stand.
And that's also probably why they didn't let you throw projectiles back too, because it takes away from the joy of just copy power.
And out less. I feel like Kirby is a character that should have some level of limitation to him. Like, he has infinite potential, but his base form is limited to, you know, soft, squishy round boy with infinite potential. I feel like differentiating that, I feel like adding too many tools to it, I feel like adding all of his copy abilities to it muddies it a bit.
I
and I'd
100% agree.
It as just, no, this is Kirby using his base fighting moves. I like that suplexes are his grabs and also the ninja Izuna drop that he has. I like that most of his base moves are based around fighter, and his special moves remain special.
Yeah,
I
100%. I couldn't have said better myself.
Read out a few more disagreeing ones just to kind of get a general...
Yeah.
I feel like these should be heard. D-Bomb Ivy disagrees because the only base moves Kirby has is...
Oh,
Inhale,
look,
Hand,
D-Bomb cameo. Hello, Bombi Ivy cameo.
Bullets, and slide kick, which half of those being missing does bug me a lot still.
Slide I agree with strongly.
Which is why most fans will be fine with all the made-up moves. But when you have one like Mega Man right next to it, who also copies his enemy's abilities, people who play the game start to stare. Which, they say that we're surprised they didn't see the comparison, but, like, we don't like Mega Man, so the comparison just, like... Anyways.
Yeah, Mega Man is direct without the soul, and without the application.
And Kirby is all soul.
Kirby is all soul, and he is the application of himself into a fighting game still.
They ask why we feel that replacing some moves would make Kirby too complicated. It sounds like we're in love with the gimmick and cuteness of Kirby and not the character.
Never
I don't agree with that.
I'm reading over this more, and it's kind of turning it into an us versus them, like what we, the Kirby fans, want. No, I don't like that.
No,
come on, don't spin arguments into like sides. That's not how you communicate online.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just to take the base question. If you replace all those moves, Kirby becomes an incredibly busy design. Like going back to the Doxero idea.
Anyone remember Kirby's back throw off the stage in Melee? I wish it was still here.
Just make him turn into different copy abilities. I think Parasol could work just because it isn't change Kirby's hat at all. It just has him grab one.
Right.
That is the one thing I could see him like pulling out.
Mm-hmm.
But for the others, like you're changing hats constantly, and Kirby would get a very how do I put this?
Well, to its credit, we do have Fireball, and that does have a hat, and Kirby does not wear the hat when he uses the fire ability in the game already.
Yes.
I want to go back to this.
Going to be dead honest, that bugs me. I don't like it. I liked it when I liked it when he had yo-yo more. The yo-yo spin more.
I did as well. Like I'm still going to stand by the gist that Kirby is inherent simplicity that can be branched out in so many different directions, and I feel like that works better in Smash than trying to staple on as many things as you possibly can.
I agree.
Like yes, he's missing a lot of references. This is again where I really, really wish he had custom moves. Like if I could choose like to give him like wheel for his side B, I would love that.
Agreed.
But I would never change his smash attacks ever.
Yeah.
As much as it could theoretically work, I feel like it takes away from the value that Inhale does. Because one of the defenses towards Kirby from Agent...
I would at least let him have Hammer, because he never gets a Hammer in the standard special spot. I would... If I'm going to change his smash attacks, I would absolutely give him moves that he doesn't get through other characters. And he doesn't get Dee Hammer through Inhale. He gets his Inhale which would in turn let him play more like Kirby does in actual games, where he can absorb projectiles and shoot them back out at people.
Happy Potato is that their favorite part of Kirby is that every other character has to be
Hey, potato cameo.
designed around the fact that Kirby gets to yoink their neutral special. And in that sense, he's arguably a very complex design in terms of how he informs the design of the rest of the roster. And Kirby is this fantastic design that lets him evolve based on whatever matchup he's in. There's nothing like that in the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yes, like, let's take the Parasol example with it. Okay, Kirby has more range. Now add Monado arts to that.
Yeah, and you wouldn't get that with another moveset. And that would become further complicated if his base moveset wasn't so simple. Because if you start getting like the crazier stuff in there, it becomes harder to balance out like being able to use all these different abilities.
Yeah.
I can definitely respect people wanting.
Can we at least make his frame data better? Because I feel his frame data is like one of his worst aspects, and I wish it was better.
I will say that the fact that he's keeping all of his copy moves from just the early games is definitely a disservice to his history.
Agreed.
I feel like at some point, like some of his specials should have changed to more recent copy abilities.
Agreed.
I definitely agree with people there.
Mm-hmm.
Just to throw them a bone. There's kind of an attitude that Kirby is not showing off everything the series has done, which I 100% agree with, and it is a real problem that I hope is fixed in whatever Smash game comes next.
Definitely. If there's one move that I feel like, no, you can change that, it's definitely up special. Like, side special as well, but hammer flip is important to Kirby's identity to an extent.
An extent, but I like Brawl Hammer more.
It gives him a mirror with Dedede, but Final Cutter can be any number of moves.
His movement speed is his detriment. It's pretty much everything put together. He's got like very little range. His frame data is not the best, and he's not the fastest. Like it's a blend of things that brings him down competitive wise.
Agreed. He's going through all the cards.
Then they made his feet smaller, so he has inherently less range than he did in a game like Melee or Brawl.
It's just kind of that same general attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Which I just want to double down that frustration with how Kirby has been treated in Smash is 100% valid, but I don't think Kirby's design itself suffers much from that. It does a little bit. Like, if I could change, like, the side special to, like, the Beetle Toss, like, as a command grab, that'd be fantastic. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would do anything for, like, Circus or the Spear Waddlecopter. I mean, I'd kill for Bandana D.
Bell.
But, like,
Yeah.
if you're not going to have that, then give me this.
Really just...
If you took away Ding Dong from Donkey Kong, give it to Kirby.
like, custom moves, please. Please. But no, as much as people say it, Kirby should keep his kicks.
Yes.
It lets him be such a simple, easy to pick up character that lets him embody so many other abilities from other characters. The only way I could see it working in a different direction is if, like, copying different characters let him take on actual Kirby power-ups based on those characters. And I think, like, it's way too overcomplicated way too quickly.
Yeah, I agree. And I like the base of what we have right here.
Again, the only thing I would change
I'd
is
be
just...
interested to see it.
I think the Smash attacks could use powers, but just powers that he never gets.
In a game with 20 characters.
Yes. Like, if Smash is rebooted, I could see that kind of being like, okay, Kirby swallowed Link, he gets a mix of sword and bomb, or something like that.
Yes.
That's pretty much how they balanced Kirby in Rivals. I mean, you're not going to, you're not going to give him every power from every character, both on the roster and custom made. You're going to give him compromises.
Sounds interesting to me, but with a roster of this size, this is the only Kirby I would ever want.
Yes. Plus, I'd be like, okay, he got Steve, so he gets animal power and sword? And compared to Dirt Block, I don't like that.
Yeah, same.
And then you might lose, like, the adorable block Kirby.
Yeah.
Which, no. That'd be horrible.
Yeah. So thinking on it, I am willing to move Kirby down slightly, but not a tier.
I just want to throw out a praise from Jamester real quick.
Oh, yeah.
That Kirby's one of the best designs in Smash Brothers. He's a simple character, great for beginners, not necessarily the tutorial character, but he kind of is. But there's a reason.
I mean, he's not a tutorial character. He's just a very simple character that doesn't have very much depth, and honestly, I don't think he needs it. He's fine the way he is.
are both subspace and World of Light with this character. Doesn't really have much to add to that, but then he kind of edits later and is like, honestly, the more I think about it, the more I think that Kirby is truly phenomenal and might belong in S tier. I think I know how to answer that question. Would Kirby still be in A tier if he didn't have the ability to copy fighters? He'd still suck and spit, but he can't copy abilities. In my opinion, yes. Kirby is still a great enough design that stands on its own without copy abilities. The fact that he has them is something that as Smash fans we have taken for granted despite the level of complexity that came with it. I do see that point, but just the more I think about it, the more that it does bug me that Kirby has, he should have evolved a little bit by now.
He should have, I think he should have suck and spit.
Yes. He's missing a few key moves, and at least one power-up from recent games. Like, he's got the Ultra Sword at least, which is nice, but that's all, even then, that's kind of building off of something that's already existed.
Yes, and also I don't like the Ultra Sword.
It's such a bad...
God.
Kirby games have so much.
Do you know how much I would kill for that to be Robobot armor instead?
I'm sure you'd give so much. I also like
If only.
Star.
I agree, but if we're doing later games, oh my god, the ending to Kirby Plant Robobot.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of want to put him below Link. There's kind of a comparison of a character who did evolve and a character who I still want to evolve. I don't want to drop him down far, but that little just snag is getting to me.
I still want to put Kirby over Link.
I'm okay with that.
I feel like there's still more to do with Link, and with Kirby, it's change a couple of functions that
Isabel
are
being that
already
high
there.
makes me
If Kirby
question
had custom
reality.
moves, I put him in an S tier without hesitation.
Yes, and better custom moves in Smash 4.
Yes. Like, if you could swap out so many of those different power-ups for the specials while keeping the normals the same, that's peak Kirby.
Yeah, that's the dream.
Top 5 Smash designs, Kirby.
Yeah. And Banjo moves up again.
But yeah, I understand the desire for more, but I'll stick our guns and claim that's not the right way to go with the character.
I will also double down on that. Yeah.
All right. After Kirby, we have Fox.
We don't need to talk about Fox. You all know Fox is really good. Let's move forward. I'm curious about Falcon. Pierre was talking about how a lot of people were saying that Falcon's nowhere near as high as high as they placed him. That makes me think that some of the Falcon takes are spicy as hell. I want to hear Falcon takes. Can we also do Cloud?
To what he really is.
I mean,
and
where
that
the hell
this
is Cloud?
Sort of playstyle doesn't really mesh.
And
with
Cloud's
his
very
character.
short.
Yes.
Sure,
Alright,
we'll do Cloud after Falcon, and then we'll take a break.
I still feel all right about that.
I can agree.
Because there's short
Now,
segments.
Then Captain Falcon, surprise, people love him.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Really?
thank God.
Although I had a thought.
Okay.
Just looking at our top 5 characters, because when we were, it was while I was trying to figure out like how I felt about Sephiroth compared to Snake and Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Because I started thinking about Falcon and just asking questions like, how much further could he be pushed? And I just
They could bring back jumping momentum, and then he could be pushed very far.
had wondered what if he had boost power in this game, and if he used it too much, he just straight up exploded.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing for him.
And it started my brain down a path of just in this top 5 of characters, he is another one that I feel like could be more. So I'm kind of tempted to put him underneath Terry, because I feel like that trifecta of K. Rool, Sephiroth, and Terry couldn't really be better in any meaningful gameplay sense. There's just very, very minor nitpicks of just get this guy a voice actor, or just have this move act a little differently, or things like that. But I feel similar to Falcon as I do Snake, that there are gameplay elements that aren't quite explored yet. And that's purely because Captain Falcon's just an old design. From the mindset if he was...
The thing is that Falcon's game plan has shifted in every game. In Smash 64, he was one of the best combo characters in the entire game, and you could combo into Falcon Punch, and it was beautiful. Melee, he is the epitome of speed, because you could start running, you could jump, and cover the entirety of Battlefield in a single jump, and it really just sold that you are just this speed demon. And honestly, it's an aspect of Falcon that, looking back at it, having lost it, it feels legitimately something has been missing from Falcon all these years, because it's so terrifying of this momentum-based character just having the ability to just run for like a split second, then jump, and then immediately be on the other side of the screen. Brawl, Falcon, they cut Falcon, sadly, in Brawl. I don't know why. It's really weird that Falcon wasn't in Brawl for some reason. They brought him back in Smash 4, and he was pretty good there. Wasn't as good as Melee, but they made him a better character. And in Ultimate, they nerfed him, and they gave him a better Raptor boost, but he lost a lot of stuff, and that turnarounds thing is awful and should be removed. Please, for the love of God, don't let that come back in the next Smash. It is legitimately something so hindering that it turns a high tier into a mid tier. He's bad in Brawl. The thing is that he's not bad in Brawl. Brawl is bad in him. Brawl legitimately does everything to like take away everything that Falcon's game plan is, and that's the problem. Turnaround makes sense. It never made sense. That's why all the best Falcons never had it. Brawl was in him, hey yo. But yeah, turning a race car is hard. That's why it's there. What F-Zero games are you playing where you're turning around? F-Zero games are about controlling yourself at high speeds, which Falcon, for the most part, has done an excellent job of conveying. There's no turning around in F-Zero. And that distinct interruption of speed is the most anti-F-Zero thing that Falcon has in his design. He's always been good at conserving his speed. Yeah, you're not supposed to turn around. Guess what? You're translating a racing game to a fighting game. Characters are going to turn around. You want to keep that speed going regardless of which direction you're going. Every Falcon before Ultimate Falcon understood that and did it very well, except Brawl, which they cut him, but they brought him back in PM. They somehow, made a model and put him in PM, and he was really good there. But that entire aspect of Falcon is legitimately the most anti-F-Zero, anti-Falcon, anti-anything for this character that this character has ever received, and it should be removed in the next game. Legitimately, everybody agrees that is an awful thing that should not be in the game. Like, all the best Falcon players are literally just saying, like, this takes this character that could be way better and just, like, knocks him down, like, a tier or two. It is legitimately that harmful. You already had the punishing style of F-Zero with how easy he is to combo and how bad Falcon's disadvantage state is, which is arguably amongst the worst out of any character in the game, maybe next to characters like Fox. I think that that's not necessary. Just get rid of it. It doesn't need to be there at all.
Admits like what he would look like now. I feel like he could be a little bit better, and I kind of want to put him over these three basically perfect designs because of that.
Okay, I'm going to say that I think if he were added in Ultimate, he would be a worse design. I think that making him game...
You know what? That's very true. He would be a worse design if he was added in Ultimate.
Accurate would be to his detriment, because the way that Captain Falcon is made in Smash originally, with so much of him having to be invented, is that he is a superhero.
Oh, true. Like, this stuff wouldn't exist if he was put in Ultimates.
Exactly. This whole persona of his is invented on, like, the universal superheroes of Kamen Rider or Spider-Man, specifically the Japanese interpretation of Spider-Man.
The best interpretation of Spider-Man, you mean?
Mixed in with the themes of Batman, the Tim Burton film specifically, that would not be in place if it wasn't for him being an early addition to Smash. Like, he exists as he is because of Smash Brothers, and that is a heart and a soul that is incredibly hard to quantify. The most that we could say is, yeah, we could give him boost power. That's one thing. That is the one thing.
To be clear, I'm only just putting forward the idea as an idea. I'm happy to keep him where he is. It's just a thought I had.
Oh, no. I'm just arguing for the counterpoint. The only reason I have K. Rool above him is because K. Rool also has that soul, and he has that spark, and he is the Donkey Kong fan base coming back and celebrating and having a wonderful time of it. In addition to the ultimate. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I just wanted to put the idea forward because there were certain elements of... The question I kept asking is, like, is Terry just a better Captain Falcon? But no, with that mindset, Captain Falcon still has so much going for him.
Terry is a perfect guest character, but Falcon has more. Sephiroth is closer to that, but Falcon has more heart. K. Rool is that plus the heart. He is Terry plus Falcon.
I don't know. That tier placement don't look so good in his favor.
Like that math equation.
Yeah, that's how you get a fat crocodile.
Yeah, you just blend two very, very loud individuals.
Yes.
All right. And then wrapping up the 64...
No, we don't need to talk about you. I don't want to talk about you. Let's go back to Cloud, and then we'll take a break.
I feel like there's tweaks that need to be made.
Yes.
That are relatively minor. I just don't know what they are.
Yes.
Cloud is next. And Jamester, this is really just becoming a Design Dorks featuring Jamester at this point.
Yo, shouts to Jamester.
Jamester, you're a freaking legend, man.
Throws out that Cloud should be A tier.
Okay.
Cloud is fine. I don't think he's missing anything. Believe it or not, Meteor Rain is represented in his back air. Just, without meteors. He's just a solid design. His feel mimics how it does in Dissidia while adapting his original FF7 stats. He's an RPG character without RPG character bullshit because everything he does in Smash is more or less how it works in the source material. Materia could be cool, but considering how customizable it made the FF7 cast, devs probably focused on limits because those abilities are exclusively Cloud's. Also, being the paladin of FF7, magic isn't the best fit for him. Even then, limit is a better take on the KO punch, which also, again, being adherent to canon.
I'll definitely say this. While I completely and totally adore the way Cloud plays in Smash, I'm very curious to see how much gets implemented from the remake, which is action focused and gives Cloud like a actual fighting style that isn't just turn based. I'm curious to see what will be translated to that.
We made the comparison to Ike, but James doesn't think it works. Yes, Cloud is also a child of Guts, a mercenary with a big sword. However, Cloud lacks weight behind his swings compared to Guts and Ike.
Well, that's because he's a super soldier.
Always been a problem with Cloud, being F7, Kingdom Hearts, and the entire compilation of FF7, even Remake. The Buster Sword has never felt heavy because Cloud swings and spins it around so effectively. I saw in another comment people pointing out that that's because Cloud is a super soldier. It's literally not light for him.
Yeah.
Which,
right.
No, fair point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't be mad about Cloud doesn't capture something he never had. If anything, Smash has given the Buster Sword some weight and some of the meteor attacks.
That's fair. Since the time that has come out, I've experienced more of FF7 and reflected more on FF7, and I think what's missing from Cloud is his clumsiness. Because Cloud's kind of a dork. I'm just thinking of that scene at the start of FF7 Remake where he thinks he sees Sephiroth and he pulls out his Buster Sword and it gets caught on the door frame of an apartment. And he goes, oh shit, and then he goes in.
In a similar way that I can't see...
Realism. The only moment of realism in Final Fantasy VII Remake is that moment right there.
Joker doing the the whole pillage them, the blood running down his eyes. I cannot see this Cloud being the cross-dressing, let's mosey kind of character.
Exactly.
Jared Hebert pointed that out as well. I'll throw him a bone as well.
Like, I completely forgot that he keeps going, let's mosey, and Sid calls him out on it and goes, are you still saying that shit? That is the lamest shit.
I'm more than certain that considering how successful the remake has been to reestablish Cloud as the doofus that he is, and with the fact that Rebirth is coming out, and Part 3 of the remake might be out before the next Smash, yeah, I'm more than certain that not only is Cloud, if Cloud comes back, is he going to have his English voice actor? I'm more than certain that it's going to be very much the dorky FF7 Cloud and less Advent Children, because I feel that Cloud, even though, you know, the main outfit is FF7 Cloud, this feels much closer to Advent Children Cloud than, you know, the one that we see in the remake.
Can't you say a normal thing like, let's move out? And then Cloud goes, let's move out.
Yeah. Jamester makes an interesting comparison, how everyone likes to refer to Other M as the biggest character assassination, but argues that the entire FF7 compilation ruins the entire FF7 cast, because they make Cloud into such a moody bitch instead of the abrasive...
I don't think you could say that for Sephiroth. I think that gave him more character, if anything. If only because, you know, the Sephiroth is now a character that is transcending media. He's following a Cloud, whether or not the Cloud is the same as it is in all these games. He is just following Cloud everywhere and haunting him like a ghost. There's been a lot of arguments, and while nothing has been about Sephiroth, and while nothing has been confirmed, a lot of people genuinely believe that the Sephiroth in the remake is Sephiroth from Advent Children, and that a lot of the Sephiroths in crossover games going past Advent Children are also the Sephiroth from Advent Children, and basically Sephiroth is this ghost that is haunting Cloud, the character, in everywhere he goes. I think that adds so much more to Sephiroth, and has basically given him a new sense of identity, because Sephiroth in the original game didn't really have much of an identity, because what we thought was Sephiroth wasn't Sephiroth. It was Genova. We don't meet Sephiroth until the end of FF7, with the final boss battle, and then, you know, stopping the meteor and all that. It's weird. Through the entire compendium of FF7 and its relation to other media, while other characters have suffered, Sephiroth has become way, way more than whatever he was when the game first came out.
That he was.
Nah, they didn't ruin Barrett. Barrett's great.
That's true. Barrett's still as amazing as ever.
I love Barrett so much.
So, with that comparison, like, Jamester was making an argument for A tier, but pointing out, like, who Cloud used to be. Like, it's weird. Does the design embracing the more moody, emo version that Cloud has become, it's technically accurate, but it's not the best version of Cloud? How does that even line up?
It lines up with...
I don't think that his fighting style is going to change much in the next Smash. I think that Cloud has a better chance of coming back than people give him credit for, especially because, again, all of this was before the wild, wild success of the remake. I definitely think that Cloud has a much better chance coming back now than he did when everybody, you know, was speculating after Ultimate came out if he had a chance to come back because of, you know, stuff almost falling through the cracks. But I don't know if his moveset's going to change very much, but I guarantee you that personality is going to be there. That dork, he's gonna be a dork. He's gonna have probably different taunts. Maybe like an intro quip. Maybe he'll even say things after he hits his opponent sometimes. I think that'd be very nice because, again, one of my favorite things about Sephiroth is that he never shuts up and just constantly just berates his opponent as he's beating the shit out of them. probably just make like his face emote more. Even if, again, since he's a humanoid character, that'll be much harder to notice in a game that's this high paced. Cloud at the very least will be base game of the next game. Sephiroth, I don't know. I definitely agree that Cloud is going to stay in the next Smash in base game. I 100% agree. I'm curious about Sephiroth. They could. No. Sephiroth is such a freaking big name. They would absolutely save him for DLC.
Gosh, I hope Cloud is in a game that isn't...
He's like the Akuma of the FF7 cast. If he's going to be in the game, he's going to be DLC.
Made by a man who loves Advent children. Like, I am so interested to see the character direction of this character by another director.
Yeah, I kind of love to see like another Dissidia where a Cloud gets to be...
Where he gets
like
to
the
be his
original
remake
Cloud.
self, yeah.
Or his remake self. Yeah, his remake self is great. Oh my gosh, Cloud, your hair and that dress. Nailed it. I know. Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you, moving on.
I love it. I know. I kind of want to drop him now. But he also does like embody his gameplay perfectly.
Yeah, and Omni/Slash version 5 was added since we analyzed
This is
him.
true, and that's just such a fantastic addition to the character. I don't know. Maybe just keep him where he is.
You know what? I'm okay with him where he is. We were wondering what he was missing. We figured out what he was missing. And he gained a little bit, but he's missing more.
Yeah. Yeah. If
I hope they give him barrel alts, maybe a soldier uniform alt. That'd be cool. Give him a cross-dressing alt too. I think that would be amazing, and a lot of people would use it.
Like bump him up to S tier because proper Cloud. I love actual Cloud. Now that I've gotten to experience who he really is, great character.
Yeah, Cloud is the character where like he's not as strong as you think, but he pushes himself to be.
For sure.
Anything you want to change about him and Seth? I think that some animations of Seth are a little weird and could be made into new attacks, and they probably will be refined more in the next Smash if he comes back, which I think he will come back, but not on base roster. Cloud, I think, is just mainly a personality change, and just have him like just emote a little more and just like talk more when he fights.
After Cloud, Corrin should technically be here, but we covered them in a later video. So
The alter definitely because of how strict Square is about his image, like with Sonic's. I think that they would absolutely allow a cross-dressing Cloud if Sakurai was like, hey, can we do this? I think that the reason is mainly because I think in my heart of hearts that Sakurai wanted it to be Advent Children Cloud first and FF7 Cloud second, but Square was probably like, no, please, people like to know this design more. Can you show this one off more? We have a remake that we just announced this year. Can you, like, please? That's why I feel Cloud's colors are the way they are. I think if Sakurai was given free reign, it would just be Advent Children Cloud. I mean, it's the costume that he chose for him in the Sephiroth trailer, and then he just remade scenes from Advent Children in Smash. But yes, I will be back. Or you gonna do Corrin?
do that, like when it was placed.
Okay, good. They're not doing Corrin. I'm gonna just jump ahead to where I'm gonna cover next. Vice Doctor Mark Pichu. I want to hear Roy. I wanted to hear Roy. We'll talk about our boy when I come back. The video doesn't like me jumping all around like this. Please work. Please. Oh, wait.
That was the longest. Oh, I do want to read one more comment just because it made me laugh. Oh, hit my guns that she's just. Hit my guns that she's just straight up echoing the wrong character. Roy and Lucina should switch places.
Alright, I'll be right back. And also, no, I don't agree. Leave Roy alone. He's exactly where he should be. Chrome's dead. Good. It's where he belongs. On the floor. Alright, I'm back. So we've got a lot longer today than I expected. Like, holy shit, we've already passed 7 hours. I was expecting this stream to be like 4 or 3 at most. So this will probably be the last break before the stream ends. And where is Chrom? Oh yes, that's right. He's still dead. There he is. No! You can't take him away from me. Come back. Oh no. Thank you. Jesus Christ, XSplit, you were acting a little weird there. Let's listen to our boy Roy. No, I don't agree that he should be like Marth.
Yeah, absolutely. There.
Like, she literally uses the Aether attack against Chrom in that cinematic. Like, they literally fight the exact same way. Since we kind of covered them all at the same time, Chrom, utterly forgettable.
Oh, I guess we're not talking about Roy.
I don't feel a need to move him at all.
Yeah, funny upbeat.
Indeed. Some people want to give Roy some credit, though.
Yes.
Which, we kind of locked him in that same Luigi zone, and we're going right back, but do have 2 comments. Running with Scissors argues that Roy should be much higher. This fact that Smash took this nothing character and made him so dynamic and explosive is a much better way of representing him than bringing over his incompetent persona from his games.
Again, a persona that nobody knows about.
Roy is literally the worst lord in the series, so taking his concept from Melee and not only making it work properly, but evolving it into this aggro swordsman play style deserves commendation. And then from, is this James again? Yep. Roy is an anomaly. Uses a sword but is actively punished for spacing with it. He's supposed to be an inexperienced lord, so they gave him an incredibly aggressive playstyle. He's the one character that Sakurai straight up admits that he got wrong. He's also the most fun of the sword lords. Roy's unique take on swordsmanship by using the hilt is not only unique within the context of Smash, but to my knowledge, unique to all fighting game characters. Is that true? Maybe? And as this anti-footsies character, Roy ends up becoming one of the most fun takes on a sword fighter due to being a character that is pure aggression, and that is so much fun. Smash 4 even redid his animations to better land hits with the hilt, so they're able to differentiate him from Marth similar to, say, Falco. I won't say he's perfect by any means, since he's basically an anti-Marth, so he's not that unique, and the playstyle doesn't really fit him as a character, but is that even worth caring about?
No!
I still don't know.
No, it's not! I'll still argue to the death. I will fight anybody in the parking lot over this. Nobody cares about Roy's character, so do not use it as a detriment against his design. 90% of the world has no idea what Roy's really like. They know him from Smash. That's Roy to them. That's Roy to me. To basically everybody in the West, that is Roy. He should be higher. And I will absolutely 100% argue that he should be higher than where he is. Simply because of the fact that he is the only character that is in that spot. He's the only character in the game you can make that argument for.
No, about Roy.
Yeah,
It's such a weird take.
Everything about Roy now, in even Fire Emblem, is this. They made him in Heroes like this. Why? Because this is better. This is Roy to the world. And this is the only character that Sakurai admits he got wrong? What a beautiful mistake that Roy is then. Holy shit.
The better character without question.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a completely new character. How does that even line up?
It lines up as Ganondorf.
I have a friend who would heavily disagree with you on this. Name me one character in Smash that has been limited in their publicity to the world and has not had their personality or character shown whatsoever to the rest of the world as well. Roy is literally the only character in that boat. He deserves this special treatment and this ignorance of his original character. Smash Roy is canon now? In a sense, yes. Kind of. If you count Heroes as canon, I don't know. they like this design more. That's why they went with it.
Who's in D tier, and look, we put Roy above Ganondorf.
Which he heavily deserves to be, yes. Maybe like 3 tiers above, yeah, I agree, yeah.
I also feel like what Ganondorf doesn't have has value, though. What Roy doesn't have has 0 value whatsoever.
Exactly!
That's why he's above Ganondorf. Like, is there a unique identity with Roy as a fighting game character?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd even argue it's a good one.
Yes.
Yeah. The fact that Chrom exists, honestly, I think hurts Roy, because now here is a character with the personality to use this moveset with.
I don't agree. I don't think this fits Chrom. I think Chrom should have been his own unique thing, with his own unique moves. Because Chrom doesn't sell me as an inexperienced swordsman. He never has. While this moveset is very much designed to be inexperienced lord/swordsman, the character. And Chrom does not sell that aspect of Roy's design for me.
Honestly, one that might have been better if they'd focused solely on him for it. Because the fact that Chrom kind of just... I hate what they did with his wrist for that moveset. Like, it looks so weird.
Oh yeah, no, it's ugly, but it works for him. Like, I don't think that adding Roy back into the game instead of adding Chrom, but he has Roy's moveset, really has much value. I think if Chrom came first and they rework, and with Roy's reworks, and then they had Roy as the everyone is here back, and he functioned a little bit more like a melee character rather than his pure Smash 4 redesign, then I think that he would have more of an identity.
Just imagine.
He has an identity, though. I said, this is what they took for Heroes. This is his identity. This is Roy to the world now. That game doesn't matter. Nobody literally cares. Even the developers behind Fire Emblem just do not care. Like, this is Roy. This is the Roy that they are selling to the world. Whether you want to consider Heroes canon or not is up to you, but this is what they went with. And everybody loves it. Like, this is legitimately, I think, just them looking and seeing what Sakurai did and be like, oh yeah, he made something better than we did, so we're just going to take what he did and we're just going to use it. Because that's literally what Roy is. And I'd argue he has way more of an identity than Chrom or Lucina, because he was the character that was introduced to us with Fire Emblem along with Marth in Melee. He is, like Marth, the Smash brother. He is a Smash Fire Emblem character. Guess what? Engage is canon, and they made Roy a compromise between this and Binding Blade. Yeah, well, guess what? It's still this Roy, then. The majority of it is probably still this Roy. Exactly! So the argument of him having no identity makes no sense. He is the inexperienced lord. That is his identity in Smash. He has a mechanic that nobody else has, and nobody else should have. Chrom tries to use it, but he uses it poorly because he literally gets rid of the only interesting thing about it. Roy in Smash is, in my opinion, the second best designed Lord behind Marth. I think Robin is higher. Actually, no, I put them around the same spot. Just because I know that would piss some people off. Roy is just an anomaly. I agree with Jamester. He is a fucking anomaly. I cannot for the life of me. You're never going to convince me to care about Roy's character. You're never going to convince me. It's never going to happen. And guess what? You couldn't even convince the actual Fire Emblem devs. That's why they used this instead. And while they might have made some compromises between him and this and Engage, he's still this more. So what that tells me is that this is now Roy. Also, you know what, Chuckles? You're right. How the fuck did he admit that he got Roy wrong, but Ganondorf is still the way he is?
In this shitstorm of having Chrom be that DLC slot that Roy was, alongside Corrin.
Yes.
The thing is that while Fire Emblem Awakening was popular and it did a lot to help the Fire Emblem series, I think people would be fucking pissed off if Chrom was DLC and Roy wasn't. Because Roy already had that fan base that was just clamoring and really, really wanting to see him come back in any way, shape, or form. Like, people were really hurt that Roy was not in Brawl. He had the fan base. You already had things from Awakening in Smash 4. If you just added Chrom, I think he would have been a worse inclusion than Corrin in that regard. Like, holy shit, that would have been awful. I think that would have been the worst DLC character ever put in a Smash game. And I don't mind Chrom as a character. I think he's fine. But the fact that you already have these two characters from the game already in there, and then you just throw in the slightly different Lord as a DLC character for extra cost, it's like, no. They made the right choice going with Roy. Roy had the following. Roy had the support. They should have just forgotten about Chrom entirely, or just made him his own unique thing in Smash Ultimate. But I would absolutely 100% every single time take Roy over Chrom to be in Smash. And I think a lot of people would too.
Just wow.
Do it. Ruin everything. 3 Awakening characters in one game, all debuting at the same time.
No.
Except Chrom is late.
Oh, hilarious. But also, I feel like the moveset has more punch with Roy because it's explosive and fiery.
Yeah.
Chrom's got this weird wind thing to him.
Yeah, but Chrom has that weird wind thing because explosive and fiery was taken by Roy.
True.
They could have made his fire blue.
True.
To give...
That's what they did for Richter.
Like, the closest example I can think of, because I think that, honestly, Chrom and Roy hurt each other by both being in the game.
Yeah.
Pichu and Pikachu. You know, Pichu still has those elements of its personality. It's still cute. It's a redundant design, but it's still neat. I still like it.
What personality are you talking about?
Roy is that, but he's not neat. He just happened to come first. And then someone came and was like, hey, I'm you, but cooler.
Well, first off, I wouldn't say... Chrom being cooler than Roy is subjective, and I do not think a lot of people would agree with you. I think Chrom is like one of the least liked lords in any Fire Emblem game. He's absolutely he's overshadowed by Robin in like almost every single regard. But that's kind of the way Smash works. Timing is such a notable factor in so much of Smash's development. Like, everything about Smash is literally just timing. Oh, you know, Pokemon, you have a really cool character coming out for Gen 5 in the form of Zoroark. That could be a cool Smash character. Oh, nope, sorry. Our game released a year, like 2 years after that generation ended, so Zoroark is now it's no chance anymore. We'll put in Greninja instead. There's so much about timing that has led to Smash being the way it is. And I think that Roy, being this nobody, and just being made into something amazing. I think it was even mentioned in Piranha Plant about turning nothing into stars. I think that Roy is the embodiment of that and then some. Because you not only made a character from nothing that everybody loves, you made a character from nothing that everybody loves that has now completely overshadowed anything and everything about his older appearance, and this is what he is now. This is the star. This is Roy. And that's amazing to me. He got in to promote something that we would never get, and then the world just fucking fell in love with him. And now, I'd say he's a Smash mainstay. I can't see a Smash game anymore without Roy being in it.
I would even argue, I think Roy's cooler, but it's also not Roy.
In Smash,
Which is
sure.
so odd.
But the reason that Chrom isn't cooler than Roy is because Roy took the effects that Chrom should have.
It's so weird.
I disagree.
I don't know. Do we move him at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
He
good.
deserves to be in B. I'll fight for him. Roy deserves to at least be in B. He is everything wonderful about what Super Smash Brothers can do to just the most nothing characters in existence. You took nothing and you made it not only something, you made it yours. He deserves a B spot. I will fight for Roy. He deserves it because he's my boy.
But he's also worthless.
It's such an interesting character study. If Roy gets a remake that makes him a better character, then that's better.
Yeah.
I can see that happening some point in the future.
If they use this at all, it's a better design. But as this
I think that if they do another Fire Emblem remake, they're definitely going to remake Roy's game.
ends now, it's just odd. And then this was the point that we covered.
Do I
Corrin.
listen? Should we skip Corrin? Because I think that the entire spiel about Corrin in the Melee episode was very interesting to me, and I wonder if we should listen to this. Because if we skip Corrin, we're going straight to Ridley. Actually, no, we're going straight to Mewtwo. Skip? Okay, we're going to Mewtwo. Everybody says skip so far. Yeah. Okay. We're going to good old Bluetooth.
He is an absolutely perfect reference, and it's just the fact that Smash Brothers is a fighting game. If this was a pure platformer, he would be incredible.
Yeah.
100%.
If this were a
Wow, I don't even need to watch Game Watch because that's perfect for him.
He would be up there.
Absolutely. Moving on to Ultimates. A lot of characters here, but
you
there's a
skipped
lot of
Mewtwo.
ones that... Oh, I did skip Mewtwo. I skipped Mewtwo. I just didn't write him down.
I hope somebody fought for him.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, Mewtwo. It's just almost like your design is that... I did get one comment from Mewtwo.
Okay.
From Epic Gamer Saurus. I think might have gotten more, but this is the only one that really struck a chord with me.
Okay.
I feel like Mewtwo's moveset is less based around having ultimate power like Ganondorf, and more about ultimate power over the opponent using his psychic power. Examples being his specials that flip around the opponent and stun them. If they want to fully lend to this, making him grab centers would work, and they could make his animations really cool for it. No Mewtwo uses Disable is kind of dumb. They could have just easily set its Psyshock and it wouldn't have made a difference. They love the idea of a teleporting centered character. There are so many characters that do teleport, but since it's generally a slow recovery, it doesn't get to be used very offensively. Mewtwo's is the fastest, and I think it fits best on this psychic fella. So having his teleport not make him go helpless. Oh, this is more ideas about how he could be better.
Yeah.
Which I do agree with all of them.
Yes.
But to kind of just throw it at that
I don't think Mewtwo
idea
should be as
of
low as he is.
having him embody that ultimate power, more of having him like mess with his opponent specifically, like having him stun, having him pick up. I feel like if that was the case, then he needed to go so much farther.
Agreed.
Like he needed to lock out moves. He needs to if you remember way back when we did the design notes where we like brought character ideas, I brought in Psycho Mantis.
Yes.
Just that level of just messing with what people can do.
I don't agree. Mewtwo isn't really a character that messes. Mewtwo is very much a character that I will do what I want when I want, and there is literally nothing you can do about it. That is legitimately Mewtwo's entire character in the first movie. I am here, I am imposing, and I will choose what will happen in the situation. I have these variety of tools at my disposal that can deal with a lot of my crucial weaknesses. If you try to rush me down, I can disable you and set up big damage. I have confusion to basically say, you have projectiles? Ha, that's funny. You take them back. I don't want them. I have a very powerful projectile of my own. I think there are parts of Mewtwo that sell what Mewtwo's supposed to be very well. There are definitely things that should be better. Let's not even beat around the bush. I would not put Mewtwo higher than B. But Mewtwo's kit, for what it is, does embody that I'm in control, I am all-powerful style, just not in the way that we want it to. That's the problem. Because we see confusion and disable as weak moves.
Like, if that was the design idea,
You cannot do
far
anything to him. He has an answer to everything. One of my
He
favorite...
arguably does. If his tail didn't have the hitbox, I think, like most people would say, he'd be like a high mid-tier at least character. I've heard a lot of people argue that Mewtwo, competitive-wise, could be a better character. I don't know, we're not talking about competitive, we're talking about design, but I think it's just interesting that, like, there's very few things that's currently holding this design of Mewtwo back from embodying that I am powerful, I have an option for everything.
favorite Let's Play quotes is when the super best friends are playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and they're looking at Jetstream Sam, and they go, yeah, fuck him up. And then he blocks their sword, and he smiles, and they go, oh shit, he's unfuckable. That's what I want from Mewtwo.
and that would be what would fit his character. As he is now, he is...
Tails should have more slash effects. I mean, yeah, it'd be a nice way to implement, like, Psycho Cut.
I don't know if I'd... Like, the weirdness of F tier, like, actually, like, having damages to the character...
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd put him underneath Samus in a heartbeat if it was just solely based off of character designs. I think Mewtwo is awful.
I wouldn't quite, because I do appreciate a couple little things on him. I like Shadow Ball a lot. That shouldn't be his main move, but it is because Pokemon the first movie was so important.
Yeah.
And it does have that impact that you want. I love his F forward air. I love the Shadow Claw. I love the way that you can float back and forth and how it looks effortless as he's just clawing at you. I like how strongly his shadow effects are established. I love his grabs. There are things I love about him that don't exist within Samus.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
A lot of him is fundamentally wrong, yes, but there are a couple things that are still Mewtwo. And those don't damage him because it's Mewtwo. Like, in the same way that Sonic isn't damaged, Mewtwo has that, to a lesser extent, mind you. But, like, Pokemon is a little bit bigger than Smash Brothers.
Yeah, just a little.
And Mewtwo might be one of the 10 most recognizable Pokemon.
Just makes
Oh,
the all the more
I'd
thing
I'd argue top 5. Forget top 10.
the Sephiroth that came later.
Especially, you know, people around my age group
Yes.
that were there for the first movie when it first came out.
Yeah, he's staying right where he is.
Yeah.
Okay, now we get to Ultimate. Sorry, Mewtwo. Your design should have been better. We got
Nobody
a lot of
fought
characters
for
here, but there's a lot
Mewtwo.
of ones that
Poor
people
guy.
like, oh yeah, that's amazing. Let's move on. First off is Inkling.
All right, let's move
The
to Ridley.
actual gameplay itself, like,
And then
balance
from
changes,
Ridley, we'll go...
different engines that are built off of. Like it's, I don't know. That's a bigger
I
comp.
think from Ridley, we'll go straight... We'll go to Steve. You know, we have little Steve down here. We should respect him. We'll look at the comments for Steve, because Steve is probably going to make a lot of people mad. After Steve, we'll go from Kazuya to Sora and literally just watch the end of the video. I think that'll be the best thing to do. So we're just going to look at 2 more characters. Technically, actually no, it's 4, but you know.
Conversation that's kind of unrelated. I just wanted to throw that comment out.
I want to
think
hear
it's an
what
interesting
people have to say
insight
about
on why
Ridley.
some
I'm
of these
very
characters land really
curious.
Yes, and I really appreciate that comment being made. Thank you.
All that right. Moving on to Ridley, I got a few in both directions. From TJ Henry Yoshi, hello again. It astounds me that such a highly requested character with such a fanfare can feel so empty in the practical application of their character. Is Ridley this cunning god of death in his characterization? Abso-fucking-lutely. But is that translated well into the gameplay? Struggle to say yes, and that is a massive problem. This has nothing to do with any sort of competitive tier list discussion, but answer me this. How does a character as acrobatic as Ridley have such limited recovery potential? Kazooie has more recovery potential than him, and that's with the fucking bear weighing her down.
Yeah,
so
Cunning
cool.
god of a god of death that doesn't get hit off stage and flimsily flap its wings, burst upward, and just give up. The base that the Smash team created here is godlike, but the things Ridley is missing here are egregious. He feels like an incomplete character, and that frustrates TJ deeply. And
Yeah, it frustrates me too.
The impact that Ridley has had as a newcomer is only paralleled by 2 other characters, in their opinion, Banjo and K. Rool, and it's just, I think that was made before Sora came out. I throw that in there too.
Right.
It's just such a shame that what we got does not even come close to living up to that hype. Which, agree on all accounts.
I agree. I'm sorry. I just have the mental image of Ridley with clipped wings hanging off a stage, and then Kazooie going, "Long live the king" to him. And then she just grins and goes, "Another god rejected."
And then it's totally...
What is a god to a non-believer?
Eventually, "Hey, Kazooie, what's going on?" I killed the scrub.
I love it. One thing that was really good insight from a commenter named Fungal. One aspect of Ridley we forgot to mention. Well, no, we didn't mention. Oh no, sorry, I misread this. It's just talking about ideas to be better. But really doubles down at that Ridley's throws are so bland and weak in comparison to this.
They are the worst part of his character
This
by
is a
far.
character that should have absolutely brutal throws. After that episode, I actually went to check out how Alien works in Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
And just the impalement with the tail and swiping people around, the fact that that wasn't doubled down on more.
No, I know.
It
Like,
just
I'd
makes me
say
so
they
sad.
can't do that, but also it was in his trailer and is in his moveset.
Yeah, like, I feel like of all the characters that should be violent, Ridley should be it. And the fact that he's a kind of cartoonish dragon should be enough to, like, justify it. Like, the art style, there's no blood going anywhere. It's fine, it's fine. And he has some good ones. The bite on his dash attack is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his wing slams, he's such a weird character where he has so much weight on some moves and absolutely none on the rest.
Yeah, God, I'm picturing, like, Charizard's down throw where he just slowly breathes fire on you, but Ridley's, like, clutching you in his hands and he just screams and fire breath engulfs you and then he slams you to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also love an idea of, like, where, you know the, parallel between Incineroar and K. Rool's up throw?
Yes.
I'd love that similar thing to be between Charizard and Ridley's up throw, where it's a much more, like, it's not as cartoonish, just disappear into the top blast zone and then come slamming back down, but it actually has him jumping straight into the air to really get that feeling of how far he's going to slam you into the ground.
Yes.
I do have a defense from Jamester. I wanted to get those first because it kind of illustrates why I disagree. Jamester feels that Ridley is one of the more honest bosses in Metroid. Compared to the likes of Kraid, Dragon, and Phantoon, whose battles revolve around finding and exploiting weak points, Ridley is a pure DPS race who can kill who faster.
Depends on the game.
Yes, very true, very true.
Actually,
that's what they like so much about Smash Bros.
I argue that's every game. Although, in other games, he doesn't even have a chance to have a race. In some games, it's a damage race. In others, it's... You kicked him while he was asleep, and he never had a chance to recover.
This is a character's playstyle is always to choose violence. From his full power neutral B comboing to dash attack, which can kill, releasing side B early to drag opponents down with F air. This is a character that can use his speed and power to scary degrees, and a down B that crumbles opponents. After that, a good read leads to death. And despite his linear recovery, he can recover from most situations, making him that cunning god of death that you need to finish off personally. Does list a problem with aerial mobility. This is a character that should have aerial mobility to the likes of Jigglypuff or Wario.
Wario, I would agree. I don't know if I'd make him as mobile as Jigglypuff. She still deserves to be the king of the air, in my honest opinion.
But was probably lowered for balance purposes. I feel like that aerial mobility is too important.
Agreed.
You gotta find a way to get that balance in with the aerial maneuvers. Make him more powerful and sluggish. Like, give those heavy hits, give those strong grounds, and make him sluggish on the ground. Like, it's... I do like this design in a vacuum. I do agree that this is the reason that Ridley's my most played character. He's just such a hyper-aggressive character that feels really good to play when you land those super powerful hits. But that's in the middle of a lot of moves that don't feel good at all. Like, I hate his forward air so much.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
You play around Ridley in order to get to the good parts of him.
Yeah. He also throws out that is Ridley more acrobatic in this game as a way of showing his rivalry with Samus. I don't think so, because have you seen Samus in this game?
Oh my god, Jamester, you're so funny. So funny, my friend. Oh, no.
Hey, if we're being completely honest, Ridley never got a chance to fight Samus when she's at her most acrobatic.
I feel like if you're taking just like a Super Metroid boss fight with him, that kind of just traditional slugfest, I can kind of see where it's coming from. But Ridley's got more than that. Like this recurring boss battle, as well as the power fantasy people wanted in the game. The fact that he's this much of a letdown, I'm not moving him. This is what I
even then. If he was a slugfest, I'd give him Mac armor to some of his moves.
Yeah, like Ridley's also just kind of bad right now.
Yeah. And a lot of that isn't just, will make the move better. It's like, no, give him different move that works, though.
And feels better. Like, I really don't like the back air a lot. There's just so many moves that just, like, there's just better options here.
Yeah, but I love its impact, at least.
There's a lot of his base kit that just feels off, even though there are a couple moves against Space Pirate Rush and Skewer, especially. They're like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I love his forward smash.
Angle of the up B as well.
Yes.
Just a lot of it feels great, but it almost hurts more showing what the rest of the moveset could have been.
Mm-hmm. You're selling the power fantasy in very specific situations, and the base of your gameplay is like, okay, I'm waiting for them, I guess. Caca.
I can see where you're coming from, but like, Ridley's a character I feel pretty strongly on.
Yeah. That's why he's in D and not mixed, because he does have mixed elements, but more of it is bad.
Exactly. All right. Belmonts are next.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to look at Steven next, and then we'll move on to good old Judgment Kazi, and then Sora, and then we'll end it.
I kind of also highlighted where the problems really lie. In another cloud situation. Like, oh, yeah, there we go.
I get it now. Thanks, me. Thank you for contributing. But damn me, though.
Very good write-ups, though.
Yes.
Like, impeccably.
Yeah,
wanted to read those out
done.
loud.
Thank you very much.
I don't want to do Pyro and Mithra.
Yes.
Next up is Steve. I'm not going to read all of these, but there are a few... Because Steve is another kind of Mario character where people have a lot of different ideas of what he should be. Obviously, because Minecraft has so many different things.
Yes.
A lot of comments of being like, oh, he should have a bow. Why does he use magma blocks? He never used magma blocks. Which I don't agree with, because I feel like the gameplay elements that Steve embodies comes first.
Yes.
And I think he does it impeccably well.
Yes.
So I just want to
He's
say,
ascending.
I did see those. I
Now he's in the top left
There
corner.
was a discussion you had with TJ Henry.
He will go
Yoshi
back
about this
down
as
when the
well.
Steve section
And
is
one of those
over.
It was kind of in that vein of just being like, this is not fun to fight against.
Right.
Which again, you can't go with the fun side of it.
Right, and I would argue it is fun because, like, can you imagine being a Steve player and you just get unga bunga'd before you get to do any big brain? It's just like, hee hee hee, funny monkey go smash.
There are Donkey Kong mains out there, competitive ones, that are hearing that, and they are crying so many tears because they wish that it was just that simple.
Yeah, and he's a pretty easy character to do that with. Like, he's got weird stuff, but he doesn't suffer from some of the impressive stuff that other characters have.
Yeah.
Like, I know there are annoying elements, like, Minecart, obviously, but there's a fun trolly nature to Minecraft that I appreciate a lot more.
Yeah. I appreciate that everything that Steve does makes him feel like a shitter.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a point that both TJ Henry Yoshi makes, as well as Dextro.
Okay.
Comparing him to Game & Watch for the exact same reasons that Game & Watch is an A tier and not an S tier.
You know what? I'm surprised this wasn't
Limited
mentioned.
animations making it a little hard to tell what Steve is doing at times. I just wanted to see what you feel about that.
Because
in
if we're being
specific-
real, it is a general problem, and it's probably the biggest problem the character has.
Fic is a difficulty of readability.
Dextro says having a problem being able to read what he's doing in neutral. TJ likens it to being a lot worse degree because it isn't even fun to play. Feel fun to play on the surface, which is again is just subjective.
Yeah. Because, like, I'm trying to think of what moves in specific are the issue here.
Up air, up tilt. A lot of his aerials, like this, they're
Because
too fast.
Is it just up tilt?
I'm having even that's not a readability thing. It's just a fast move.
Yeah, for me, it's just like,
It's both. It's fast and it has readability issues because of how fast it is and how quick how little time you have to react to it.
like it's just
If they had more anticipation / startup, they'd be fine. But a lot of his moves are very instantly there, and that's the problem.
fast. Like, is it just that the magma block pops up out of nowhere?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and I'm not really seeing. Like, Steve has a lot of fast animations, but that's how the attacks are designed. That's not a readability thing. That's just how his moveset works.
Yeah, but they
guess
should be slower.
If, like, you're having trouble seeing Enderman, but that's one skin.
One skin on only a few stages.
Yeah.
I don't think I agree with the comparison between Game & Watch and Steve. Like, Game & Watch has literal frames, animation frames, that he jumps between.
And Game & Watch can do anything out of those, whereas Steve, it's like, no, you have an idea based on where you are of what Steve is going to do.
Yeah. Just wanted to... I saw it drop a little bit. I wanted to throw a bone to that criticism just to see how we felt. From Omentalic, just wants
I'm
to
glad
take
somebody
this game on
noticed.
Rob.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna put the comment on screen because as someone who got robbed there in the first place, I feel like that's fair. I think as much as I love the narrative around Rob, Steve's design impresses me so much more.
Yeah.
I'm willing to put him beneath Snake because I do feel like Snake is the slightly more cerebral character. But the amount of things you can do with Steve,
I do not think that
it's-
Snake is a
it's
more
so funny
cerebral
to
character
create a
than
block and
Steve.
Just wonder, like, am I going to get?
I think you'd be.
This, or am
I
going
think it'd be very difficult to find somebody in today's Smash climate that will say the exact same thing about Steve.
to do it to my enemy. Like, there's so much you can do with that. I might put like the block placement as one of rank it as one of the best moves in the entire game. Just the amount of things that opens up
Slowly
Totally.
get bigger.
alone is S tier.
And I think going back to the ideas of readability with Steve, that's the difference between him and Game & Watch, is that with Steve, you can play so much. Like, Steve is just a fun, creative character where you're doing all of these different things, and he's representing so much in the feel of Minecraft. With Game & Watch, you do have those animations, and it's fun, but ultimately, he's playing the fighting game.
Yeah.
You can't fuck around with Game & Watch. You can fuck around and find out with Steve.
And just all the ways that these moveset interact with each other. The fact that you can catch the TNT with the minecart, and that might activate a pressure plate, just so many moving pieces that above and beyond.
Completely.
So I'm okay with moving above Rob.
Yeah.
Following
No,
that
it's
up,
too soon.
Sephiroth. Oh, wow. Sephiroth is amazing. Who would have thought?
Oh, damn.
Oh, right. Okay.
So you didn't want to talk about Sephiroth more? You didn't want to talk about... What if he grabbed Cloud and he, like...
Dude.
If you have a nice anime girl...
I agree,
just
Christian.
imagine
It
her
is
with
weird.
Kazui's head. So much better.
Okay, so what? Just slot him between Bowser and Peach then?
Yeah.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, make room for Aegis.
Okay, Kazuya.
Kazuya
Some
Mishima.
people fighting for Kazuya. I want to say, first off, just because it was a repeated critique we have had of Kazuya when we first said it, how he doesn't really function in casual environments. I since then played Kazuya in a casual environment. Not only does he function, he is one of the most enjoyable characters to play in casual.
Oh, okay.
He's got Ganondorf vibes. Where yeah, he's got lots of moves, but you only
Oh
need
yeah,
the
I mean,
punches.
I forgot to mention this. Yeah, you know what you do in like free for all matches with Kazuya? You beam and you forward smash, and that's it. And you can have so much fun doing 2 moves with Kazuya when playing with like 4 people. And because everything is armored, and beam goes through can like just beam anybody from like anywhere on the screen. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah. Wait, what? What? No. Fuck. XSplit, stop it. No, I don't want to. XSplit was about to send me the Twitch. Ganondorf has range, but Kazuya doesn't. Kazuya's forward smash literally covers more range than Ganondorf's Doria. What are you talking about? It covers more range. Because he does a giant step forward. Alright, I got off work. What horrible thing have I said in the past 7 hours? Hello, Pierre. Not much, I would say. I mean, I will fight. I will fight in the parking lot for Roy to be in B tier, but it's mostly Mega Man.
The added result that it's Ganondorf with Bowser's side B, and you just grab people and slam them into other people, and it is so much fun.
Okay, all right. I did not feel that during my test plays, but you know what? If it's subjective enough, I can forfeit that.
Roy should be from a better game. 90% of the world doesn't know that game exists. We never got it. We shouldn't have to acknowledge it exists. Don't worry about it. It's not real. Even Fire Emblem Engage basically says that Smash Roy is better. You don't have to be afraid of the Binding Blade anymore.
Let me make the argument.
The other 10% knows it's bad. Yes, that's why even the developers of Fire Emblem are basically retconning it.
It's a little mindless, but
that's why Heroes Roy is Smash Roy.
I like that Kazuya can be played mindless. I feel like that's a good thing about the design there.
Okay,
That you got all this complexity, but yet you can still have unga bunga fun with him.
Okay.
There's a couple of first comments I'm seeing are talking about Kazuya being the ideal Smash candidates. Running with the scissors here actually argue he is, because while Heihachi is iconic, his moveset would be way more boring. Jin has the Devil Gene, but his personality.
I don't know if he'd be more
subdued as
boring, but I would have liked to see how Heihachi could have played in a game like Smash.
Form is lame as hell. Kazuya is the perfect middle ground, possessing the best moveset potential while also being a stoic badass villain.
Nah, Jin is the Shadow the Hedgehog of the series.
There's one more. Well, actually, there's a lot more of these. June says Kazuya feels like a better evil, cruel character than Ridley. Gates of Hell
Yeah.
made me wince and cringe and looks more painful than almost all of Ridley's normals combined. Also being lighter than Bowser Jr., slower in the
It's the crunchy sound effects.
air than Wolf, and having lower jumps than Pit, and oh wait, no, this is more complaining about Ridley, but
No, you're right. But like Ridley has issues. Like K. Rool up throw looks brutal in that same way, and that's K. Rool.
I think Kazuya's down B is contender. If I might say when it's empowered, it's the most brutal move in the game. Just the way it becomes cinematic and the sound design behind that.
I'd argue Gates of Hell is more brutal, but there is something just so viscerally satisfying about just slamming somebody face first into the floor.
Like, music fades out when you use that move. Up for debate, of course, but it's up there.
I'm like debating Sephiroth fully charged neutral B.
Oh, true. It's got that supernova thing.
Yeah.
It's up there. But it's got that same vibe.
Yeah, no. It works. It's in debate, and that's good enough.
I'm gonna save James.
How would you compare it to your Heihachi moveset? I will one day go back and remake my Heihachi moveset in the same style as Kazuya is in Smash right now.
Okay.
But I think I would do a moveset on King before I did another moveset of Kazuya.
Smooth says, I believe Kazuya's implementation works on all fronts in the context of Smash. The missing element to his gameplay, I believe, is the lack of defensive or baiting moves since there isn't a 3D space to sidestep around. Smash has a simpler dodge mechanic that's supposed to be universal, so the spirit of baiting a move or mixing it up with an attack from a different plane isn't represented. That being said, they try to compensate for that with Super Armor, his heavyweight, and having a tough guy mechanic similar to Bowser so you can have a form of defense while playing in a 2D plane. Maybe if Kazuya had multiple dodge attacks, it could represent that element, but that's adding even more moves to this already Unga character. A very specific critique I have with Smash nowadays is how flowchart it's become with Ultimate. Smash 64 Brawl has had a multitude of character-specific tech that can be very fun to explore even on a casual level. Samus's extended grapple and
I
melee.
fully agree with this statement.
The older games have a technique known as double jump canceling with characters like Yoshi, Ness, and Mewtwo that was removed in Smash 4. DLC would let you halt the momentum of their heightened double jump and cancel into aerials even faster than a normal short hop, and I think Kazuya would have benefited from that mechanic so much since his first jump is terrible. You have to commit that to the higher second jump, limiting his options even more. This isn't a knock on his design, I wish Smash in general had more dynamic mechanics, and it would bolster so many designs like Kazuya.
I agree.
I'd put him above Marth and Ike in A tier.
I 100% agree with that statement.
All right.
And then Jamester. Okay, I'm gonna read all this because I think it's his best written one.
Okay.
I have a philosophy when it comes down to representing a series roster in a crossover game, whether it's Smash, Marvel, etc. To properly represent a series, you need to have at a minimum the hero, examples Mario, Link, Fox, Ryu, Dante, the partner, examples Luigi, Zelda, Falco, Chun-Li, Trish, and the rival villain, Bowser, Ganondorf, Wolf, Akuma, Virgil.
Akuma's not really a villain. Akuma is a force of nature. That's how I would describe Akuma as a character. He doesn't have any alignment. He kills M. Bison with a raging demon just to fight you. So he kills bad people too. He doesn't care. Akuma's a force of nature.
Kazuya is the villain of the fighting game genre in Smash, with Ryu and Terry filling the roles of the hero and partner respectively. And I don't just mean that he's a bad guy in his own series. Now I'm going to go ahead and say that Kazuya is, as of this moment, might be Jamester's favorite character in the game. When Ultimate launched 3 years ago,
I'm in that boat, yeah.
His main has been pretty consistently the most played character within 3
Jamester, I'm going to start looking for cameras because that is legitimately me.
3 months, Kazuya became the most wanted and second highest ranked character and is dangerously close to superseding Ridley. Actually, he made a moveset last year about the potential of a Tekken character in Smash with Jin, and is pleasantly surprised to see how the team adapted those ideas while improving on them. Kazuya as a character is a perfect choice, as like Jin has Devil Gene abilities that make him fit in a platform fighter in a way that Heihachi could not, but he also represents the Mimishi? The Mishima fighting style that Heihachi does, but Jin doesn't. Kazuya is mechanically one of the most complex characters in Smash. Not only does he have 2 true diagonal tilts, but a full set of back tilts. and a set of crouching attacks. His crouch dash and his follow-ups, which I thought would be a special, is instead a unique normal with a special input. He has 2 command grabs. It's overwhelming, but not all of it is needed to play the character. The player can and is advised to use the tools they learn and to start slowly learning more moves and how they interact with each other. This makes for a character that is just as fun to lab combos with as proper matches. This is a character whose full potential we won't see for years, which is so great that Nintendo puts like high-end balance.
Yeah, they're still working on to this year, to this day. Yeah,
it's good now.
I mean, this is almost 2 years later. Like, oh, actually, no, it's actually more like a year and a half later. Yeah, 100%. They're still working on Kazuya, and I think there's still stuff to figure out with them. Which is nice, because I feel that for a while, even like with Brawl and Smash 4 and Ultimate, it hasn't taken people very long to figure out characters. And the fact that we have characters like Ken and Kazuya and Steve, there are people still learning how to use these characters all this time later. It's wonderful. Because that's one of my favorite things about Melee. It's that this game's so old, people are still figuring out things. And they're learning things about these characters that people thought made them bad, but no, they're actually really good. We've had characters that have never won tournaments win tournaments. We had characters that people thought were garbage have actually turned out to be really good. It's like, wow, this game is this old and people are still learning all this shit? I love that. That is amazing. And if Kazuya and Steve and like other characters can be that for Smash Ultimate, at least until the next Smash comes around, and who knows how many years, I'm more than happy. Because I like characters that take a while to figure out. I like there to be things that people learn over time. Maybe even going back to characters they thought weren't good, but oh wait, no, they're actually good. They have these really interesting things that we just never utilized properly. I don't think that's inherently super possible with Ultimate because it doesn't really have any inherent mechanics that can help, flesh out characters in spots that they're suffering. But I think the creativity of Steve is going to continue to evolve. I think the neutral of Kazuya and the way he works with his combos is only going to continue to evolve. Like, I am here for this to continue. Because they 100% deserve to have more characters that feel that way.
We put one more bounce patch after Sora. That's not part of the comment, that's just me complaining. Not only does this make for one of the most complex but rewarding characters to play, but this is just like Tekken. Tekken is also a series that overwhelming at first, so you're encouraged to stick with the moves that you do understand. From there you get to experiment and add moves and combos to your game plan, and soon you'll start to learn how to do combos and juggles that can become
TODs, touches of death, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I also have to disagree with Kazuya not representing the defensive play Tekken play. Smash mobility already gives Kazuya better defensive mobility compared to Tekken, but this also ignores the invincibility and vulnerability that Kazuya's moves have, further driving into the idea of knowing what moves are used for what purpose. Second, because of how these options or lack of are used to represent Kazuya as a character. Kazuya in Tekken 7 is a character that excels and punishes but has a poor poking game. Crouch dash isn't just to dodge a projectile, but it's also meant to do an electric, which can be converted for a massive amount of damage. And that sort of philosophy is found throughout Kazuya's moveset. Side B is another great example. He doesn't have a unique parry like Jin. Instead, he waits for an opportunity, and when the opportunity is found, he strikes with the force of 10 lions. And I wasn't kidding when I said he was Smash's fighting game villain. Kazuya in Smash is what happens when you fuse Smash villain traits and Smash fighting game character traits. Bowser's tough guy mechanic, a fighting game character with not one but two command grabs, inputs, etc. So what we have is a character that represents not only his individual characteristics, but the mechanics of his series. A character that has a fun and interesting moveset, but it's also so complex that, like Steve, it will take years to master and breaks the conventions of Smash in a way that no character has yet. Just look at level 9 at CPU Kazuya and how hilariously oppressive that was. Kazuya is so much fun that he has almost ruined the rest of the roster for Jamester. That includes other S tiers. Kazuya is more than what I could have possibly wanted out of a Tekken character. Kazuya really is the perfect marriage of the fighting game character and a Smash villain. But he's not S tier. I don't know how much I enjoy playing him outside of 1v1 situations. I can vouch for that. He's amazing. It's a playstyle that only works in certain scenarios, and I'm not sure how it accommodates for others that Smash has. But also, that's obviously just me. Puts him in A tier, fantastic. And puts a side note that Tekken is a hokey series, but the hokiness is rarely in gameplay. Law and Paul are considered joke characters, but if you look at them purely from a gameplay standpoint, they're fairly honest characters. You never guess that one of them travels to space to fight aliens in a bit to prove that they're the strongest in the universe. Does that actually happen?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, Paul is great.
Paul's fantastic. I love Paul.
The best part is that in Tekken 3, he wins the tournament and he doesn't realize that, oh shit, there's a secret final boss, and he just leaves. And then Jin actually has to kill Ogre. And then he realizes, wait, but I won though. What happened? And then he gets so pissed and he goes to fight aliens.
That is amazing.
Also, can I just give a small round of applause for that wonderful comment by Jamester? Holy shit, that was incredible. I agree with legitimately everything you said, and I could not have put it better myself. That was fantastic.
Yeah, Paul's great.
But I do...
On the topic of Tekken, how do you think Tekken 8 is looking? Looks fantastic. I want to play it. I really, really want to play it.
I agree with that sentiment. I feel like the lack of hokiness in this character, and a common defense people made for Tekken, Kazuya not being a good choice for Tekken, was that you can kind of make that argument for a lot of series that are on the roster already. Like, there are so many better Fire Emblem characters. There are so many better, like Street Fighter, Final Fantasy. If you make that argument, there's like so many others you can pull from. Arguing that Kazuya from a gameplay perspective works, and I feel like the lack of hokiness there is more of a failure of Smash Ultimate not having like a proper fighting game storyline kind of deal.
Nah, I disagree with that. Tekken is all about doing both hype and goofy shit. Even from a baseline perspective of things like the bear has a stance, and the stance is he sits on his ass, and now he's going to hit you while sitting on his ass.
Yeah, but that's Kuma, not Kazuya.
He has like 30...
Like, the hokiness in gameplay comes from the characters that are inherently silly, and Kazuya doesn't fit that.
Different ass-specific moves now. Like Paul, for instance, yeah, he's more of a straightforward punch guy, but he also has a held punch that takes like 2 full seconds to come out. It's very much, and if you get hit by this, it's your fault.
Let's not even talk about Miguel's one-hit KO punch.
You get hit, it melts half of your health bar. Like, Tekken isn't all practicality. It's got goofy shit in its gameplay language, too.
I'd say Kazuya's got some of that. Like again, casually playing as him, you can just grab people and kill them with other people. There are very few characters that allow you to do that, and it's the funnest thing ever.
Okay, the touchdown is fun, I will admit.
He kills with a taunt?
I wouldn't call it kills, but...
Like,
I'm very glad they went with Kazuya over Heihachi and Jin.
Could be, but
they can just put Jin in the next game.
Not only for just how absurdly powerful some of his moves are.
Because Kazuya's coming back, I guarantee you.
I will admit he is better than I gave him credit for. And that comes down to me not being good with him and also not liking him like as much as I think I'm upset with the assessment that it couldn't be Heihachi because he doesn't have the devil gene and would be boring.
I don't think he'd be boring though. I think you could easily make a Heihachi that's fun. Like 100%. I mean, Heihachi has always been a fairly honest character in terms of his playstyle in Tekken. But since Heihachi in Tekken 7 is not a very high tier character, when you see somebody bust out a Heihachi, it is legitimately one of the hypest things in the world. Like, watching, like, high tier Heihachi play in Tekken 7 is some of the most fun you'll ever have watching Tekken 7.
There's always ways to, like, fill those gaps.
I think that makes me upset because then I think of, okay, But what if Heihachi called in Kuma as his neutral special, and you just had a bear sliding at you? And
You know what? He probably would have Kuma in his moveset in some way, shape, or form.
laughs at you. And I'd be like, yeah, that's Tekken.
Yeah, I don't agree with the sentiment. Well, I can't agree with the sentiments because I don't know enough about Tekken characters and Tekken gameplay to really argue one way or another. But as it stands now, I'm kind of looking at Marth and Ike in terms of Kazuya. Kind of that same vibe of just, there's better ways to represent better characters on this roster, but for what this is, it's nailing down a lot.
I agree. I still would not put him over Ike because I've come to realize that, like, Ike actually kind of nails his personality.
Doesn't Heihachi have an electric ability? Yeah, he can use EWGF just like Kazuya can. That is very much a Mishima staple that is mainly between Kazuya and Heihachi.
Incredibly explosive fighter that is inspirational through his fighting, and then when he actually talks, it's like, I fight for my friends. And he's just a huge loser. Like, he has no social skills whatsoever. And I'm like, yeah, that's Ike.
There's just so many good moments in rating down Path of
No,
Radiance.
Jin doesn't have the
Completely
Mishima
offensive
fighting
people
style.
going into, and
He's different. He does not fight like Heihachi and Kazuya do.
love him so much for that.
Exactly. And, like, I don't think they intended for him to have terrible voice acting at first. It just became the meme. But, like, it fits him so well.
Yeah, it does.
And when they gave him
And I
better
argue his current voice is way worse.
voice acting, he's still kind of a dork because they couldn't take that away completely.
I think fittingly.
Will you ever make a King
that
moveset? Probably in the
overall
future sometime,
consensus
yeah.
of these design Dork episodes is that we just really like Dork characters.
Exactly.
On brand.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would really. That feels right to me. Putting in between Ike and Villager, that feels more accurate.
Yeah, I can feel that.
I'm glad he went up.
Excellent. And then just to wrap up, just because
That's where I
feel
would
so
put him
bad
too.
about just skimming over this comment, I have one more thing for Sora. I'm not gonna, might not even.
The Mishimas
move him,
copied
but
the
just
Street
as
Fighter
a
Brazilian
way to,
trait of
end
selective
this off like
electric
a looking
abilities.
character.
Yeah, it's too bad, Sean never got the memo.
Dinamaster says that Sora is a lovingly crafted moveset. Would have been easy for them to add like 97 gimmicks to Sora because of just how much stuff he has in the series, but he's so glad they went with the fundamentals. The most important part of adding Sora is the ebb and flow of Kingdom Hearts combat rather than all the fancier and over-the-top stuff, and they nailed that so hard. Combine that with all the little touches sprinkled into the entire moveset, it just feels like such a love letter to the series. The sound effects of switching between magic, the added touch of being able to spam specifically fire.
I mean, Lars has the electric ability, and he's technically a
Mishima.
Mishima. That's true. Lars is technically a Mishima.
One move. How his final smash is basically the ending to Kingdom Hearts 1, but it goes boom because of course it does. And how
He is Kazuya's brother-in-law.
Defeat a boss in Kingdom Hearts when you win a match in stamina mode. That is a very cool, like, side thing that I probably should have given a little bit more credit.
It's really cool.
Or just half brother, I
Ruins
guess.
Classic
Shows up.
mode.
Yeah, Ruins Classic never shows up, but it's a nice touch. How the
Yes.
projectile deflection on his down B lends itself so well to doubles, making it feel like potentially the most power or friendshipy move in the game.
What about Yoshimitsu? I probably will only just do King and just revamp Heihachi.
Up for debate. How
I
is
can see
animations?
it, but I would say that that's revenge.
Yoshimitsu doesn't interest me enough,
Yeah.
honestly.
Well, actually, no. It's because of how broken it is in doubles. The Earthbound Boys Side Reflector.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How his animations are so stylish and flashy while still feeling so optimistic and cheerful and happy. Utterly nailing his personality and the tone and style of the series to a T. The sound design, the stars that come out when you hit opponents. You can just tell how much of a fan of the series Sakurai is from every angle.
Maybe in Street Fighter
Madness with
6,
how he
Sean
looks,
will
so
receive
much more
it?
cerebral
Maybe.
and flexible than, say, Bayonetta, and it's just a treat.
If he even gets in the
I just
game.
thought that was really well written. Wanted to give it a shout
Yeah,
out.
it was.
I still think the same problems rely, which ironically, with how things have moved up, Sora isn't like now the upper reaches of B tier now. Just with how many people keep dropping past him, which I still
Good
feel
work,
like
Sora.
I still feel like that fits him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Like he's got a lot of good there. I don't want to discredit that, but he's a character with inherent limitations, and you feel those limitations.
What do I think of Sora? Sora is very much a character where I As I said, I don't really know very much about... I've never played... Well, actually, I know a lot about Kingdom Hearts. I've watched story explanations, but I've never actually played Kingdom Hearts in any way, shape, or form. I've watched several Let's Plays of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I've watched some people play 3, and, you know, a couple other games. Sora is a character that I can't be angry about in any way, shape, or form, because he is not only a miracle by so many means, but he meant a lot to so many people because he's the most popular character in the ballot, and that's why he is where he is. And I agree with somebody that said that even if they made more Fires Passes past Fire Pass 2, I think I would still have Sora be the last character that they reveal for this game, because he is just the most popular character. That would be such a lovely touch. I like that his Sonic Blade is basically just John Talbain's Wolf Cannon. And yeah, I think he's fine.
Are we done?
I think we're actually done. Wait,
we're done.
Wait. No, I'm going to just have an on-screen Sukapon as S tier. Fix that problem. Now we're done.
Pyrr, just for you, I will do a Sukapon moveset sometime this year. I will make a Sukapon moveset, and I will make it as great as I possibly can. I hope you don't mind that he'll be a little bit more animated than he is in Smash. There'd be like a little bit more dynamic animations. But I will absolutely do a Sukapon moveset sometime this year. You have inspired me to want to actually do one because of the constant love for this floating little blob on a body with little arms. I will definitely give it as much as I can.
Thank you so much for
Question: can I play Joy Mech Fight on NSO? Is it available on NSO, or am I going to need to get a Cremulator? You can on the Japanese. Oh, shit. Thankfully, I have a Japanese account, but my Japanese account doesn't have NSO. I think they might be able to get a trial, and I think a week's worth of playtime and footage should be enough. If need be, I can look for people that have probably uploaded footage of it. But yeah, I will do a Sukapon moveset. I will 100% give it as much as I can.
Celebrating Sukapon from Joy Mech Fight, the 1993 Famicom Wonder Child 36 character roster developed by two people.
Just make it
hired
playable
on by
in the
Nintendo.
West.
Wasn't finished. They finished it for it. They lost the legal rights. They found it in some guy's drawer. That's why his sticker is in Brawl. It's been a long story coming. He is the boy. He is the man. He is my master plan. Sukapon Joy Mech Fight. Get it now on your Nintendo Switch Online Famicom subscription service.
Which I can actually end this off with one last comment. That was only 2 days ago, so you're lucky I caught this before. Hey, COVID got you this comment in. Chuckles channel. These have gotten me to
Chuckles cameo! Hey, Chuckles, look, it's you! You got in at the very end!
A new favorite fighting news because of that.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, baby.
And with that, it is done. The Smash Brothers tier list. I'll throw in together something in Photoshop to show the completed project. But thank you so much for joining us on this 30-plus hour journey.
And thank you for joining me on what is probably going to be like a 60-hour journey. At least more than 50 at this point. I'm more than certain.
Rank all these characters. It has been a ton of fun.
Yes, if you got all the way through, damn, you got some free time. But
Look, this is what happens when you work on commission and work from home. You tend to have a lot of free time.
thank you so much for it. It is really appreciated. Seriously.
Yeah, we appreciate. It makes me excited to do like, what do we do next with this series? Like, there's so much we could do now.
I know, right? We're free now. It's like the end of Aladdin.
You're all free.
So many different
You
genres,
are all
different
free
crossovers,
now.
Different everything. We could just have a rant episode.
We could just talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but like not preface it.
Throw in the comments if you have any ideas of just things you'd like us to cover, because now that we're at this point, I love to hear more ideas of just like any particular topics or fun ideas of like things we could cover. Challenges, lists, favorite game discussions, anything and more.
Yeah, anything that you guys would like and would like actually listen to, we would be absolutely glad to. And even stuff that you wouldn't listen to, we'll still do it.
Challenge to have speeches about
We
the
can
most
all
boring
smile
aspects of
again.
video games. Why not?
I can do that. Yo, you know how long I can talk about some example that I didn't think about because I'm tired? I can talk a long time about that specific thing.
Me
I can
too.
explain to you each and
Me
every
too,
kit
buddy.
in Heroes of the Storm and the different talent trees you could choose, and how none of that matters because the game's dead now. Although Microsoft might save it now. Here's the Storm 3.0. Master Chief's in the game now. Please.
God, if only. Don't give me hope, Duke, please. I'll take any excuse I can to go back to play Heroes of the Storm.
I miss that game a lot.
I'll play it if they add Crash.
They might. That is actually
Hogger is very close, if that's any consolation.
a possibility.
I'm aware.
But anyway,
yes.
thank you
guys.
all.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been great. I'm still sick. I'm going to go lie down now.
I'm gonna sit here reveling with my boy K. Rool, with my boy Banjo, and just going, wow.
And DDD's Nate's here.
Talking about anime was a mistake.
See you guys later. We'll see you for whatever we decide to do next.
Yep. Bye, guys, and thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here with me as we finally come to an end of this critique series. It took us a long time to get here, but man, I thoroughly enjoyed this. There were flashes of happiness, flashes of sadness, flashes of anger. Every emotion all at once at the end of the world. And I thank you, both Duke and Pyrr, for not only being fantastic sports about this, but actually just coming out and watching and listening and tolerating my voice for 50 hours. If you guys ever want to do like any kind of thing in the future, by all means, hit me up. I'll gladly sit and I'll talk and debate about Mega Man for like an hour, for like several hours, or anything along those lines. But yeah, I thank you all for being here. I thank Duke and Pyrr for being such fantastic sports. You can check out their channels. Both are linked in the description below. I'm very bad saying goodbye. Especially, you know, since this is the end, my friend. And yeah, it felt very good to do something like this, and I'm very glad that I committed to it because I think the end result was pretty good. I agree with the majority of this tier list. The thumbnails, Melee and Brawl, memes. That's what. Just memes. That's all. That was the inspiration. That's all. That's what the majority of them were. use something funny to put in the thumbnail. I don't know when you'll see me next because I am going to be gone for the weekend. I will be going to get on my level. It's like the first time I'm going to a tournament in like 4 years. I'm not going for anything serious. I'm just going to just watch and hang out and play friendlies in like Smash and Street Fighter 6. And I will have something out before the month is over, I hope. I thank you all again for all the time you spent watching me, because that's 50 hours you're never going to get back. And I hope you all have a good night. Again, Pierre, Duke, if you ever just want to talk or just do anything, just hit me up. As I said, I'm somebody that works from home and I work on commission, so I'm basically free for a majority of the day, and my workspace is legitimately my bedroom. So, the commute's not far. But yeah, I will see you guys later, and I will turn this into a playlist so that if you want to watch this again, you can do so. And yes, Sukapon will get movesets before the year is over. It probably will not be until like October, because I do have a lot of things planned currently. But I'm very happy to have done such a massive stream event, because it feels like forever since I've actually streamed in any serious capacity. So yeah, I will see you guys later, and I hope you have a good night. Take care, and remember to have a good one. Megan